Chapter 51. Lin was stunned for a moment. Through the link on the chip, he found out that this was an invitation letter from another pharmacist. Invite him to the pharmacist's party in the evening to welcome his new member. Lin did not refuse, but replied directly to agree. There are very few pharmacists in the Ring of Ouroboros, almost all of them know each other, and the relationship is not bad. With the huge base of wizard apprentices, the pharmacies they refine are simply not enough, and the supply is in short supply, so naturally there will be no conflict of interests. Usually, they exchange knowledge of pharmacy at pharmacist gatherings, and exchange some pharmacists' unique knowledge of pharmacy. Night through the teleportation information left on the invitation letter, Lin entered it into the teleportation identification device of his wizard tower. As the link started, the other party also agreed to transmit. The white light shone, and Lin teleported directly to the other party's wizard tower. Welcome to our new members. A slightly old voice came into Lin's ears, and when he saw it, it was a multi-person conference room with a very atmosphere, similar to a salon party. And the host was the one who started the voice just now. That is, the grey-haired old man in his 60s sitting in the first place, wearing a thick black wizard robe and glasses. His name is Nokia, the only second-class apprentice pharmacist. He nodded kindly to Lin. Welcome. This new member is very young. The other members gestured kindly. The members plus Lin, there are a total of 12 people, and the seats are almost full, just waiting for Lin's arrival. With the arrival of Lin, Nokia stood up and manipulated the function of the wizard tower. The white light began to shine, and the corresponding exquisite food, fruits and so on appeared in front of everyone. We started the pharmacist meeting earlier this time, mainly to welcome a new member to join us. Nokia began to introduce each other, and Lin got to know a lot of pharmacists. When the atmosphere became almost hot, under the auspices of Nokia, they began to discuss extraordinary knowledge and academic knowledge about medicine. Lin also listened carefully, learned a lot and broadened his horizons. He recorded all the discussions with the chip and analyzed useful things. What surprised and concerned him the most was an idea proposed by a pharmacist apprentice named Reddy. Regarding the advanced mysteries of studying blood, and the shackles of blood. Why are some zero-level extraordinary creatures never able to grow into first-level extraordinary creatures? Is there any limit or shackles? Can we find a way to open the shackles, so that the bloodline that has reached its limit can continue of promotion? Lin's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Yes, if this shackle can be broken, it will be possible for the future. His ambitions are very big. He is not satisfied with the level 4 bloodline of the cursed serpent, he wants to be higher. This method can be recorded for future research. Chip. Time passed slowly, and the party was almost over. Everyone had a lot to gain, and each other's strengths made up for their own shortcomings. Lin also threw out a lot of his own understanding of medicine. The perception of the bloodline and bloodline made others very shocked. Many of them had never heard of it before, and the memory of Lin became more profound. After all, it is an extraordinary bloodline as high as level 4, which far exceeds the upper limit of the Black Triangle. Nokia pharmacist, let's leave first. The members teleported away one by one, and Lin was among them, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped by Nokia. Pharmacist Lin is a member of the Pharmacist Alliance. Nokia spoke directly. But Lin was a little surprised. This matter was secret, and Smector didn't reveal it. How did Nokia know about it? Nokia explained, the ID cards between members can be vaguely sensed, which is convenient for understanding and communication. It turns out that the Nokia pharmacist is also. Add a friend, we can discuss it together. Nokia said with a smile, and took out his ID card. Back in the Wizard Tower, Lin is still pondering over today's gains. This gathering can be attended often, not all mediocrity in the world, others also have their own wisdom and opinions. Dragon's breath medicine has already failed for me, and it takes time to develop new medicines. The speed of taking blood Roland flower is too slow. When will I be able to advance to the next stage? Lin frowned. In this case, he would not be able to practice advanced meditation. He couldn't bear to waste even one day, let alone more than 20 days. It seems that there is a way to do it. Chapter 52. The second day Smector came to the wizard's tower and found Lin. I've been familiar with it for the past few days. How about it? The ring of Ouroboros didn't disappoint Lin Apothecary. Very good. The Ouroboros ring shocked me. The two started to chat casually, and then Smector got to the point. In this case, I hope Pharmacist Lin can complete the contents of our contract well. This is a promise. Smector continued, by the way, there is one more thing, about the activities of the Ouroboros. Lin Pharmacist can also participate in. All the facilities are open to you, including the Wizarding Academy, competitions, the trial ground. In the commercial area, you can also choose a storefront to open a store for free, which is the content of the agreement. If there is something very important, you can pass the wizard's mark, which has my contact information. The authority to post tasks. Lin Pharmacist, you also mentioned the highest, as long as there is a reward for posting tasks. Looking at the back of Smector leaving, Lin pondered, and the shops in the business district are probably also to estimate the efficiency of the pharmacist in refining medicines. Not only the batch of potions that must be handed over to the official Ouroboros, but also to open shops and sell their own potions. In disguise, using interests to supervise, it is also to relieve the pressure of scarcity of medicines for the wizard apprentices. However, he also needs a shop to sell medicines. According to the appetite of his own blood, the research fund of 10,000 points per month is really not enough. Business District. Lin was walking on the street. Many apprentice wizards came and went, going in and out of the shops on both sides of the street from time to time, and further down there were some street stalls, which were apprentice wizards who could not afford shops and did some scattered business. The main reason is to sell some extraordinary materials that he has obtained, but it is much cheaper than the official price of our Ouroboros. The shops allocated to Lin are on the more remote streets, on the edge of the core area, which is much better than the ones outside. Yes, mine is a pharmacy, and I don't need so many people, so people who want to buy will come to buy it. Apostrophe through the wizard's mark, Lin posted a task to the Ouroboros virtual platform, that is, to recruit a wizard apprentice to watch the shop, and take care of the shop on weekdays. Generally speaking, those who will take on this kind of task are wizard apprentices with a gloomy future and no hope. There was a response soon, and in about an hour, Lin met the wizard apprentice who was coming for an interview. Is a wizard apprentice in his 50s. His actual age may be even older. Are you the pharmacist Sama? The old wizard apprentice said excitedly, while introducing his identity and what he could do. His name is Old Zeta. He has rich experience in managing storefronts. He is a member of a wizard family. Originally, he didn't have to come out to work, but there was a problem with the family. Lin hired him, and the monthly salary is 500 points, which is quite generous. In response, Old Zeta almost didn't kneel down for Lin. A shop called Lin Pharmacy opened just like that. It was still very early before the handover of the potions, so Lin took out the batch of basic potions he had refined and sold them, and the quality was all perfect. His points have returned to 0, and he urgently needs a batch of points to buy new bloodline cultivation potions to spend this month developing the Blood Roland potion. After chip analysis, I saw another medicine called Dark Blood. But the price is not cheap. It takes 4,000 points for the knowledge of related medicines, and there are corresponding materials, at least 300 points for one copy. Have you heard that a new pharmacy has been opened recently? Really, is there a new pharmacist? That's great, The scarcity of potions is finally enough. A little relief. I hope the price can be reduced a little, otherwise I really can't afford it. The name is said to be Lin Pharmacy. Starting in the commercial area, the new pharmacist is called Lin. Maybe I can get on well with this pharmacist and be able to survive some entrusted refining quotas. After only half a day of fermentation in the Lin Pharmacy shop, it spread through most of the rattlesnake rings, and the differences in the pharmacy inside also surprised all the wizard apprentices. The pharmacist Lin is really good. Every bottle of medicine is of perfect quality, and the price is not too expensive. Other medicine stores sell second-class quality, and the better ones are only first class. Then in just an hour, the news spread throughout the Ouroboros ring, and all the potions were sold out in an instant. What? No, why is it so fast? I came as soon as I got the news. Looking at the closed Lin Pharmacy, the wizard apprentices who did not buy the pharmacy were extremely frustrated. The purchased wizard apprentice was full of joy. Old Zeta, who was cleaning up the sundries in front of the door, said mysteriously to the wizard apprentices who had not left, "Tomorrow, Master Lin will add some special potions to the sale." The eyes of those wizard apprentices lit up, and they secretly made up their minds to come over early and wait for the door to open. No one can tell this information. Chapter 53. Inside the wizard's tower, Lin looked at the points in his sorcerer's mark, which had reached 2,000 plus. The pharmaceutical industry is indeed hugely profitable. Compared to the cost, Lin can earn at least 90%. The average wizard apprentice can only earn about 2,000 points a year at most. And Lin achieved this goal in just one day. Sure enough, when output can't keep up with demand, prices go up. To put it simply, Lin has no shortage of business at all. This is the most basic potion, and he is ready to sell the Schneck potion. 5 servings are prepared. Take a look at the response in advance. Even if it is a bloodline wizard, the Schneck potion can have the same effect as other wizards. In addition to improving spirituality, it can also enhance the speed of inscription drawing within the range of medicinal effects, which is quite a panacea. As long as you wait until after today, the dark blood potion can be tried. Lin had a smile on his face, but no one in the Ouroboros was refining Schneck potions. Apart from the difficulty, there was no relevant knowledge about potions. As an exclusive, Lin can sell it at any price he wants. He set a price of 3,000 points for a bottle, and 5 copies can be sold for a terrible price of 15,000. This should be a unique collection of pharmacy knowledge by dark wizards. It is rarely circulated outside. Obviously, the Black Triangle does not have it, only the Pharmacist Alliance has it. Lin Pharmacy. The popularity last night made old Zeta smile, and his old face never stopped raising his face. The better the sales, the more he was paid. He came very early today, the day had not yet broken, most of the businesses had not opened their doors, and even no one was walking in the business district. Come on, as long as you follow Master Lin, sooner or later, the family's account will be paid off, and those little cubs will have enough resources to continue on the path of wizards. Old Zeta was looking forward to it, but he didn't notice the wizard apprentices who were squatting at the door. When he walked in, the wizard apprentices in black robes jumped out, almost not scaring him out. "What are you guys doing squatting at the door of the pharmacy?" those wizard apprentices said with incomparable excitement on their faces. "Old Zeta, hurry up and open the door. I heard you say yesterday that Master Lin is going to produce some new potions. You are making a mystery. Let's take a look." Old Zeta glanced at the shabby apprentice wizards, who didn't even wear a single extraordinary item on him. Obviously he couldn't afford the 5 new products. His interest was also not so great at once. He didn't even bother to smile. With his back to Master Lin, he was so confident. Yesterday, he rarely felt respect. He knew that all this was brought to him by Master Lin. Okay. Let you guys open your eyes. This is a potion that only Master Lin can produce. It is absolutely precious. Old Zeta opened the shop and placed an object covered with a red cloth in the most obvious position in the shop. Several wizard apprentices looked at the red cloth with great excitement, and they almost took the initiative to get started. Okay, let's open your eyes. Old Zeta opened the red cloth with a smile, and suddenly a potion box appeared with bottles of potions inside. The pure white liquid shone with a strange luster, and the faces of several apprentice wizards instantly turned red. This is actually a Shinik potion. They will never read it wrong. All the characteristics are correct. Master Lin is actually a pharmacist who can refine Shinik potions. This is a big surprise. Then they saw the unreachable price, 3,000 points. They couldn't afford it at all, and hope instantly turned into despair. Well, I can't even buy a bottle if I sell it. I'm only a first-level wizard apprentice. A sorcerer apprentice said with a broken heart. But some people can't afford it, and some people can afford it. There are a lot of hidden customers in the wizard apprentice group. As soon as the news that Lin Pharmacy had Shinik potions spread, the Lin Pharmacy's storm, which had just cooled down, swept through again, and erupted even more violently. After all, this is the most perfect and precious potion among the basic potions, comparable to most advanced potions, even high-level potions. A large number of apprentice wizards blocked the Lin Pharmacy, and there were even many apprentice wizards who were experimenting. When they heard the news, they put down the experiment and went straight to the Lin Pharmacy. If the experiment fails, you can do it again. Shinik potions, such as the potions that have never appeared in the Ouroboros ring, are really gone once they are gone. More monks and less flesh. Thanks to the boss for the reminder ticket, 7 tickets, 21,000 words. Okay, I will write. I will explode. You are awesome. Chapter 54. The Ring of Ouroboros is not without psychic potions, but it is generally purchased from the Pharmacist Alliance. Even the official wizards who are expensive will have to hesitate before buying them to send their children or apprentices. As for ordinary wizard apprentices, don't even think about it. The Lin Pharmacy is different. It was made by the pharmacist owned by Ouroboros, and the meaning is completely different. A lot of people. It's the first time I've seen such a spectacular scene. A wizard apprentice with pure white hair, about 20 years old, looked at the scene where the Lin Pharmacy was surrounded by so many wizard apprentices. His pupils also shrank, and he was a little worried that the Shinik potion would not be bought by others. Let's go. His inscription was sketched at the most critical time. If there is a Shinik potion, there is a high chance that it will be successful. He is called Ares, and he is one of the 12 stars of the Ouroboros. He represents the 12 most powerful wizards and apprentices, and has a special status. I have to hurry up, I can't let the teacher spend more money, it would be best if I can get the Shinik potion myself. Ares also has an idea, that is, to get to know each other with Master Lin, who has become the cusp of the storm, and maybe get some private medicine shares. The pharmacist who can make Shinik potions has different weights. It is worth making friends with him, the Ares star, the apprentice of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. While he was thinking, a domineering voice suddenly resounded. Get out of the way. The Shinik potion belongs to Lao Tzu, you poor bastards, can you afford 3,000 points, ha ha ha. The voice is very domineering, and the appearance is also very domineering. This is a wizard apprentice with a body of 3 meters high. He is not wearing a wizard's robe. It looks like a mountain giant. It's Taurus, this domineering guy is here, everyone should get out of the way, this guy doesn't care at all. Seeing the wizards and apprentices around him give way, Taurus was very satisfied and walked straight to the Lin Pharmacy. Domineering, powerful, profound background and lofty status are the labels of Taurus. All wizard apprentices don't want to provoke this guy, including Ares himself. He was a little irritable. Why is this guy here? It's really troublesome. Even the weakest wizard apprentice, in terms of icon personality, tends to be calm and rational. But this guy is a weirdo, with a stubborn brain. It is estimated that it is the influence of his blood, and he only knows how to deal with it savagely. Ares followed the road cleared by the other party and walked directly into the Lin pharmacy. Look, it's Ares. He's here too. No. There is another Aquarius star, also coming. Damn, we have no hope. Someone laughed at the person who laughed loudly. The price is 3,000 points, can you afford it? Master Lin has shown mercy to this level, but only people like 12 stars can have the opportunity to get it. The storm about Master Lin is still sweeping, getting more and more violent, and even the official wizards are aware of it. Inside the pyramid, Smector is exchanging extraordinary knowledge with Chevrolet and Bentley. They are friends with each other and get together from time to time. Bentley said with a smile, Smector, yes. The pharmacist who brought it back is a real person who has found a treasure. Chevrolet was also very concerned. Maybe there will be opportunities in the future. We can cooperate with you, Smector. You have done a good job. Smector smiled even more. My vision has always been excellent. Lin Pharmacist is a member of the Pharmacist Alliance. In addition to Nokia Pharmacist, it seems that Lin Pharmacist also has the opportunity to refine the medicine we need, which is a good thing. Not only ordinary wizard apprentices are worried about the scarcity of potions, but even the official wizards like them are also suffering, relying on Nokia to support them, which is a drop in the bucket. As for training, it is even more difficult. Small wizard Tower Lin was taking the flower of blood Roland to cultivate his own blood, but he didn't pay attention to the outside world. If he is consciously invested in the wizard's mark, he will find that his points have reached 18,000, and there are 2 official wizards friend applications. Hint, after taking the flower of blood Roland, the degree of bloodline cultivation reached 82%. Lin shook his head. Still too slow, so he withdrew from the state of concentration. Oh. The potions have been sold out, the points are enough for me to buy new potion knowledge, etc. This is the friend request of the Banshee Wizard and the Demon Bear Wizard. Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly thought of a lot. Probably due to the fermentation of his own Shinek potion. Properly showing more value of oneself can indeed gain more attention and benefits. It seems that it is necessary to create the character of a genius pharmacist. Chapter 55. Agreeing with the friends of the 2 official wizards, Lin directly spent 5,000 points in exchange for the knowledge of the pharmacy of the dark blood. I also bought a lot of materials. According to the analysis of the chip, the drug resistance of the dark blood is much better than that of the dragon's breath medicine. At least 7 copies will be completely invalid. It is expected to increase the degree of Lin's bloodline cultivation to more than 95%. Lin entered the laboratory without hesitation. The wizard's daily life is like this, experimenting, researching, discovering, applying, improving. They are all seekers on the path of pursuing truth. Hint, analyzing the pharmacy knowledge of dark blood, the estimated time is 1 minute. After the analysis is completed, it is being transmitted. Lin felt the corresponding knowledge, some techniques, the key is known. Now waiting for the delivery of materials. However, Lin got a message from the wizard's mark. One of the key materials for refining the blood of darkness is actually gone. It is the main material, the flower of the dark night. Lin frowned. This material is a specialty of the Ring of Ouroboros. It is located in a secret garden. It is the main material for refining the blood of darkness. Without it, it cannot be refined. Dark blood is an advanced potion with excellent effects, and there is no potion that can replace it. Lin didn't expect everything to be ready, but something went wrong with the raw materials. Through the mark of the wizard, found the friend column of Nokia. Dear Nokia pharmacist, regarding the lack of the main material of the dark blood potion, is there any other solution? The other party quickly replied to Lin. Dear Lin pharmacist, I also know about this matter. The reason is that there is a problem in the dark secret garden, which has led to the production of dark flowers no longer. Maybe other people still have some stocks in their hands. It is expected to wait until 3 after a month, the problem of the dark secret garden will be solved, and the production will be restarted. Lin was a little helpless. 3 months later, the Blood Roland-based potion had already been developed, so why do you need the Blood of Darkness? Now, he can only use the Flower of Blood Roland to slowly improve his bloodline cultivation. Time passed, 3 days passed quickly, and there were only 20 days left before the development of the new medicine. Lin looked at the personal data listed on the chip, the column about the degree of bloodline cultivation. It's actually getting slower and slower? It only increased by 1% in 3 days, reaching the level of 83%. Lin had an expectation in his heart and knew that the further back he went, the more nutritional essence he needed, but when the truth came, he was still a little disappointed. Hint, host, at the edge of the Wizard Tower's range, there is a wizard apprentice who is asking to enter, whether it is open. Lin was surprised. He didn't know the wizard apprentices of the Ouroboros Ring. He knew those pharmacists at most. How could anyone come to him? The chip put the corresponding picture on my retina. Lin saw a picture. It was a silver-haired wizard apprentice in his 20s, wearing a silver wizard's robe, with extraordinary temperament, and seemed to have a great background. Hint, according to the analysis of the scanned data, the identity of this person is suspected to be one of the 12 stars, Aries, Strength, 3rd level wizard apprentice, Identity, the disciple of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. 12 stars, Lin has known, but not much. Because he feels that he has nothing to do with them. He just uses the resources and convenience of the Ouroboros Ring to improve the level of bloodline cultivation. It's strange, how could such a big man come to me? With background and strength, he is naturally a big man for ordinary wizard apprentices, but Lin forgot that his identity is also very special. Now he has been valued by many official wizards, and really speaking, 12 stars can't compare to his identity. Aries, I specifically asked to see Master Lin. I want Master to do me a favor. Aries used his spirituality to transmit his voice to the inside of the witch formation, but he did not break in rashly. With a thought, Lin directly opened the permissions. Inside the wizard's tower, Aries said to Lin very respectfully, I have heard about Master Lin's style for a long time, and I took the liberty to visit today, hoping that Master Lin can help me a little. Help me make a potion of dark blood. There are 20 copies here. Whether it is successful or not, it will be given to Master Lin. Lin looked at this Aries star with a subtle expression. How could he feel that this kid was trying to please him in disguise? Whatever he lacks, this kid will give it away for free. It should be that he has investigated his own information and associated the identity of the other party. Lin knew it. However, they were all delivered to the door, so I didn't eat them for nothing. Lin said indifferently, Aries has a heart. I just lack these things. If the refining is successful, I will definitely give you a share. Aries was overjoyed. Master Lin is willing to help me with this. I only brought 10 copies of the materials, and I will send 10 more copies to Master Lin in the future. Said, showing his wizard mark. The meaning is clear. Add a friend. Chapter 56. Sure enough, this kid has some thoughts of his own. But it's also a bit weird. Is it so rare to have a friend position now? Aries, one of the dignified 12 stars, actually tried every means to please herself, just for the sake of being a good friend. Lin coughed and agreed to the other party's request. Finally a good relationship has been established. Aries put down her nervousness and hid the surprise in her eyes very well. Then Master Lin, I'll go back first and bring you the rest of the dark flowers. Inside the laboratory Lin began to refine the dark blood potion. With the main ingredients, everything was much easier. The blood dragon fruit is crushed, squeezed into water, then boiled, and then added with bitter grass. As time goes by, materials are processed one by one, waiting for the final summary. In the beaker, 100 milliliters of clean water is perfectly kept. When it is boiled to 98 through the flame, it cannot be more or less for a moment. The mental force was always observing whether there was any difference in temperature. After several confirmations, Lin put down the corresponding processing materials according to the steps. The next step is to deal with the final dark flower. Lin's eyes are solemn and his face is very serious. In the lounge Lin looked at the dark blood potion in his hand. In the pure glass bottle, there was a grey and viscous liquid rippling. This was the result of Lin's refining. There is a slight deviation in the spiritual inflow stage, and it has not reached the perfect quality, only a first-class stage. Lin shook his head regretfully. Just give this share to that Aries. Anyway, Lin promised him that as long as he succeeded, he would give him a share. On the way to refining, Aries also sent the remaining dark flowers. Through the delivery function of the wizard's mark, Lin packed the dark blood and sent it directly to the location specified on the information of the other party's wizard's mark. Then he continued to immerse himself in the refining of the dark blood. It took a day for Lin to refine the remaining dark flowers into potions. He failed twice. It was because Lin continued refining the advanced potions for a long time, resulting in too much mental power consumption. The error occurred. My mental power can't support my continuous refining of advanced potions, so I need to rest. Lin desperately wanted to make his bloodline perfect. After integrating the source of Curse, he practiced advanced meditation to improve his spiritual power, so that it would be easier to make medicines. A total of 17 copies of the dark blood potion were placed on the table. Lin grabbed one directly, endured the nausea of the viscous liquid, and suffocated. Golem. The liquid, like snot, slowly flowed from the esophagus wall into the stomach. The taste of it was not enough for outsiders to know it only after drinking it. It's really nauseating and nauseating. The heat flow began to radiate into the body, and Lin felt the change. It was the gradual strengthening of his physique, and most importantly, the gradual maturation of his blood vessels. Hint: after taking the dark blood potion successfully, the bloodline cultivation level will be increased by 10%, the physique will be +1, and the mental strength will be +. Lin frowned, his physique and mental strength increased less and less, and his own radiation and bloodline enhancement could not reduce this process. It took a certain amount of time for Lin to take all the dark blood medicines, until the 8th bottle was completely useless. The cultivation level of the bloodline finally satisfied Lin once, and it has reached the level of 98%. There are 9 copies of dark blood left, and Lin is going to put it in the Lin pharmacy to sell. Anyway, this information should not be able to hide from some conscientious people. It has almost started to ferment now, and it has begun to spread from Lettery's star. This is also Lin's intention, otherwise how could the other party get Lin's dark blood medicine so easily? Mainly to create the character of a genius pharmacist, to make his own value a little bigger. Seek more profit. Lin took a deep breath. It's time. Try to do it all in one go, completely cultivate the bloodline within 3 days, and reach the physique of the king snake. In a more ornate room Aries stared at the potion in his hand, with shock and amazement in his eyes. I didn't expect that Lin actually refined this advanced potion. He has only exchanged the knowledge of potions in the past few days. This is an advanced the medicine. The finished product is so fast. This is a genius, a rare pharmacist genius. A first-class pharmacist apprentice has such ability. When he is promoted to the second class, he will directly surpass the Nokia pharmacist. No, I have to talk to the teacher, and tell him to pay attention to Lin pharmacist. This may change the situation of the Ouroboros ring. We must make good friends, and lay a deeper level in advance. Relation. Chapter 57. In the lounge a strong suppressed aura persisted for a long time, condensing in the room. If a formal wizard came here, he would definitely find out in horror that the fundamental height of this aura and the vastness of its source was simply unheard of. Far beyond the upper limit of ordinary wizards, reaching another height. This is the level 4 extraordinary creature, the blood pressure of the cursed snake. But this momentum just flashed by, and soon disappeared. Golem. The sound of blood flowing at an extremely fast speed seemed to be similar to the breath of a snake in a trance. Lin opened his eyes from the darkness. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. He clenched his fists, and his whole body made a crackling sound. His bloodline cultivation has reached 100%, and he has successfully advanced to the king snake physique, and his whole body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared with before, I don't know how much stronger. Physique of the king snake, the physique is increased by 3. Passive characteristics. New characteristics are added on the original basis, such as blood recovery, venom attack, cursed teeth, and snake extension. The black snake head tattoo on Lin's chest has changed even more, and the parts of the body are gradually drawn. Hint, if the host has successfully upgraded the physique of the king snake, it can be integrated with the origin of the curse, and the success rate will increase by 20%. It's finally here. Lin slowed down his mood and gradually became calm like a deep pool. The black unicorn exudes a peculiar luster, and it looks ordinary, but it is the most terrifying. According to the analysis of the chip, I need to completely absorb the source of the curse into my body, that is, insert this horn into my heart. Lin's eyes changed slightly. No wonder the possibility of failure is so high. He did not advance to the king snake physique, and the corresponding new characteristics were born. I am afraid that he would die once he tried. Healing can maintain life fluctuations when the unicorn enters the heart, and the resistance and endurance to curses are also increased several times. In this case, Lin decided to start directly. After shielding all the setup devices that might disturb him, Lin took a deep breath and directly pierced the horn with the origin of the curse into his heart. Even if Lin's skin was stabbed with a mortal dagger, it could not be pierced now, and even a trace could not be left, but under this seemingly unremarkable horn, he could easily pierce the skin, then squeezed the ribs, then the heart. Stab it. The feeling of an icy sharp object gradually piercing the inside of the body is definitely not a pleasant feeling, the kind of walking toward the abyss of death step by step, and can't stop. Lin's face was calm, and his consciousness was still firm. The sharpness had already touched the edge of his heart, and he could penetrate it completely with just a little force. Dong dong dong. The heart began to beat violently, and due to the passive nature of the skin wound, there was no flow out of the wound during the continuous healing. I have no time to hesitate. The next moment, the sharp single horn pierced directly into the heart, and then penetrated instantly. BFFT. I don't know how long it has passed. Lin's consciousness is limited to the days and the unknown. He seems to have his own consciousness, but he can't wake up because everything he sees is eternal darkness, a sticky unknown darkness with no limit. Am I dead? What am I doing? Who am I? The darkness was deep, and time could not leave any traces. Only Lin's consciousness slowly reverberated. It echoed for an unknown amount of time, like a bolt of lightning hitting Lin, reminding him of it. My name is Lin, I'm conducting a fusion experiment with the origin of the curse, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. As he remembered, his roar resounded throughout the dark space, and the thick, deep darkness finally changed for the first time. It seemed as if some behemoth was flowing in it. Gradually, a pair of huge dark purple pupils opened. They were so cold and violent. This complex but contradictory thing appeared in a pair of eyes at the same time. The next moment, a completely huge body appeared in the darkness, and the mouth of the blood basin suddenly closed from below, closing in from all directions. It turned out that Lin was always in its mouth. Q. Lin opened his eyes again, panting heavily, with deep horror in his eyes. That bite made him almost unable to persevere, but he survived in the end. Surrounded by a familiar environment, this is in the Wizard's Tower. Back, indeed back. Hint, the host has successfully merged the origin of the curse. Chapter 58. 5. Something happened at the door, someone wrote. More late at night. Sorry. I'll update it later today. Update it today. 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Chapter 59. Hint, the host successfully fused the origin of the curse and opened the path of the cursed wizard. Lin's consciousness was immersed in his mind. On the endless Wang Yang, a complex inscription floated up and down. A layer of purple luster seemed to continue to infect, deepening the complexity of the inscription, and finally directly reaching an unprecedented level. Degree. This is in the process of fusion, and when the complete infection is over, this inscription can be directly called a curse inscription. Afterwards, the inscriptions drawn through the advanced meditation method are also unified as curse inscriptions. Hint, the path of the cursed wizard is opened, the core inheritance is revealed, and the official wizard can directly give birth to core sorcery, up to the upper limit of level 4. Hint, inheritance of 0-level witchcraft has begun. Quantity, 3, resentment, curse kill, curse puppet. Preconditions are required: medium knowledge of curses, low knowledge of puppet science, low knowledge of neurology, medium knowledge of necromancy. Hint, mental strength +2, constitution +2, Lin experienced the changes carefully. The core inheritance wizard is a fixed witchcraft that a formal wizard must choose. After a lot of extraordinary knowledge, as well as learning and sketching of inscriptions, the wizard's crystallization is combined together. The core witchcraft is strong or weak. The general wizard solidifies the strongest wizard spell from the 0 level. Although it is strengthened by the core inscription and promoted to the 1st level witchcraft, its power is at the bottom of the 1st level witchcraft. In the weakest tier. Lin's is different. They are in the same line. Awakening is the most suitable for him, and it is also the strongest group of wizard spells in the 1st level witchcraft. My spiritual energy already has its own biased attribute, that is, the curse type. The negative energy particles in the spiritual tide are more motivated, and my spirituality will be stronger relatively. Lin felt more about the inheritance of 0-level witchcraft by the cursed wizard. The prerequisite knowledge required has already been stored in my memory area, and now I can directly use 3 0-level witchcraft. Curse kill, use curse-type witchcraft to curse and kill the enemy, requiring special media, such as real name, hair, body tissue, blood relatives. Curse puppet, use curse spirituality and related extraordinary knowledge to create a curse puppet that is similar to the undead puppet, but stronger and more incomprehensible. Curse, quoting the special aid medium, the meaning of resentment, hatred, unwillingness and other extreme thoughts, forming a certain targeted curse, weakened version of the meme. Lin tried to master it, but lacked the corresponding materials, but as long as the materials were collected, they could be displayed very smoothly. My undead puppet may be transformed into a curse puppet. Lin asked the chip to connect the advanced meditation method obtained from Smector to the memory area. With the inflow of corresponding extraordinary knowledge, Lin understands how to proceed on the subsequent road. The path to advance to the third-level wizard apprentice is similar to the previous one, but it is different. There is only one core inscription. The subsequent inscriptions drawn through the meditation method are all auxiliary inscriptions used to enhance the core inscription. Lin thought thoughtfully, with 12 auxiliary inscriptions, you can advance to the third-level wizard apprentice, but the difficulty of sketching must be several times more difficult than before. Host, Yerin Harak rank, Wizard's Apprentice A, Cursed Wizard's Path. Inheritance of Core Witchcraft, Curse Killing, Curse Puppet Special Occupation, Third Class Pharmacist Apprentice Physique, 91. Mental Strength, Spirituality, 168 Extraordinary Bloodline, Cursed Serpent, Supernatural Level 4. Special Physique, King Snake Physique Passive, Spirit Vision, Spirit Pressure, Blood Pressure, Healing, Manipulating Snakes. Wizard Spells, Corrosive Acid Water, Shadow Coil, Dark Shadow, Flame Fireball, Thorns of Thorns, Illusionary Clone, Blood Shadow Burst, Magical Hand, Iron Body, Wrathful Sound. Inside the laboratory, Lin started the first meditation sketch of his advanced meditation method. Even with the help of the chip, Lin felt completely different difficulty and pressure when he sketched. Not just a few times harder, but dozens of times harder. It is no wonder that the number of third-level wizard apprentices in the entire rattlesnake ring is only 5% relative to the base. I still need a potion that increases the speed of inscription drawing to assist. It took 3 days for Lin to draw the first inscription. The increase in mental power and the increase in physique have reached a tiny fraction of a percent. The method of self-radiation is almost useless. You have to think of a new method. When the inscriptions are drawn, the speed will definitely become slower and slower, and even get into a bottleneck. It is not impossible to delay for a few years. In the Ring of Ouroboros, there are quite a few wizard apprentices. Even if they die of old age, they have not advanced to the third-level wizard apprentice. Chapter 60. Naturally, Lin won't be one of them. He has his own method. He uses potions to assist in the outline of the inscriptions, as well as to improve his mental strength and physique. The Dawn Blooming Potion can improve mental strength and has almost no side effects. Lin has been identified through the chip before. The price is 8,000 points. I have enough points, but the raw materials are a little troublesome, and the quantity is very scarce. When Lin was about to use the Sorcerer's Mark to exchange, a piece of news came that he had to end this retreat, otherwise he would not be able to leave the Sorcerer's Tower until his resources were exhausted. Reminder, the host has your information prompt and a friend request. Dear Lin Pharmacist, I have a relatively rich banquet, can you please come to participate? Dragon Lizard Wizard Stay. A formal wizard actually asked me, a wizard apprentice, to attend the banquet. Lin was very surprised. As for why the other party could know the information of his wizard's mark, this was obviously a matter of course. After all, he was an official wizard, and his energy was not something he could imagine. So are you going to see it yourself? After thinking about it for a while, Lin decided to participate. The face of an official wizard, a little wizard apprentice himself, is something to give. With the withdrawal from the closed state, a large number of news flooded in. It turned out that the chip was analyzed and processed. It's probably clear what happened recently. Many of them are related to Lin. It turns out that the Shinik potions were scrambled by many parties. The first batch of psychic potions was obtained by 3 of the 12 stars, and the second batch was obtained by some other deeply hidden third-level wizard apprentices. The medicine has been out of stock for 2 days, and a lot of supplies are needed. The second is, the discussion of information about yourself. These are not important. The Ring of Ouroboros is going to carry out a grass trial recently, and the winner will get a lot of resources, but it has nothing to do with me, even if it is a champion. It's just a matter of me selling a few more bottles of Shinik potions, so don't waste time. Thirdly, the new pharmacist meeting is going to be held at the end of the month. This is a little wrong. It was held not long ago. It should be related to me. Does the Shinik potion also make these pharmacists feel itchy? They bleed. The most important news is that the official wizards are going to hold a more important meeting. All the official wizards will be present. In addition to all the official wizards, there are 2 more places, and one of them actually has me. Lin browsed the information one by one. The last piece of information still made him extremely puzzled. What's going on? Obviously, this kind of high-end meeting is not something that a pharmacist like him, who has just entered the Ouroboros ring for a few days, can participate in. Lin obviously doesn't know how big the impact of his recent actions is. Those official wizards have already regarded him as equal to Nokia, and even more important. After all, the age is there, the future, the potential is worth exploring. Night, the stars in the sky are shining, the moonlight is hitting the earth, and a path spans the luxuriant virgin forest, leading to the very center of this virgin forest, which is the towering wizard tower. Lin did not directly teleport to the others' wizard towers through the teleportation function. They have different identities. They still need to have some respect. The 2 sides of the trail are not that kind of muddy ground, but undulating ground with viscous liquid underneath, similar to a swamp. Perhaps this ground is just a disguise. As long as you step in, the real danger will come. The Dragon Lizard Wizard is an official wizard. The area of 100,000 meters around the wizard tower is his private wizard garden. Generally, he cultivates a group of dragon lizards exclusively developed and authorized by the Ouroboros ring. That's right, it's the main ingredient of the Dragon Breath potion, the Dragon Lizard Essence. Soon, the wizard's tower was in sight, and the energy lines were densely distributed throughout the tower's body, including the surrounding ground, with a sense of mechanical technology. Before Lin could react, a ray of light bloomed from the wizard tower, covering it, and the next moment, he was teleported into the tower. What caught Lin's eyes was the mirror-smooth ground, as well as some unique wizard-style utensils, and a standing figure in a silver-haired wizard's robe. "Master Lin, you are finally here," Ares said with great respect on his face. It seemed that he had been waiting for Lin for a while. "Please come with me, the teacher is waiting for Master Lin. I'm going out today, the update is late, don't worry, there will be 5 updates every day." Chapter 61. Lin was a little surprised. The attitude of this Ares star seemed to be more respectful than the last time he saw him. It was the kind that came from the heart. For example, the difference between peers and elders. "Fundamentally, I no longer think of myself on the same level. You have Ares. Where, Master Lin will be able to come to the banquet, teacher, he will be very happy." Lin hesitated, but finally asked, "What is the important matter of the Dragon Lizard Wizard, do you want me to do it?" This is his real thought. A formal wizard and a wizard apprentice are people from 2 different worlds. Even if he has a pharmacist's bonus, he won't let a formal wizard send an invitation in person. Ares said with a smile, "Master Lin, don't be impatient. You will know when you meet the teacher." The teacher has been looking forward to Master Lin for a long time. Master Lin often retreats and often cannot contact people. Lin coughed. In order to integrate the origin of the curse, he had completely isolated the exchange of information from the outside world. The 2 chatted casually for a few words, and then Ares passed the authority and used the teleportation function of the wizard tower to teleport themselves and Lin to another floor of the wizard tower. There is still a big difference between the official wizard's wizard tower and Lin's small wizard tower. At least in terms of function and space, it is not comparable to Lin's wizard tower. Each floor has the wizard technology above the space, and most of them are built by the Dragon Lizard Wizard with his own resources. The Wizard's Tower is the best helper for a wizard to explore the truth. Lin will advance to the official wizard in the future, and he will also build his own wizard tower. Warm lighting, warm style. The long dining table is the most conspicuous in the room, and the ceiling is hung with precious wizard technology chandeliers. The Dragon Lizard Wizard was sitting on the sofa next to him. There were 2 cups of hot tea on the tea table, and white air was wafting out. Lin came to the wizard space on this floor and saw this scene. "You're here, dear pharmacist Lin." Before Lin could recover, he saw that the Dragon Lizard Wizard had stood up. Looking at himself with a smile. But this attitude made Lin feel more and more strange. After all, the two of them have never masked their faces, nor have they communicated much. "Dear Dragon Lizard Sorcerer, may I ask what you are looking for?" Lin and the Dragon Lizard Wizard sat opposite each other. There were only 2 cups of hot tea, and Ares could only stand silently in the voice of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. "Don't worry, Pharmacist Lin, I'm inviting you over this time, mainly to invite you to taste some special delicacies." The Dragon Lizard Wizard motioned Lin to drink tea. Then he picked it up by himself and took a sip. Lin's eyes noticed the tea, and found that there was some difference in the teacup. It was actually a living being, with eyes, nose, and limbs. When Lin reached out, he closed his eyes reluctantly. The tea is a pure green, and there are bits and pieces in it. When Lin took a sip, Ares, who was standing beside him, flashed incomparable envy and longing in his eyes. "This is..." The hot tea flowed down his throat into his stomach, and Lin quickly felt the difference. An uplifting feeling was transmitted to every corner of the body, including his own spiritual power, which was invigorated, and his activity was greatly improved. Even his physique and spiritual energy increased slightly. This tea is a good thing. Hint: the host took tea of unknown nature, and the body changed, and the visual inspection was a benign change, mental strength plus, physical fitness plus 0.3. Looking at Lin's strange expression, the Dragon Lizard Wizard said with a smile, "This tea is different from this teacup. To be precise, the teacup will produce these teas within a period of time. I think Lin Pharmacist has already feel." Without waiting for Lin to speak, the Dragon Lizard Wizard began to explain. The pharmacist Lin should have heard of the inner world. When it comes to the official wizard, he can initially explore the inner world. This teacup creature is me in the inner world. Found in the world, including today's special banquet for Master Lin. Lin's eyes lit up, and the Crimson Book's fragmentary page transcript was deciphered in one day, and it involved the secret exploration of the inner world. The inner world contains great treasures, and when an official wizard is reached, he has the ability to open the door of exploration. Through various methods of information exploration and item exchange, it is also a great secret that every wizard will not share. Lin's anticipation came, and he was relatively dazed about everything in the world. No matter what the purpose of this Dragon Lizard Wizard was, as long as it was beneficial, he might as well take a look at what medicine he was selling. Just enough to allow the chip to add some extraordinary knowledge in this area. The unknown is dangerous, the source of fear, but also the best desire of the endless desires of wizards. Discover the fear of the unknown, explore the expectation of the unknown, and control the ambition of the unknown. Chapter 62. The tea has been drunk. The benefits gained from this have already saved Lin from working hard for at least 5 days. This is because Lin has a variety of means to assist, including the continuous support of chips and medicines. If it was an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice, at least 2 or 3 months of hard work would be subtracted. On the long dining table, Lin and the Dragon Lizard Wizard sat opposite each other. The white tablecloth and the white candles were lit. Under the warm light, it was extraordinarily warm and looked like a family dinner. let Lin even evoke memories of the mundane period. After so long, he doesn't know what happened to his father and the others. But this thought just swept away, and was soon controlled by reason again. Clap. The dragon lizard wizard clapped his palms. Ares stood on the side, and instantly heeded his teacher's intentions, and asked the prepared cook to follow him. And the music also started at this time. A peculiar golden pipe organ flew out from behind the curtain, with a pair of small white wings, eyes and limbs, and its mouth was the outlet of music. It turned out to be a living pipe organ, similar to the teacup creature. Then other strange creatures followed. The flying harp, the flying tableware, the flying goblet, the flying organ. It really opened up Lin's horizons. He sighed in his heart that he had come right this time, and let the chip record everything. Just these creatures in the inner world made Lin feel that his trip was worthwhile, not to mention the next feature film, The Feast. The service staff of Quinkai are not ordinary existences, they are also creatures in the inner world. The chip has recorded the frequency fluctuations that are different from the creatures in the wizarding world. A toy doll dressed in waiter clothes, with a usual smile on his face, with the corresponding dishes in his hands, covered with a lid, and placed in front of the dragon lizard wizard and Lin, until the entire table was filled. Ares stared at the dishes on the table eagerly, and even swallowed secretly, but these things were obviously not for him to eat. Even when other official wizards came to visit, the teacher never brought them out. Only Master Lin can have such treatment. After all the dishes were served, the dragon lizard wizard smiled and said, "Pharmacist Lin doesn't have to be restrained. Please open the lid in front of you and taste it carefully. It will definitely give you a different experience." Hearing what the master said, Lin stopped holding back his curiosity and opened the lid directly. What caught my eye was an object similar to jelly. The color was green, and it seemed to be the same as the hot tea just now. Some connections. Is it the same substance, that may also improve a lot of spiritual power and physique? Lin tapped lightly with a spoon, very elastic, but a dissatisfied voice also came from the jelly. "Why are you filming me, bad guy?" A pair of bright big eyes appeared on the surface of the jelly, staring blankly at Lin, seemingly full of unknown and curious about everything. Very cute. Of course, cute things are about to be eaten. Lin directly scooped out a large piece with a spoon, put it into his mouth, and melted in his mouth. That exciting feeling reappeared, slowly improving everything in Lin. Hint, the host takes food of unknown nature, mental strength plus 0.12, constitution plus 0.18, a bright light shone in Lin's eyes. What a good thing. Oops. Woo-oo? Bad guy, eating people. It hurts. It hurts so much. The jelly was missing a hole, and began to tremble. Green liquid flowed out, and tears flowed from those big eyes, which looked pitiful and very pitiful. Lin also cherished this little guy very much, and said with a smile, "Good, good, bear with it, just take a few more bites and you'll be finished." Next, as the plates were uncovered, Lin ate all kinds of food, all from the inner world. There are talking strawberries, musty-colored and musty-smelling milk, tuna-like bread that likes to ask you questions, pearl shells for the right answer, shiny beef shank. Each food has its own characteristics, which really opened Lin's eyes and filled his mouth. The food was so enjoyable, even the soup in the plate was not spared, and all the food was eaten cleanly. Not only him, but also the dragon lizard wizard sitting opposite him. Even the eating elephant was uglier than him, 2 meters tall, with a middle-aged face and a mouth that was 30 centimeters long. The tongue is like a lizard's tongue. One roll can eat a plate of food cleanly, and then chew it. Hint, the host eats a lot of food with unknown properties, mental strength plus, constitution plus 1.8, Lin had enough to eat and drink, and the reminder of the chip made him even more happy. saving him at least 2 months of hard work. The world is a good place. Lin has some ideas. Chapter 63. There is nothing happier than eating and becoming stronger. This is much better than taking that's not like medicine. Lin wiped his mouth with a white napkin, put it on the plate, and let the doll waiter take it away. The dining table has been cleaned up, and with the light clap of the dragon lizard wizard, everything in front of him began to change. As if compressed by something, the dining table quickly began to fold, and then the ceiling and the ground were turned upside down, and the scene in Lin's eyes was spatially distorted. In the blink of an eye, the original dining hall became a personal study room for talking and reading. I don't know if Lin Pharmacist is satisfied with this banquet. Yeren is an eye-opener for the hospitality of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. The two began to talk. After chatting for a while, the Dragon Lizard Wizard suddenly said, to be precise, "Besides this special banquet, I have a small gang, and I need Lin Pharmacist to help me." With a move in Lin's heart, he finally came to the topic. If the Dragon Lizard Wizard can't do it, I'm afraid it's even more impossible for me to do it. Lin is straight to the point and short-sighted. The implication is that he agrees to help, but he does what he can. The Dragon Lizard Wizard said with a smile, "Accurately speaking, the current Lin Pharmacist can't help me complete this matter. I am waiting for the growth of Lin Pharmacist. In some days to come, help me complete this task." Matter. Refining a potion, a high-level potion, and a relatively large amount. I don't think Lin Pharmacist will refuse my somewhat presumptuous request. Lin said with a smile, "Dragon Lizard Wizard really likes me. I'm afraid I need to find a Nokia pharmacist for this matter. My pharmacist's level is far inferior to the other parties." Reject? I'm afraid I'll be shot to death by you in the end. It's no wonder that Ares will drool after seeing so many good things. It's good to be able to help, but it's impossible for the Nokia pharmacist to help me, and it's impossible for me to ask the other party to help. The Dragon Lizard Wizard said faintly. It was obvious that there was something in the words, and the meaning of it made Lin shuddered. It must be related to the power struggle of the official wizard of the Ouroboros Ring. Lin didn't want to be contaminated with such troublesome things. He silently improved his strength and sought the path of truth. That was what he wanted to do most. It is estimated that the same is true for the Wizarding Conference that will be held recently. There are 2 places, one of which is for me. And this Dragon Lizard Wizard is looking for himself, but he doesn't look for Nokia. A twitch appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. It seemed that the person he showed was going too far. The level of attention is a little too much. Standing in line, he is a little second-level wizard apprentice Hidahinen. The situation of the Ouroboros Ring, he really hasn't reached that point yet. No wonder the respect of Ares has after the transformation. Put yourself in the same level interface as the official wizard. The forest is dense, and the sun shines in from the gaps between the leaves, making spots on the ground, and a figure suddenly walks by. On the way back, Lin frowned, but was thinking. What happened was too sudden, it should be said too quickly. If his strength was an official wizard, he would naturally be fearless and deal with it calmly, but unfortunately his strength is too weak. He agreed to the Dragon Lizard Wizard's potion refining event. There is no way, the situation is better than people. That potion is very important to him, but it is also disguised to make himself stand in line. The only thing that is fortunate is that I am a genius pharmacist with great potential. Even if I stand in line, other official wizards will not embarrass me too much. Alas! The food of the world that I have eaten, suddenly it's not so fragrant. But Lin's heart is very satisfied with the improved mental strength and physique. Back in the Wizard's Tower, Lin sorted out the trivial matters accumulated in the past few days, and then put his mind on the extraordinary potion entrusted by the Dragon Lizard Wizard Eye. The corresponding potion knowledge has been handed over to him. Hint. The chip analysis and processing are completed, as follows: Name, Illusory Dream Potion. Level, Advanced Potion. Materials used, Void Grass, Nightmare Powder, Dream Flying, Phantom Thousand-Faced Flower. Function: after data compared with the library. Taking it can last longer when exploring the inner world, and can reach deals with some special existences in the inner world. Lin's eyes lit up, and it was another good thing. It was definitely a treasure of the Dragon Lizard Wizard, and the knowledge of potions that the Aobras didn't even have. However, it cannot be refined yet, and Lin's pharmacy level has not yet reached that level. Lin is still 6 away from mastering the refining of 10 advanced medicines. If he can collect them, he will be able to advance to a second-class pharmacist apprentice. With the accumulated knowledge and experience of medicines, Lin can try to refine the Phantom Dream. I can't stand it anymore. There is another chapter to make up tomorrow. Chapter 64. The matter of the Dragon Lizard Wizard entrusting the potion to be put aside for the time being. Lin put his main focus on the improvement of his spiritual power and the outline of the inscription. In order to improve the speed of inscription drawing, you need to use Dawn Blooming Potion and Witch's Tears. The former increases the speed of inscription drawing, while the latter increases spiritual power. Lin found relevant information through the wizard's mark. The chip, which sends information to my retina. Hint, the analysis is complete, as follows: Dawn Blooming Potion. Level, Advanced Potion. Materials used, Bright Fruit, White Unicorn Blood, Atomized Boundless Color Radiant Fruit, Grayscale Reconciler. Function: improves the user's mental power by 0.3 to 0.8. Banshee's Tears Potion. Level, Advanced Potion. Materials used, Banshee's Blood, Banshee's Blessing, Banshee's Tears, Bloodline Water. Function: increase the user's spiritual power by 0.3, within a certain during the time. The mental power is excited to make it reach the overclocking state, and it will increase by 5 to 10 for a short time. The blessing of the Banshee is also a real curse. The corresponding material is only the Banshee Wizard. Regarding the side effects, the Dawn Blooming Potion is relatively mild, almost none. But the drug resistance is also very large. Almost a person can only take 1 to 3 bottles in a lifetime, and it will completely fail. The Banshee's Tears medicine is different. It has low resistance and can take 5 to 10 bottles, but the side effects are also in front of you. It is very dangerous. The more times you take it, the lower the effect, but the side effects will be superimposed. Lin looked at his point balance. Only 2,000 points were left, and 2 copies of potion knowledge required at least 10,000 points to be exchanged. It wasn't enough. Lin shook his head. It seemed that he still had to make a potion to accumulate points. There are still 15 days before the research and development of the medicine mainly based on the Flower of Blood Roland can be successfully developed. At that time, Lin's situation could be improved a lot. He no longer wanted to go to great lengths to find other bloodline cultivation potions. It was too much trouble. It took a whole day to refine 20 points of basic combination potions, Fever plus Healing plus Azure. There are also 5 Shinik potions, and the remaining Dark Blood potions that have not been used up. Lin is going to take it to Lin Pharmacy for sale, and will gradually take the high-end product route in the future, and refine the basic combination medicine as little as possible. The profit is not as big as that of Shinik potion and Dark Blood potion. If every month counts as one issue, put in 10 Shinik potions and 10 Dragon Breath potions, which will bring me at least 30,000 plus points benefit. Lin decided to do this in the future, and sold the accumulated potions this month. When he arrived at the Lin Pharmacy, old Zeta saw Master Lin, who was thinking of him, and immediately rushed in front of Lin, grabbed his trouser legs, and cried, "Master Lin, you are finally here. Our pharmacy has already it hasn't opened for 3 days. And if you don't come again, I'm going to be driven crazy by those wizard apprentices. They're simply not human, and they're going crazy if they want to buy potions. In fact, the most important thing is that among the apprentice wizards who came to buy the potions, many of them were terrifying characters like the 12 stars. Rejected, but the stock of the potion is long gone. Looking at the aggrieved old Zeta, Lynn directly took out the corresponding potion from the purple gold flower ring. With this space item, it was indeed much more convenient for him. My great Master Lin, your work will definitely become the entire Ouroboros ring, no, the best-selling potion in the entire Black Triangle. Old Zeta looked at the many potions in the potion box, and almost didn't kiss Lin's toes directly, which was a great surprise. Praise the Lord of Ouroboros, praise Master Lin. In addition to the original 5 Shinik potions, there are actually 9 Dark Blood potions. If this news is passed on, those Wizard Eye apprentices who are waiting for the news will definitely fall into madness. In fact, there are already several well-informed, ever-bright people who know the news of Lin's exit, and have already squatted at the door of the pharmacy, waiting for the door to open. One of them has Ares, but there is also a person whom Ares never thought of. Under the purple floral dress, there are skinny feet like mummified corpses, the upper body is covered by a wizard's robe, and the face is full of scars healed by knife cuts, but I have to say that she is very attractive. Even if the face is ugly, nothing could stop her from exuding her own excellent temperament. You actually came too, Virgo? Ares stared at her with a dignified expression. This woman was very unusual, and she was firmly at the top of the ranking of the 12 stars. The most important thing was that she kept pressing him. Chapter 65. Virgo stared blankly at Ares. She always seemed to think slowly, did not speak, and waited for the pharmacy to open. Then he seemed to confirm something, turned his head and looked at Ares seriously. His scarred face showed a strange look. It's Ares, are you here too? Ares' star's face is stiff. Most of the people in these 12 stars are abnormal, and the bloodline has a peculiarity. The bloodline of the Virgin Star in front of him is the bloodline of Shen Yilong, which has reached the level of 2, exceeding his bloodline. The side effects are often deep sleep and slow thinking, sluggishness. Crack. At this moment, the door of Lin Pharmacy opened. Ares' eyes lit up. Naturally, he knew the exact news of Master Lin, and he even heard vaguely that this batch of medicines sold was of great value. He has already taken the bottle of dark blood, and the quality is very good. If he takes it a few more times, it may increase the degree of bloodline cultivation by 10%. Dear Master Lin, when I heard that you opened, I came non-stop. Congratulations on the reopening of Lin Pharmacy. Ares stared at Lin, who came out, and congratulated directly. Lin was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly, and then was attracted by the woman on the other side. The ugly appearance and the dusty temperament formed a sharp contrast. Hint. Analysis completed. Virgo, one of the 12 stars, level, 3rd level wizard apprentice, mental power, 17, physique, 82. Bloodline, indulge in the ground dragon, 2, another 12 stars. I want, medicine, give you my blood. The Virgin Star said slowly, her words were still a little choppy, and it was very difficult to speak. This is the teacher's request, give you my blood. I can exchange a potion. Ares flashed shock in her eyes, and explained to Lin, Virgo's teacher is a masked wizard. As a disciple, Virgo has the blood of a dragon, which is very precious, and her blood can directly improve the level. Below the official wizard, the role of spiritual power, but only one chance. Generally speaking, even an official wizard, it is difficult to ask for the blood of a Virgin Star, because it will cause a great burden on the Virgin Star. Lin looked at the Virgin Star. After a moment of silence, he took out 2 bottles of potions, one for psychic potion and one for dark blood. and the Virgin Star was even more straightforward, took out the small bottle that had been prepared, which contained a drop of pale yellow pure liquid, which radiated a different luster under the sunlight. Chip, analyze the specific effect. Hint, the blood of the dragon's bloodline. As a level 2 extraordinary creature, the dragon has a characteristic that many extraordinary creatures have never had before, that is, the gain, which can be used once in a lifetime, increasing the spiritual power of the user by 0.9. Inside the wizard's tower, Lin looked at the dragon's blood in his hands, and his thoughts were so intense that he was almost certain that this was another official wizard's method. It should be said that he has other thoughts. However, as long as the benefits are in front of you, why not eat it? Lin didn't directly take the blood of the indulgent dragon, but recalled what he got when he attended the pharmacist's meeting last time. That is to say, research on extraordinary bloodlines, conjectures about advancement, boundaries, shackles and the like. It's time for Lin to start the draft of this experimental plan. He will use the blood of the indulgent dragon to lay a solid foundation for future research on his own bloodline of the cursed snake. Indulging in the blood of the ground dragon can increase the spiritual power of wizards below the official wizard level by 1 point. Why do they have this ability? This is an effect that the blood of the cursed snake does not have. Maybe it can be obtained from the depths of this bloodline. Root cause, find the cause. Lin thought that if he could study and understand the reasons for this, he might be able to extract the bloodline factor that enhances the spiritual power and add it to the other bloodlines. With the advantages of all bloodlines, it becomes a stronger bloodline, so will it be able to break the shackles of bloodlines. The experimental plan is named Flesh Conjecture Experiment. However, it will take a few days to start. Lin has to raise his cultivation level. The tentative research plans are drafted as follows. 1. For the research on the bloodline of Shen Yilong, extract the bloodline factor and fuse the bloodlines of various extraordinary creatures, whether it can be promoted to the next level. The 2 kinds of first-level fusion cannot be promoted to the second level, the 10 kinds of 100 species. Flesh and Blood Conjecture Experimental Plan. 2. The exploration of the inner world is to be determined, and the relevant necessary items, the knowledge of the Phantom Dream Pharmacy. The relevant pharmacy knowledge has not been fully stored yet, the deciphering of the fragmentary pages of the Crimson Book, and the collection of relevant items and information in the inner world, all by the chip conducts the reserve information base. Good afternoon, book friends. Chapter 66. Regarding the decryption of the Crimson Book, the chip has already produced results. Lin had the chip projected onto his retina. Hint. The analysis is as follows. The transcript contains a lot of wrong information and damage. After testing, the wrong information was added later. 12 of them are extremely secret joint information guidance errors, and 8 are for joining the sacrificial formation. Reverse conduction array. Exclude all errors, live in a incomplete world coordinate position, and a small number of incomplete world records. It is estimated that it will take 100 years to repair, find other incomplete pages or incomplete pages transcripts, which can speed up the restoration process. Lin's face was gloomy and scary. He didn't expect so many mistakes. He thought it was only broken and damaged, and thought it could be repaired with chips, but before that, at least 200 wizards had obtained these fragments and added their own manuscripts. The wrong guide is inside, and the purpose is estimated to be to entrap the wizards who obtained these fragments of manuscripts later. But when you are extremely happy to obtain the research manuscript about the inner world left by a legendary 5th-level wizard, your thoughts must be cracked with joy. It was not easy to decipher it after a lot of hard work, thinking that I had obtained the secrets of the inner world. As a result, more than 90% of the information was wrong and someone added it. If you really follow the above, I am afraid there will only be one fate, and that is to be eaten completely. Lin felt the deep malice of the wizarding world. There will never be a pie in the sky, and even if there is, it is a poisonous pie. In the eyes of other races, wizards are more terrifying than the devils in hell. It seemed that the exploration of the inner world was only stranded, and Lin focused on the two potions that he was going to exchange. The points have been fermented in the pharmacy today, and as a large number of pharmacies have been sold out, the amount has reached 20,000 plus, which is enough to exchange 2 pharmacy knowledge and corresponding materials. Through the sorcerer's mark, as the points deducted by 16,000, a steady stream of medicinal knowledge was transmitted to the chip's information library, and then analyzed and processed, and arrived in Lin's memory area. After a quarter of an hour, Lin has almost got a preliminary understanding of the relevant knowledge of medicine and refining techniques, and he can get started and then refine it proficiently. However, the most troublesome thing is the refining of Banshee tears. The raw materials used must be approved by the Banshee wizard. The other party raised a group of flying banshees within the range of her wizard tower, and only she had the materials. Lin found the other's friend on the wizard's mark, and then sent a message over there. Respected Banshee sorcerer, can I bother you with one thing, that is? Lin stated his appeal. After about half an hour, the other party gave Lin a response. Apothecary Lin, I can give you what you want, but you can only come in person. The Banshee is not only my captive, but also my heir. Only you yourself passed their test, to get everything. Lin frowned. Why is it so troublesome? Chip, send me information about the Banshee wizard and the flying Banshee. Lin, who got the information he wanted, muttered to himself, so that's the case. The extraordinary bloodline of the Banshee wizard comes from the flying Banshee, but now he has become the king of Banshees. The Banshees test his bear their words of charm, and if I can go to the depths of the Banshee forest, I can get everything I want. It seems that we can only refine the Dawn Blooming Potion first. Lin purchased the relevant materials from the Ouroboros virtual platform and walked directly into the laboratory. The beaker was filled with water, the alcohol lamp began to burn, and it was slowly cooking. A blackened vine man was cut into pieces and thrown in, mixed into the water, and the liquid gradually became viscous until there was a strange smell. Spread out. Next to deal with. Time passed slowly, and Lin's refining was very successful, but when he thought he could refine it in one go, his mind subconsciously fell into a trance. BFFT. The spiritual inflow was deviated, a black streak appeared, and the liquid lost all its activity in an instant. This time, the refining was a complete failure. Looking at the somewhat charred hands, Lin began to examine himself. I underestimate the refining of potions, and even do whatever I want. This must be corrected. As a pharmacist, every potion must be respected. Refining. Lin regained his energy, plucked up his mind, and started a new round of refining. This time, he won't be bothered by such low-level mistakes. Author Jun, Chen Hiyuking, good afternoon to everyone. Chapter 67. This time, Lin didn't make the low-end mistakes he made before. Lin used the most serious and focused state to refine the Dawn Blooming Potion. It's the most critical time again. Spirituality begins to participate in the inflow. The bubbles are bulging little by little on the surface of the liquid. This is the moment. Lin promptly placed the liquid in the test tube into the already prepared potion bottle. The pure golden liquid seemed to be able to see golden rays of light shining in it. No wonder the name was called Dawn Bloom. The first ray of sunshine in the early morning, isn't it officially like this? Hint, analysis completed, Dawn Blooming Potion, quality, perfect, effect, increase the user's mental power by 0.5 to 1.2. It worked. Lin once again mastered an advanced knowledge of pharmacy, one step closer to being a second-class pharmacist apprentice. Golem. As soon as you take it, your taste buds can feel the sweetness conveyed, as delicious as the clear spring in the mountains. It is rare that Lin can praise a delicious potion. Then came the erratic feeling of the clouds flying in bursts in my mind. Hint: the host takes the dawn blooming potion, the body is affected by a benign effect, and the mental power plus host, Yeren Harakrank, Wizard's Apprentice A, Cursed Wizard's Path. Inheritance of Core Witchcraft, Curse Killing, Curse Puppet Special Occupation, 3rd Class Pharmacist Apprentice Constitution, 92.3 Mental Strength, 17.9 Spirituality, 179 Extraordinary Bloodline, Cursed Serpent, 4. Lin's mental power is not far from the 20th mark of the official wizard's limit, which means that when he is promoted to the official wizard, he can upgrade his mental power without having to slowly hone his mental power, and can directly advance. This is the initial talent, the difference in innate spirituality. However, the improvement of spiritual power is getting slower and slower. The gains I get from meditation alone are very small, and I can only help it through various auxiliary means, but I am confident that I will advance to the 3rd place within 5 years. Class Wizard Apprentice. Lin's eyes brightened. The record of the Aobras is to be promoted to the 3rd level Wizard Apprentice in 10 years. I will break this record. In the lounge, Lin began to meditate and sketched the inscriptions. The surge in his spiritual power made his sketching speed obviously increase. The places that were originally obscure and difficult to understand are now easily sketched in the past, and some extremely difficult key points also seem to be opened and passed directly. 3 hours have passed. Lin, who originally had his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this moment. The 2nd auxiliary inscription was successfully drawn. There are still 10 inscriptions left. Lin walked out of the lounge, found the materials for the newly delivered Dawn Blooming Potion, and entered the laboratory. Continue refining. Every wizard's consciousness is extremely tenacious, and it can endure dullness and loneliness, because the pursuit of truth is always a person's loneliness. 3 days have passed like this. Lin walked out of the laboratory with very tired steps. He has been refining pharmaceuticals, meditating and sketching for the past few days. Even though his mental strength has greatly increased, he is almost exhausted. Must have a rest. The Dawn Blooming Potion has completely failed him, but the effect is also very gratifying. In Lin's conscious mind, an endless ocean floated up and down, and an extremely complicated, huge purple inscription hung in the sky, like a bright moon. 4 purple auxiliary inscriptions surrounded the core inscription, exuding terrifying fluctuations. Lin found some scented tea, brewed it for himself, and then started to deal with the things that had accumulated over the past few days in the study. First of all, it is still a matter of the pharmacy, out of stock, always out of stock. Lin still has a batch of inventory. This problem can be solved temporarily. There is also a special message. Another member of the 12 Stars, coming to seek my interview. There is an urgent matter that needs my help. Lin is a little helpless. Now his own affairs are piled up together, and he will soon be too busy. Fortunately, this person does not have his own contact information. He just seeks his own contact information on the Aobra's virtual platform, and publishes tasks. There are only a few of my friends, and the official wizard probably won't even take a look at the mission platform. Then Ares will not reveal his information rashly. The research and development of the Flower of Blood Roland will be effective in 8 days, which is a very good thing. Lin checked his point balance, and he still had about 8,000 points. After thinking about it, he should be able to buy some related research machines. But it's probably not enough. What he wants to buy is the microscopic wizard technology that studies and analyzes extraordinary bloodlines. The Ring of Aobras is relatively rare, but there are still some equipment that Lin thinks can be used. For example, Wizard Technology, Adjusting Anatomical Function Instruments. Chapter 68. Night. The star-like picture scrolls are hung high in the sky, and the stars are dotted in it, with different colors. Color beautiful. The light is distributed to the earth, making the surrounding dense woods more and more shadowy and ghostly. According to the Banshee Wizard's request, Lin specially chose to come at night. Following the path under his feet, Lin passed through the forest and came to the other side. There was light shining ahead, as if there was something. It was only when Lin walked in that he saw clearly that it was a torch that dispelled the darkness around him. A dozen or so torches surrounded an open space, and there were quite a few apprentice wizards in it. When he saw Lin coming, his expression was indifferent, and he just silently sorted out his equipment. A flying banshee suddenly flew out of the forest and said recklessly, "The Banshee Wizard once said that as long as you pass the test, you can get what you want, but the horror of the Banshee Forest is not what you little guys can do. As you can imagine, go back early." None of the apprentice wizards' expressions have changed. Including Lin, there are a total of 8 apprentice wizards who are here for the test and reward. Through the scanning function of the chip, Lin knew that the levels of these apprentices were unified at level 1 and level 2, and there was no level 3 apprentices. For the Banshee Forest test, you only need to go to the deepest part of the forest with a torch, but the torch cannot be extinguished when it arrives. The flying banshee sneered, "I really can't cry without seeing the coffin." It is not only the influence of our singing, but also the threat of all kinds of extraordinary creatures, which are ferocious and abnormal. When you suffer, you will be conceited. With the disappearance of the banshee, everyone present took a torch and walked into the Banshee Forest. Lin is no exception. Stepping on the soil with dry branches and chaotic leaves, the light of the torches illuminated the shadowy and ghostly limbs of the surrounding trees. The moment Lin stepped into the Banshee Forest, he felt an inexplicable influence. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a distant singing voice coming from the depths of the deep forest, and it entered the depths of the mind unstoppable, and spiritual power was also attracted by it. The next moment, Lin's original steps stopped, and everything in his eyes changed. The dark and strange trees turned into beautiful beauty, which was seducing him, dressed in inch wisps, charming language. Hint: the host's spirit is being aroused, and the singing is the charming words of the banshees. It is being judged. If the judgment is successful, the host has a successful save. Lin's footsteps stopped for only 1 minute. With the flow of his own spiritual energy, this spiritual influence completely disappeared. Interesting. Negative effects plus attacks from various extraordinary creatures. This test is really difficult. Lin looked at the blood-red eyes that were open in the bushes ahead. His aura was not weak, and he had reached the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. Soon, a tiger full of black and white stripes rushed out and opened its bloody mouth, aiming at the throat. Lin opened his palms, and a pool of corrosive green acid water appeared, and threw it in along the bloody mouth. Roar! The extraordinary creature roared in pain, the throat was corroded and he vomited blood, the throat was melted, and then half of the brain was burned and melted. As the dilapidated corpse fell, Lin stepped over calmly. But other wizard apprentices have no such luck. A short wizard apprentice, who reached the 2nd level, was facing an ugly black tree, rubbing hard, his face flushed, and finally he said some foul language. "Ah, my Tafna, my Tafna." Even the most basic charm language can't get through. If there is no help to wake up, I am afraid that it will continue to sink, and finally die. In the same way, he was not the only one who behaved like this, several other wizard apprentices did the same. Those who can resist are also using special methods, far from Lin's free will, and even do not believe that at this stage there is such a powerful and terrifying spiritual force that can avoid the charm language. In the case that the charm language has no effect, The Banshee Forest is just like that for Lin. As for the threat of extraordinary creatures, Lin thought about it. With the consumption of spiritual energy, he could use his body like steel, which could make Lin's body and skin comparable to the defense level of steel. This way, you don't have to worry about defense. An extraordinary creature resembling a monkey descended from the top of the tree and rushed towards Lin, with highly poisonous claws. BFFT. The fiery fire element condensed, and the flaming fireball was used. After the huge fire wave, only a charred monkey corpse remained. Lin shook his head indifferently. Could it be that the Banshee Wizard's test is so boring? He also made a lot of preparations for this. Chapter 69. As time goes by, Lin is getting closer and closer to the depths of the Banshee Forest. Any extraordinary creatures that block the attack are not his opponents, and he can't even hinder Lin a little. His strength seems to have far exceeded the upper limit of Banshee Forest. No wonder those third-level wizard apprentices won't come to participate in the test. My strength is already equivalent to a third-level wizard apprentice. The shadow energy particles solidified into several tentacles, tying up an extraordinary creature in front of him. With Lin's light grip on the palm of his hand, those tentacles suddenly exerted force, tearing the extraordinary creature into pieces in an instant. Fragments. Until now, he has not used his second hand to use his own cursed core. Heart Wizard spell. It seems that there is not much time to go to the core. Lin looked at the vastly different environment ahead. The same tree environment turned into a small lake in the forest with rippling water. Damn, it's not affected by our charm at all. How is this possible? At the entrance, the flying banshee, who had met Lin and the others, was secretly observing their breakthrough. She was very satisfied with the struggling apprentices of other wizards, but Lin's ease and comfort made her extremely uncomfortable. Happy and unhappy. Do you really want this seemingly annoying guy to enter the hinterland of their tribe? The flying banshee's eyes flickered, secretly conveying news to some banshees in her own group. Lin dressed neatly and came to the shore of the small lake in the lake. This area is relatively large. The lake water is pale green, and there is a small island in the center of the lake. Although there seems to be no attack from extraordinary creatures here, this lake seems a bit strange. He found a green leaf and threw it into the lake. Lin saw that the green leaf didn't float on the water, but sank instead. A flying banshee suddenly flew out of the island, came to Lin, and said to him, "Sorcerer, your test is not over yet, you must pass through the green lake and reach the island." Core. She was right in saying that the island is where the flying banshees live, but according to the test, as long as they reach the green lake, I didn't expect this wizard to do this so easily. The self-esteem of these banshees received a great blow. The green lake can only be spent by beings who can fly, and there is nothing to float, but flying is at least something that can be done by an official wizard. Just let this guy suffer, know the horror of the Banshee Forest, and then save him. This is the plan of the banshees. Lin's eyes lit up. This lake has high research value, why can't it float, and why can its characteristics be like this? The chip began to record the characteristics of the lake water, and established the task of analyzing the green lake. Hint, the mission has been established. What would it be like to apply the properties of the green lake to sorcerer spells? Lin thought of a scene where the enemy couldn't stand up and could only be crushed to the ground. How about it, wizard? You know how scary it is. If you are sensible, leave. As an encouragement for you to arrive here, I will also give you some rewards. This is what the flying banshee said proudly. But Lin didn't even look at her, squatted on the shore, took out a small glass bottle from the cuff of the wizard's robe, and scooped some water into the green lake. Then he picked up another green leaf and threw it into the bottle. The green leaves sank to the bottom of the bottle again. I thought it was a geographical problem, but it seems that the lake is really strange. Lin put the bottle into the purple gold flower ring with satisfaction, and seemed to notice the gnashing of teeth of the flying banshee next to her. Turning around, he said lightly, "Got it." This hateful wizard actually ignored her and ran to play in the water instead. "It's so arrogant, and I'll make you suffer more from the green lake later." The flying banshee snorted coldly, flew directly into the woods, and disappeared. But Lin could feel that there were several pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Obviously he didn't dare to let the tester have an accident. This lake might be difficult for ordinary wizard apprentices to get through, but in Lin's opinion, that's the case. He took out a peculiar little bottle, which contained a luminous villain-like curse puppet. He has already completed the transformation of the undead puppet, which is many times stronger than the original, and has many more characteristics. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be your enemy in the mundane era, who accompanied me to this point. Lin sighed. Eat dinner, update at 2:00 in the afternoon. Chapter 70. Hint, Curse Puppet. The following features are added on the basis of the original undead puppet: aggregation and dispersion, flying, route tracking, power of curse. That is to say, a curse puppet can change its own body at will, whether it can be a physical or a spiritual body, and it can follow the locked curse mark and directly chase and kill the opponent from the source. What the hell is that wicked wizard doing? The banshee, who was observing secretly, couldn't see it, and her wisdom did not support it. The curse puppet gushed out from the bottle and turned into a luminous human body with a height of one person, emitting a faint grey-white light, and the face still had a somewhat human appearance, but there was no emotional awareness. With Lin's operation, the curse puppet turned into a flowing light source and enveloped Lin, and then flew him directly towards the island. The green lake below can't play any blocking role at all. It's impossible. How can a wizard apprentice fly without growing any wings? The banshees didn't understand at all. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. But Lin had already flown directly into the core island at this moment. Down to earth, the curse puppetry condensed, and then entered the glass bottle and placed the purple gold flower ring. Lin looked around and saw that there were a lot of chaotic rocks. The rocks were actually hollow. The residence of the flying banshee. It seems that they sensed the movement, and the flying banshees inside came out one by one. After discovering that it was a handsome human being, their eyes lit up, seduced Lin with the ability of charm, and the spread of wings converged, showing the broadness that they were most proud of. It has to be said that except for the wings and hair, the rest of these flying banshees are very consistent with human aesthetics. Please substitute a GIO, the appearance of a harpy girl. This time, the power of charm is different from the time in the forest, especially when there are so many numbers. Lin only feels a flower in front of him, and those flying banshees directly start to hold their hands, and he has already been tricked. I'm afraid, only official wizards can be exempted. Just when he was about to fall and was about to use his backhand, an indifferent hum instantly made all the flying banshees panic, and they all ran back to the rocks. Lin calmed down and saw a figure approaching from the other side. It was actually the banshee wizard herself. You have already passed the test when you arrived at the Green Lake. There are disobedient little guys who violate the rules. This is an apology. The banshee wizard put the corpses of the two killed flying banshees on the ground, and said indifferently, "The one I dislike the most is the disobedient little guy. The test reward is nothing more than the corresponding materials. These two this kind of flying banshee is enough to support any material you need." It was actually the two flying banshees who had communicated with Lin just now, but unfortunately even their souls were drawn out. "Thank you, Banshee Wizard," Lin said with a calm expression. His original purpose was this, and it would be better to have two purebred banshees who had just died. You can also obtain the bloodline of the flying banshee, which can be used for conjecture experiments on flesh and blood, supplementing and perfecting. You are very good. The upcoming Ouroboros meeting, I hope to see a better performance from you. The witch wizard gave Lin a deep look. Inside the wizard's tower, the wizard technology instrument that Lin ordered has been delivered to the laboratory and can be operated at any time. Just used to break down 2 purebred banshees. Laboratory, let me see, it should be like this. Lin used the chip to analyze the structure, and then put the 2 banshee corpses into the dissection chamber, following the operation of the machine. After about an hour, the complete banshee corpse was divided into the state that Lin wanted. The next step is to sort out the materials used in banshee tears, and summarize the body tissues that the bloodline needs to extract. After a busy morning, Lin finally got everything done. The next step is to start refining the medicine. With the heating of the beaker and the preparation of the liquid in the test tube, Lin was caught up in the busyness, isolating the information from the outside world again. After 2 hours, Lin got 3 bottles of Banshee's Tears, which just stuck in the optimal range. Although the drug resistance is much lower than that of Dawn Bloom, it has a lot of side effects, which are still accumulated, and Lin has to consider this aspect. The result of the chip analysis is that the quantity of 3 bottles is the best. The remaining materials can still be used to make at least 10 potions. After Lin is ready, he will find time to make them and put them in the Lin pharmacy for sale, but it will take 2 months. Although he is mainly known as a genius pharmacist, this is obviously too abnormal, and the genius is too much. You can refine an advanced potion in a short period of time, and it is normal to take it out and sell it. You are a genius pharmacist for the 2 advanced pharmacies, it is very possible. 3 advanced potions are beyond imagination. Still need to slow down. Chapter 71. In the lounge, Lin took a bottle of Banshee's Tears and began to draw the inscription. The medicine is a pure yellow liquid with purple stars. The 3 bottles are of perfect quality and can maximize the efficacy of the medicine. With the absorption of the medicinal liquid, Lin felt the change in himself. It was a feeling that made every cell and flesh in his body excited and excited. Then the medicinal effect gradually came to the spiritual aspect, and the pupils were covered with a layer of bloodshot and a little purple. Hint: the host is taking Banshee's Tears, the effect of the drug is in play, and the side effects are occurring. The judgment is in progress, and the judgment time lasts for 2 minutes. If the judgment fails, it will be severely backfired, and the judgment will be successful within an hour. Inside, the spiritual power increases by 5 to 10 points, which can reach the official wizard 0 point. A vision appeared in Lin's eyes. He felt as if he had returned to the mundane period. His father and relatives all looked at him with a smile, talked to him, and prepared a rich feast for him. Yeren, you're back. Yeren, long time no see, welcome back. The Herak family will always be your home, your harbor. Yeren, I am proud of you, you are the rising star of our Herak family. Lin's expression became dazed, and he muttered to himself, Father, everyone. It seems that he is getting lost more and more, and when the banquet was at its peak, when he and his family were having a happy meal, a dish on the table turned into the head of the dead Rango, and said with a bitter mouth, Yeren, you have become a big man we can't even think about, you are so powerful, why don't you save me, why? Not only that, there are other enemies he killed, all in the dishes, roaring bitterly. Yeren, damn you! Why do you live? Yeren, I know your secrets, everything about you, you. Countless complicated and noisy roars converged into a sound of alluring words, both enticing and persecuting. Yeren, relax, the Herak family is your home, don't be afraid, eat quickly. Bites smiled and brought a plate of chicken thighs to Lin, but what kind of chicken thighs were, it was clearly Rango's severed limbs. Eat it. Eat it quickly. Why don't you eat it, Lin? This is our heart. Everyone's love for you. Lin lowered his head originally, but now he showed an indifferent smile, and that smile gradually developed into disdain. Eat. Eat, you numb. He smashed the chicken leg directly on Bide's head, revealing the venomous face of the banshee under the skin. This was the resentment for Lin that remained after being killed. The Horlock family has never been my harbor. I have no home. When I set foot on the path of the wizard, I have no way out. Lin's eyes became more and more enthusiastic and bright. Family or honor, everything will become ashes in the change of history. Only I exist. On the road of pursuing the truth, no one can accompany me. I have only myself. The faint voice seemed to have infinite power, and it swept and tore everything directly, turning any existence in front of him into a cloud of smoke. My end lies at the end of truth. Foolish and inferior banshee, your sad unwillingness and resentment can't shake even a single thought of mine. Become the fuel of my strength. Hint, the judgment is successful, the effect of the drug is in play, the boosting effect. The mental power is temporarily increased by 10. Duration, 2 hours. Boom. There seemed to be an endless tide roaring in Lin's ears. The moment he passed the judgment, his mental power skyrocketed, reaching an unprecedented level. He even had an illusion that he was omnipotent, and he seemed to be able to see the flow of the tide coming from the spiritual tide in his eyes. My spiritual power has surpassed that of an ordinary official wizard and has reached the level of the best. Now is the best time to draw the inscriptions. I have a hunch that I will gain a lot. 2 hours later, as the effect of the medicine gradually faded, Lin suddenly felt a sense of reluctance and weakness in his heart. Soon, Lin will cut him off. This power is only temporary, false, and down to earth is his own. I saw that in his mind space, the number of auxiliary inscriptions had reached 6. In the short 2 hours just now, 2 inscriptions were directly drawn, and there are still 6 remaining. If the drawing is successful, you can advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice. The drawing of the inscription becomes more and more difficult as it goes on, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Sure enough, the spiritual power of an official wizard and the spiritual power of a wizard apprentice are simply worlds apart. The higher the mental power, the faster and easier it is to draw. Lin looked at the table on the side. There were 2 bottles of tears of the banshee. Holy crap, in the afternoon just now, I exercised in the community for 2 hours, and I got cramps on my foot bar. I rolled on the ground because of the pain. It hurts so badly. Believe it, I even do a pull-up. I can't afford it. Chapter 72. 3 days have passed. Lin walked out of the laboratory, and his aura had reached an unprecedented level. For 3 days, he spent the entire 3 days sketching the inscription, and the 3 banshee tears were exhausted. The results are also very gratifying. Hint, the number of inscriptions on the host reaches 8, mental strength plus, constitution plus 1.8, 1 step closer to the 3rd level wizard apprentice. There are only 4 inscriptions left to complete the drawing. But the potion has also been used up, and a new method needs to be found. Tonight is the time to attend the pharmacists' meeting. Those pharmacists who are interested in their own Schneck potions must savagely cause them to bleed heavily. As usual, I checked to see if there were any unfinished things. After checking the gaps one by one, Lin came to the Wizard Tower of Nokia Apothecary through the teleportation function of the Wizard Tower. Every meeting is held here. The perspective in his eyes changed, and the next moment he appeared directly in the meeting room last time. Dear Lin Pharmacist, you are here. This time, I'm afraid it's you who is in the spotlight again. It is estimated that most of our thoughts are on you. The pharmacists are the outspoken group of people. They all signaled to Lin. Okay, Lin Pharmacist has come, let's all take our seats, the party officially starts. Nokia was still the same, but this time, Lin sat next to him. But as the party started, no one spoke first, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Cough cough. It was Nokia who broke the peace, coughed and said, "Since everyone is embarrassed to say it, let me tell you. Does Lin Pharmacist have the legendary knowledge of Shinek potions?" After saying this, almost Talivarion was looking at Lin hotly. Shinek potions are completely different from other potions. They are very cherished. They are the most perfect existence among the legendary basic potions. If they can be obtained, they will be greatly improved. Lin said indifferently, "I think, haven't you confirmed it long ago? I do have the knowledge of Shinek potions, and I can take them out for everyone to see." Hearing Lin's words, everyone present was full of excitement and enthusiasm. However, most of the wizards are compliant with the equivalent exchange, the result of mutual benefit. Lin smiled lightly and said, "The knowledge of Shinek potions needs everyone to come up with something of the same price and exchange it." Everyone didn't show any surprises, which is a matter of course. If it was really shown to them for free, they would still feel uncomfortable in their hearts. This is not a wizard at all. I wonder if there is something wrong with it. Next is the exchange session that makes everyone feel excited. The party is over. After being greeted by the others, Lin left Nokia's wizard tower and returned to his own wizard tower. Chip, organize and analyze the valuable things obtained from this transaction, and conclude that the endpoint is valuable to me. Common upgrade, in the process of inductive analysis and sorting. The analysis is as follows: 6 basic medicines, 2 advanced medicines, 2 first-level extraordinary bloodlines, 6 zero-level extraordinary bloodlines, several extraordinary materials. The second-class pharmacist apprentice is still 4 advanced potions, which can be used as a supplement to the knowledge base. The bloodline can become the material in comparison of the host's flesh and blood conjecture experiment. Lin nodded with satisfaction. It was quite worthwhile to exchange a Shinek potion that was almost useless to him for so many useful things. With a thought, he checked the research on a new type of medicine based on blood Roland, and how the progress was. Surprisingly, there are only 2 days left to get results. In that case, the bloodline cultivation that he has already caught in the bottleneck can be carried out again. If it is cultivated naturally, it will take at least 100 years. Everything is developing for the better. Hint, you have a very urgent notice that the meeting between the official wizards of the Ouroboros Ring will be held tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. Lin was stunned for a moment, but this came suddenly. Didn't it mean that it would take some time? Why did it come earlier? In this case, he can only restrain his excitement and prepare for tomorrow's official wizard meeting. Lin had a hunch that this time the official wizarding meeting might not be as simple as a power struggle, but even more important. Many formal wizards have expressed something to him implicitly. Lin recalled the Dragon Lizard Wizard, the Banshee Wizard, Smector, and the teacher behind the Virgin Star in his mind. Mask Wizard. Chapter 73. Among the towering pyramids, the whole process is heavily guarded at this moment, and various alchemy puppet patrols are in hand to prevent any gaps. At the very center of the pyramid, the huge round table-like room layout is already filled with the official wizards of the Ouroboros Ring. The center is hollowed out, and the latest holographic projection wizard technology has been installed. The entire ring of Ouroboros has a holographic projection installed only here. I bought it from the Heart of Machines after spending a lot of money. Lin and Nokia also have a place, but at the very end. There are 22 official wizards and 2 second-level wizards, all of whom are waiting for a while. On the wall, there is a huge Ouroboros Ring wall clock. The minute and second hands are only a little short, and they can walk together completely until it is exactly 12 o'clock. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was depressing and scary. Lin saw several familiar faces, the Dragon Lizard Wizard, the Banshee Wizard, and the Smector Wizard, who also smiled kindly at Lin. Nokia seemed a little strange at this meeting. Compared with the previous one, Nokia's attitude towards Lin has changed a lot. It seems that it has drawn a clear line for some people. Lin looked at it thoughtfully, and the two second-level wizards who were in the first place glanced at each other. One was wearing a black wizard's robe, the other was pure white, very distinct, even faintly facing each other. The chip gives the analysis results. Common name, Reiner, Dark Magician, level, second-level wizard, mental strength, 46, constitution, common name, Chicken, White Dragon Wizard, level, second-level wizard, mental strength, 45.8, constitution, 202. The strengths of the two are similar, but the boundaries in terms of data seem to have reached a new height. Both of them seemed to be aware of it. They glanced at Lin, and then looked away. But just this sight almost made Lin unable to hold back the burst of spiritual energy and made a big splash at the meeting. That kind of high-level life, the strong sense of oppression that crushes the low-level life, is really irresistible, and every cell emits a sense of fear. This has nothing to do with bloodlines, it is purely because the opponent is much stronger than you. In the same way, the boundaries of second-level wizard apprentices seem to have changed. Lin guessed that it might be the level of 40 mental power and 200 physical fitness. With such an exaggerated gap, even if these official wizards go together, can they win against these two real bosses? Is a big problem. Chip, transmit data, simulate momentum, record everything. As soon as Lin thought about it and gave an order, he heard a small sound from the wall clock. It was already 12 o'clock. All the hands and minutes were gathered together, and the entangled rattlesnake seemed to come alive. Began to rotate violently, and the hollow part in the center of the round table was shining with light. Now, the Ouroboros meeting officially begins, and everything is closed. The two second-level wizards stood up together and announced this sacred moment. All the official wizards also stood up, bowed their heads slightly, and seemed to be fulfilling some mysterious and solemn ceremony. Lin also followed Nokia next to him and followed suit. Although he was not qualified to perform the same actions as a formal wizard, he could coordinate with the atmosphere. The virtual light curtain in the middle of the round table rose, including a small projection light curtain in front of every member present. The theme this time is about the struggle for ownership of the ancient ruins. There are a total of 12 forces in the black triangle that are equal to us, but this time, the only forces that discovered the ancient ruins are us, the blood of machines, the Tower of Elements, and the Dark Crypt. Shi Qin said faintly. There is a most serious question before us. The ancient ruins are on our territory. Should we share it and give up most of the benefits, so that people from other wizarding forces can step into our Ouroboros ring? Territory. This sentence is what Renault said. With the explanations of the two second-level wizards, Lin finally understood the ins and outs. On the site of the Ring of Ouroboros, there is an ancient ruin, which is likely left by a fourth-level great wizard. There may be unimaginable treasures hidden in it, but there are several wizards next to the Ring of Ouroboros. Power, jealous, and want to get a piece of the pie. Of course, the Ring of Ouroboros doesn't do anything. As a bloodline wizard, he is powerful and unruly is a standard. He immediately releases harsh words, and if he dares to come, I will dare to fight. In fact, the surrounding wizard forces, pulled out individually, are really not the opponents of the reckless Ring of the Ouroboros. In the end, they actually united to face the Ring of Ouroboros together. The Ring of Ouroboros was under unprecedented pressure, and the three wizarding forces of the same level could not bear it. So let's have a meeting to discuss it and see what everyone thinks. My eyes are uncomfortable. Go to bed early tonight. Good night everyone. Chapter 74. On the virtual screen in front of him, this topic appeared, but no one spoke first, and silence for a while was the only topic. A trace of impatience flashed on Reno's face, and he broke the silence and said, "Anyway, I mean to fight. When our Ouroboros never compromised, since the three alliances want to fight, let's fight. Chicken has a different opinion. To be precise, he thinks more. Sometimes a compromise is not a concession, but a rational choice, a win-win situation. I don't know what's inside the ancient ruins. It will take a month to open. It is suspected that the legacy of a 40H level Great Wizard will definitely hide a lot of danger. Let the three alliances try it. Many official wizards listened to the conversation of the two second-level wizards, but did not speak. Lin and Nokia lowered their heads and looked at the desktop, not thinking of speaking at all. It is estimated that this meeting will be chosen between the choices of these two bigwigs. In the end, it is time to vote. There are a total of 22 official wizards and their 2 pharmacists. The one with the most votes will definitely decide which way to implement. Reno said disdainfully, when did our Ouroboros ring become so weak and need help from others, and the ancient ruins appeared on our site, then it should belong to us, and all the things inside are ours, no matter the danger or the opportunity, no one else wants to interfere. Don't you know what the concept of a 40H level Great Wizard is? It is very likely that there is a way for Lord Wantsu to step into a higher level. It can also benefit us a lot and may go further. These words made all the wizards in the scene warm up, and the thoughts in their hearts gradually changed. In the face of undeniable benefits, how about taking a little risk? You can't give up the opportunities you might get. There was a flash of anger in Chiquain's eyes. Why didn't he think about it? But the state of the ringmaster, can the ring of the Ouroboros be so powerful that it can support it? Thinking of this, worry flashed in his eyes. Lord Huan's bloodline is terrible. He is the descendant of the legendary Ouroboros, the Serpent of Doom. There was also a problem when breaking through. Although he has the strength of a third-level Great Wizard, his state makes him have to sleep frequently, relying on hibernation to slowly resolve the serious damage suffered by breakthrough. Chicken immediately refuted Reno and explained his reasons. The other party is also doing their part, and the two have a tendency to get angry and start arguing. Lin has some headaches. These big guys are really not ordinary, but they have their own reasons, and no one can convince the other. It depends on whether the result is a fight or a concession. But what the final result will be, it doesn't really have much to do with Lin's business. Now he just wants to improve his strength, reach the third-level wizard apprentice as soon as possible, and then start preparing for the promotion to the official wizard. Hidden in ancient ruins opportunity may be of great help to Lin, but that is something he will only consider after he is officially a wizard. The successful development of Blood Roland's potion is imminent, as well as the outline of the inscription, as well as the preliminary research on the flesh and blood conjecture experiment, and the practice of the core witchcraft of self-curse, proficient. By the way, I was looking for new knowledge of pharmacy and added it in. One is to improve the inscriptions and mental power, and the other is to be able to step into the second-class apprenticeship of pharmacists and start the preliminary involvement of the illusory dream. This is about the inner world. The hot potato of the ancient ruins. Let these bigwigs do it. Lin just wants to grow silently. Joke, with Lord Wantsu, who will we be afraid of in the Ring of Ouroboros? Even the second-level wizards of the three alliances are 3 or 4 times more than us, but they don't have a real sea-fixing needle, just like Lord Wantsu. The same strong. Why should we be afraid? Why should we compromise? Reno's tone became more and more bad, and his anger had really been aroused. Chicken's eyes were faint, and his expression was very gloomy. He didn't speak anymore, but just manipulated the virtual projection technology. In front of everyone, the small projection screen began to change, and the picture on it gradually turned into a vote. Lin was certain in his heart, and it was true, or it was only voting. Everyone's opinions on this incident should be shown in the voting. The one with the most votes wins. Chicken said indifferently. The official wizards present had different expressions and began to vote. Lin glanced at the location of the Dragon Lizard Wizard, and found that he voted in favor of starting a war and defending his sovereignty. Then he also chose this one, but there was no way, he was all pulled on board. Naturally, Nokia was the opposite of Lin's choice, and seemed to support Chicken. With the end of the 1-minute voting time, the results came out completely. On the projection screen, the score was 13-11. Renault's concept has been approved by more people, which also means that the interweaving of power will be dominated by Renault for the time being. The White Dragon Wizard Chicken had even more coldness in his eyes, but the result had already come out. He wasn't going to mess around, so he could only snort it and left the conference room. Chapter 75. A smile appeared on the Dark Wizard Reno's face, and he looked at the many wizards present with satisfaction, but when he looked at the wizard who supported Chicken, his face was not so good looking. Everyone, a month later will be the time when the ancient ruins will appear, and our battle with the three-way alliance is estimated to last for a long time. The time for the war will be indefinite from tomorrow. Wizard Rainer's eyes were extremely cold. The specific arrangements will be notified to you one by one in the future. As the meeting ended, all the wizards present left one after another. Lin and Nokia were walking on the road back to the pharmacist's area, talking. I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. No matter what you choose, one party will be unpopular in the end. I hope Pharmacist Lin will forgive me. Nokia smiled wryly. There's nothing you can do about it, stand in line. Lin sighed. War is coming. The three-way alliance knows our response and will definitely invade and occupy it in advance. The ancient ruins are in a relatively marginal area, and the Ring of Ouroboros is also a bit out of reach. It is conservatively estimated that it is a defensive battle. Nokia continued, the initial scale will only be from a wizard apprentice, but no one knows how long the battle will last. Later, it will develop to the official wizard, or maybe the two adults. I just don't know what your plan is. After all, as soon as the war breaks out, we pharmacists will be busy. We definitely need a lot of pharmacy support ahead, and even the pharmacist needs to sit on the battlefield at any time, refining pharmacy. This is what worries Nokia too. Lin frowned, and the thoughts in his heart became clearer. He sighed, yes, once the war comes, the good days of the pharmacist will come to an end. But I should still have a chance to buy time. A light flashed in Lin's eyes. Lin, who returned to the wizard's tower, first sold all the potions in his hand, even the tears of the banshee. Now, he can't control so much, and then it took a day and a night, crazy refining of pharmaceuticals, sold to Lin Pharmacy. It was quickly sold out, and the wizard apprentices below also sensed something faintly and began to hoard potions. 12 stars all have back ends, and they are relying on their own special channels to collect relevant resources. Lin gained a huge amount of points for a while, bought a lot of Blood Roland flowers, almost out of stock, and then some experimental instruments, including starting new knowledge of potions, purchasing materials for refining enough potions, and involving the aspect of it is to improve mental strength and increase the speed of inscription drawing. What Lin wants to do is to go to a complete retreat. No matter what happens outside, he cannot disturb his retreat. This can also avoid a lot of trouble. As for the monthly pharmacy share, refining the basic pharmacy, he no longer has the slightest pressure, and can even be distracted to do other things. He has already prepared a large amount and handed it in. The Ouroboros also has no reason to force himself. Then, through the relationship between the Dragon Lizard Wizard and Smector, he successfully released a message to the outside world, that is, starting today, the Lin Pharmacy will be completely closed, and he will retreat, try to break through the third-level wizard apprentice. I don't know how long the retreat time will be. In this way, Lin completely cut off contact with the outside world, and the wizard's tower was also semi-closed, not accepting outside information or seeing visitors. Lin recalled for a moment, and he had done almost everything from beginning to end, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, so he started to retreat with confidence. He really has this plan, that is, he won't make a breakthrough, and he won't go out. Anyway, I have already purchased extraordinary materials that can be used for at least 3 years. As for the war in the outside world, no matter how fierce it is, it doesn't matter if it doesn't affect him. Inside the laboratory, Lin is dealing with some extraordinary plants and extraordinary materials, and he is refining new potions. After he completely cut off contact with the outside world, he began to study new knowledge of potions to improve his mental power, so that the speed of drawing inscriptions could be faster. If I don't have any auxiliary means and just rely on my own meditation to draw, I am afraid that the remaining 4 inscriptions will take me 20 years. In fact, this time, compared to other ordinary wizard apprentices, is already very short. They are often hundreds of years, or even longer. This is the result of using potions. But resources and qualifications limit them. However, once they step into the supernatural, their lifespan can also increase. In 1 or 200 years, they still have the opportunity to step into the next stage, and then their lifespan will be increased again. Or simply change your race, become another undead race, or use many ways to prolong your life. In short, as long as you don't want to die and live, there are ways, but you also lose your future. Chapter 76. I am 30 years old this year. I started writing novels 7 or 8 years ago. Similar to the experience of most writers, I also read a lot of novels, and then I couldn't help myself. At the time, I had no experience, and I didn't know anything about the Golden 3 chapters. The result is predictable. For the first book, I wrote 170,000 words, and the collection was only 2 digits. If I remember correctly, it should have been in the collection of more than 70 at the time. I applied for a contract twice, but my mind exploded, and then I became an eunuch. Then I stopped writing for 2 months, but I was not reconciled. Then I continued to write, and I found some tips for writing online articles online, and then I gained some understanding of the creation of online articles. I know what a selling point is, some tricks like writing the beginning like this, hiding foreshadowing, etc. So I started writing again. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a perfect road. I finally signed a contract. But it didn't go well after that. There are recommendations, but they are basically the worst category of recommendations. At that time, my heart was half cold. But it's still a bit of a fluke. As a result, the number of favorites has increased by 20, which is almost the same as when streaking. Then it went on like this until it was put on the shelves. During the period, apart from the initial water test push, there was no subsequent recommendation. 200 people have been put on the shelves, and the first order is 7. One is myself, the other is my childhood. But I didn't lose faith at the time. At least, I still have 5 readers. I wrote it like this for almost 2 months, and I got a total of more than 60 yuan for the manuscript. Some people may ask, why didn't you work all the time? In the first month, I was on the shelves on the 8th, and I didn't have full attendance. When I wrote on the 26th in the second month, the editor told me to finish the book quickly and open it. At that time, my grades were much better than before. The average order has risen to about 10. When the editor told me this, I was very angry. I said that I swore to my readers that if this book was a eunuch, I would be a eunuch for the rest of my life. Because at that time, the plot of my book was only halfway through. According to my expectations, at least 2 million words should be completed. Who knew that? The editor told me, don't hold back, your book has no readers, it's all the accounts of pirates. That was also the first time I stopped changing. I remember that it was very windy on the rooftop that day. At that time, I wasn't in a good mood either, so I went out for a walk. Later, I received a call from my girlfriend, who asked me to go out to play. I thought about it and agreed. My girlfriend and I made an appointment to meet at the door of a club. That's where we first met. I remember that at the time, she was being pushed away, but when she came to the steps, she couldn't be pushed up. I went up and asked the girl who pushed her if she wanted to help. Then we met like this. Actually, I feel a little guilty towards her. I didn't have the intention to accompany her during the time I wrote the novel. At that time, she saw that I was a little lost, and she asked me what was wrong. I told her that I was writing a novel. She read my novel. She said I should stick with it, at least I have readers now. I was really moved at the time. It was the second day when I got home. I went home and slept for a long time. When I woke up, I had regained my confidence. Time passed slowly, and in my stable update, my data slowly got better. From the initial order of 10, it gradually increased to more than 70. Later, when I relentlessly updated to more than 1 million words, a reader suddenly gave me a $1 million reward. Because of this $1 million reward, my collection has grown rapidly. The first order is also skyrocketing. At that time, when I sent a small phone call to me, I still couldn't believe it. You may have no idea how excited I was at the time. At that time, it was as if I had taken chicken W pills, and my condition broke out, with nearly 20,000 words a day. However, what is heartbreaking is that on the third day, the collection has shrunk. But that month's income was not bad, I got more than 7,000. But my confidence has been established, and I have been steadily updating it for the second month. It was the same reader. The familiar ID. On the 17th and 18th of the same month, they gave me $2 million. To be honest, I was completely dumbfounded at the time. I know that this month's manuscript fee is more than 10,000 yuan. It took only 1 year to go from a slap on the street who could not sign a contract to a monthly income of over 10,000. Later, because of the high order, there was a lot of money deducted from the tax. When I saw the manuscript fee I was taking, I asked me to treat a guest. Of course, it was no problem to treat a guest, but when I was eating, I made a joke with me and asked me if I was with a rich woman. I smiled and said nothing. But his words reminded me that I thought of my girlfriend. Because my girlfriend's family is very rich, I also saw that she was helped off from a Rolls-Royce before I went to help her. I called her and asked her if she had paid me a reward. She vehemently denied it. Actually, I was a little skeptical, but I didn't ask any further. I'm going to wait until her 90th birthday to ask in person. That's right, the above is all made up. Now let's get down to business. After 10 days of updating, the book is finally on the shelves. Listing means omitting 10,000 words. Therefore, the poor and weak author man hereby implores everyone who likes this book, handsome, young and promising, young and rich, kind and lovely, generous, noble, handsome, charming, everyone loves, and flowers see the readers who are blooming, the trees are in the wind, and the unremarkable readers can support the subscription. In order to express my respect to the readers who are handsome, young and promising, young and rich, kind and lovely, generous, noble, handsome, charming, everyone's love, flowers are blooming, jade trees are in the wind, and extraordinary readers. And the support of these days, the author decided to go out and explode a liver. 20,000 words broke out on the first day of the launch. Yes, you read that right, 20,000 words on the first day of launch. Double the update, double the happiness. You can't buy hardships, and you can't buy fools. As long as you wait until midnight, you can feel twice as happy as usual. handsome, young and promising, young and rich, kind and lovely, generous, noble, handsome, and charming, everyone loves, flowers are blooming, jade trees are in the wind, and extraordinary readers, you are still here. What are you waiting for? Look forward to double the happiness. If the readers are helpful, there will be more updates. 20,000 words is just a guarantee. As long as you subscribe, Uncle Reader, updates are indispensable. Chapter 77. In the Wizard Tower where the Dragon Lizard Wizard is located, Ares also knew the news of Lin's retreat, and his expression was very subtle, even envious. If he could, why wouldn't he want to go to a retreat and ignore all the harassment? But unfortunately he couldn't do it. He didn't have the qualifications yet. Only a person with a special identity like Master Lin who has connections in all aspects can do it. What about the 12 stars? They are not going to the front lines, borders, guarding battles, or even the target of the opponent's wizard apprentices. Fortunately, I bought some necessary potions from Master Lin in advance, otherwise this war would be very sad. Ares is lucky. Inside the Wizard's Tower on the eve of his retreat, Lin had prepared 2 potions to enhance his spiritual power, namely, the potion for the depression and the pain of mourning. Levels are all advanced potions. Hint, 7 emotions and 6 desires sinking potion, level, advanced potion, material, starfish flower, gentian liver grass, earth spirit spleen. Function. It can increase the user's mental power by 0.3 to 0.9, and the effect of the drug will decrease in turn. After analysis, it is recommended that the host take 10 servings. Side effects: suffer from the torment of various emotions and 6 desires. After a judgment, if the judgment fails, the mind will fall into confusion, resulting in serious consequences. Hint, pain of mourning, level, advanced potion, material, white-eyed horse's eyeball, crystal of death, wood of grief. Works, it can increase the temporary mental power of the user by 1 to 5, and the efficacy of the medicine decrease in turn, and after analysis, it is recommended that the host take 5 servings. Side effects: suffer extreme pain, stimulate temporary growth of mental power, and the pain is also deep. The better the effect of the drug, the more time it takes to persevere. Failure has no obvious consequences. The chip began to transmit the corresponding data to Lin's memory area. The relevant essentials of refining pharmaceuticals have been mastered, as well as the best technique, the best control of the heat, the import time, proportion, weight of spirituality. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin began to try to refine the potion for the sinking of emotions and desires for the first time. The material was handled successfully without the slightest error. As more and more potions were refined, Lin became more and more handy, and the handling of materials was perfect. As long as he masters these 2 advanced pharmacies and successfully refines them, Lin is only a few seconds away from being a second-class pharmacist apprentice. 1 step away. The next step is further processing, which completely smashes the material that can still see its original shape and becomes a liquid or fluid. Time has passed, and 4 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. The refining of this potion of ecstasy is the most difficult thing Lin has encountered so far. It can be said that it is the most difficult batch of advanced potions. At the stage of spiritual inflow, Lin's forehead dripped with sweat, and his spirit has reached the most tense moment. BFFT. The color of the liquid in the beaker in his hand changed instantly, and Lin's pupils shrank. Right now, he shook the entire beaker, and his spirituality quickly joined it. At the moment of shaking, the ratio of the 2 fusions reached the best. Finally succeeded. A look of joy appeared on Lin's face. He filled the liquid into the medicine bottle, and the constant temperature system kept the medicine from volatile. Without any hesitation, he poured it into his mouth and sat up on the spot. the effect of the potion of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Let him see how powerful it is. Boom. As if the sky was dark, when the liquid flowed down the throat into the abdomen, the medicinal effect was instantly exerted, and Lin's spiritual world also turned upside down. Scenes intertwined in front of Lin, respectively, when he was in the mundane period of joy, anger, sorrow and joy. And sorrow. 7 emotions and 6 desires. All displayed. Lin just sunk into it and experienced everything about himself again, but gradually, he felt bored and disgusted. His original experience was so disgusting in his opinion, it was a waste of the limited time in life. As if a bolt of lightning flashed across and shattered everything, Lin woke up from the sinking of emotions and desires, opened his eyes, and it was the inside of the laboratory exuding energy pattern fluctuations. Hint, the host accepts the judgment successfully, and the mental strength plus 0.7. Lin felt a coolness in his mind for a while. After experiencing the torture of emotions and desires, the improvement of his spiritual power was like a gurgling water, nourishing his mind. Really good. The mental power has increased so much. If you take all the medicines, you can at least increase the mental power by 2 points. Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter as he continued to refine the potion. The potion of 7 emotions and 6 desires sinking. With the first success, the rest will be much easier. The laboratory was started again, and the beaker was boiled. Time passed, and just like that, a month passed. Blood Roland-based medicines have already been successfully developed, and most of the materials purchased by Lin are for this purpose. However, the most important thing is the improvement of spiritual power and the outline of the inscription. Lin temporarily placed the bloodline cultivation in the 2nd rank. In this month's time, Lin has successfully refined 10 potions of emotions and desires, and relying on these potions, the speed of drawing inscriptions is very good. A new auxiliary inscription was successfully drawn, and if the mental power increased in total, it would increase by about 2.5. Lin's mental power at this moment has reached the critical point of being a formal wizard, which is the 20-point mark. It's not enough. Although the speed of drawing the inscriptions is much higher than before due to the improvement of mental power, the difficulty of the next inscriptions has also increased exponentially. Lin also has a way to deal with it. Inside the laboratory, Lin turned his attention to another pile of extraordinary materials, which was the material for refining the advanced potion of morning pain. Since the emotions and desires potion can no longer work, in order to quickly outline the remaining 3 auxiliary inscriptions, Lin has no choice but to choose this one. This is what he decided early on. Wailing pain is different from others. This potion has no side effects. It can also be said that the side effects are its efficacy and the level of mental power it can improve. Lin took a deep breath. Bear the boundless pain. The deeper the pain, the longer the persistence, the greater the improvement, but only the real lunatic will persevere to the end. The extreme of raising 5 points of spiritual power. Chapter 78. Although the effect cannot be compared to Banshee's tears, the side effects alone are not as big as imagined. It's just suffering, and the scope of it is still under the control of each user. If you can't hold on, you can give up at any time. However, the increase in mental power will also be weakened a lot. And the supernatural materials of morning pain are even easier to buy, without the hassle like Banshee's tears. The refining of the potion begins. It is still the extraction process of the material, and then the rest of the fruit-like materials are ground into fine particles, and the liquid and fine particles are mixed. This step is very important. It actually uses the means of fermentation. Time can only succeed in those 30 seconds. If the duration of successful fermentation is more than 30 seconds or less than 30 seconds, the entire potion will fail, so the control here is extremely important. Simply, with the help of the chip, Lin managed to get through this step successfully. 80% of the average pharmacists will fail here. 16. Next is the cooking of the beaker, which cooks out some real ingredients, those structures that can be neutralized onto another material. Lin's eyes were focused and his hands were working. Then, he picked up the time passed, a little time has passed, and it is the stage of spiritual influx, and Lin's spiritual power has also reached the peak of concentration. However, the final result made Lin's face gloomy, and he failed. Looking at the light green potion in his hand, he destroyed it without saying a word. For an ordinary pharmacist, this morning pain potion should be considered a success, but the quality is their worst, and its efficacy is relatively weak. But Lin is not satisfied with this. As long as it is not second class or above, it is a failure for him. Chip, analyze the reason for my failure. Hint. After analysis, there is no problem with the operation of the host, and there is not much error in the spiritual inflow stage. The real reason lies in the host itself, and the mind is not very calm. When refining pharmaceuticals, there are several a little bit of force, resulting in failure. Attachment. It is recommended to keep yourself in the calmest state every time you refine a pharmaceutical. Lin's expression softened a little. It's good to find his own reason. He carefully reflected on himself, and it was true that he was too anxious, and there was always a sense of urgency in his heart. I hope that I can refine the potion as soon as possible, then improve my spiritual power, draw an inscription, and advance to the third-level wizard apprentice. The sooner the time, the better. However, if this mentality is used in the refining of medicines, it will cause chaos, and it is very likely that the refining of medicines will fail, or the quality will be reduced. The discovery of the ancient ruins, the opening of the war, and the attention of many official wizards have made me more and more stressed, and I have gradually lost my sense of proportion. This state is not what I should have, and I must calm down. With a timely reflection, Lin walked out of the laboratory and into the study. The situation is not serious enough for me to be a pharmacist on the battlefield. The bookcase was filled with many books, and Lin took out a book to read. 2 hours later, while reading a book, Lin was also calming his mind and returned to the most rational state of being a wizard. Lin put down the book and entered the laboratory again. This time, his mood was incomparably calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without waves. The refining of the pain of morning begins again. It is still the first step. This time, the extraordinary material processing is twice as fast as the first time, and there is nothing wrong with it. It is like art. The steps were passed quickly, and finally reached the point where spirituality merged. The subtle perception, slowly merged, allows the spirituality and the medicinal effect particles to reach a balance, and finally introduces the extraordinary, and a miracle is born. The colorless liquid in the test tube was gradually turning green. It was light green at first, then a pure green with an inexplicable luster. It worked. It wasn't over yet. Lin continued to refine. His expression was so calm that he entered a very special state. No steps have ever appeared in his mind so clearly. He analyzed the principle, why he did it, what it could bring, and he had begun to find the root cause. This represents a huge progress for Lin, a new step in the mastery of pharmacy, and has reached the level of Nokia, comparable to him, or even stronger than him. This is a second-class pharmacist apprentice. At this moment, Lin successfully broke through. In the lounge in front of Lin were 5 morning pains with a strange sheen. It has been a month since the retreat. His progress of inscriptions has reached 9, and there are still 3 remaining. In this deep retreat, relying on these 5 pains of morning, we must successfully complete all the inscriptions. Golem. He took a bottle directly, and as the medicinal liquid flowed into his body and exerted its effect, Lin's pupils shrank, and veins burst out, causing unprecedented pain. It felt as if he put his whole body in a meat grinder to stir, and both flesh and bones were thoroughly mixed. However, Lin endured a severe pain and managed to get through it. Hint: after the host has passed the first period of pain, mental strength +1. The first stage of pain just passed, and then the second stage of pain came immediately. Crack. That was Lin clenching his teeth and enduring. This time the pain was twice as painful as the first time, as if every nerve had been pulled out, and then a needle was stabbed on it fiercely. The pain was unparalleled, making Lin's eyes bloodshot. Skyrocketed. But he still endured it, and his face was extremely red. Hint: the host survives the second stage of pain, mental strength +1. It's not enough, keep going. Lin didn't give up, and chose to continue. The third time the pain came, this time almost made Lin cry out. It was a pain that every cell seemed to be wailing, and Lin's whole body even began to be pulled out. When his consciousness was at a loss, he heard the chip's prompt. Hint: the host has gone through the third stage of pain, mental strength +1, and then continue. Hint: the host has gone through the fourth stage of pain, mental strength +1. Hint: the host has gone through the fifth stage of pain, mental strength +1. Chapter 79. In the undulating ocean, the horizon is endless, but a purple inscription of unknown complexity on the sky is undergoing spiritual transformation. Around it, 12 purple inscriptions of the smaller number 1 accompanied it, swirling and undulating, as if faintly echoing the complex inscriptions in the middle, reaching an incomprehensible link. Strength is connecting, gathering, and merging. This is the state of perfection, that is, the great consummation of the second-level wizard apprentice. Lin's conscious incarnation appeared in the conscious space, and he watched all this with satisfaction. After much hard work, today was finally complete. Then, Lin's consciousness returned to reality. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar environment of the laboratory. Lin said with some sigh, after all the hardships, "Today is finally complete. This retreat is really too long." Lin moved his rigid body for a while. He had been in this state for an indeterminate amount of time, and he only felt a strange feeling. Then, after mastering it a few times, Lin thought and called out the chip. After learning the exact time, a complex expression appeared on Lin's face. Didn't he think that 7 months had passed? Time really flies, and I don't know what's going on with the war outside, whether it's good or bad. Lin didn't have the idea of going out. He hadn't succeeded in breaking through to the third-level wizard apprentice, and he still had the last step. According to the information recorded by the advanced meditation method, in order to break through the third-level wizard apprentice, it is necessary to integrate these auxiliary inscriptions into the core inscriptions to further enhance the complexity and power of the core inscriptions. Only the core inscription is everything and the source of power. As for ordinary wizard apprentices, if they want to integrate, it will take a long time before they can split the auxiliary inscriptions one by one and add them to the core inscriptions. And there are still many inappropriate places, and a lot of stripes of auxiliary inscriptions need to be wasted, and very few are really integrated with the core inscriptions. From the very beginning, I integrated the origin of the curse with the core inscription, and stepped into the path of the cursed wizard in advance. Rather than splitting and merging the inscriptions, it is better to curse the devouring of the core inscriptions and strengthen the devouring of the auxiliary inscriptions. Because fundamentally, they are all drawn based on the curse inscriptions, so they are of the same origin. Lin's eyes were faint, and he first refined a part of the Soba potion to keep his consciousness stable, and then entered the laboratory for the final retreat. He didn't read the information about the stack of chips. No matter how urgent it was, he had to wait until he was promoted to the third-level wizard apprentice. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. With the opening of the laboratory door, a little white steam drifted away, and a terrifying aura spread out from the inside. Just looking at the fluctuations in the aura, it even reached the level of the best among the third-level wizard apprentices. Finally, I have successfully broken through the third-level wizard apprentice. Lin's face was full of waves, and it seemed that nothing could cause his mood swings. In 2 months, he successfully let the curse core inscription swallow all the auxiliary inscriptions. Is the hint of the chip. Hint: the host successfully breaks through the third-level wizard apprenticeship, the core wizard spell inheritance is added by 2, the spiritual power +2, and the physique +2. Host: Yerin Harak level, sorcerer's apprentice 3rd, cursed sorcerer's way. Inheritance of core witchcraft, curse kill, curse resentment, curse puppet, curse reincarnation, curse soul special occupation, 2nd class pharmacist apprentice physique, mental strength, 22.3 spirituality, 223 extraordinary bloodline, cursed serpent, 4. Physique, king snake physique passive, vision, inspiration, Reiatsu. The moment Lin's spiritual power was promoted to the third-level wizard apprentice, he had broken through the 20th limit of a formal wizard and reached the level of some ordinary official wizards. This is extremely rare, and it is also because Lin's talent and bloodline are too high to have such an exaggerated side. In addition, the physique is also approaching the level of some official bloodline wizards. When the bloodline cultivation level also reaches the 0 level and 3rd level, you can completely step in. After the king snake physique, there is the curse snake physique. Curse soul, inheriting sorcerer spells for the core of the host, you can share a part of your soul and transform it into an exclusive curse soul. With the cooperation of curse reincarnation, you can carry out perfect reincarnation. Curse reincarnation, inherit the wizard spells for the host core, and in the case of cooperating with the curse soul, carry out the reincarnation. Attachment, immortality and immortality, endless reincarnation. After the body is destroyed, you can find a new body for reincarnation. The curse soul has a certain immortality. Advanced official wizard, all core inheritance wizards will be able to get enhanced. Lin nodded with satisfaction, which is equivalent to having an extra whole card, a whole card that can be resurrected again. Cursed wizards are really weird and very rare. At least the Black Triangle has never heard of the existence of cursed wizards, and at most they have heard of useful curse-type wizard spells. Perhaps, Lin's path to the cursed wizard is the first. Afterwards, Lin became familiar with his spiritual power and various wizard spells, and practiced in the contact field of the wizard tower. Whether it is curse killing, curse, or the use of curse puppets, they can be used almost instinctively. The power of the curse is also a terrifying aspect that highlights oneself. Lin thought that it was almost time. 9 months had passed. It was time to go out and take a look at the situation outside. Thinking in a good direction, maybe the war is over at shore. Kaichi, the kings. On this day, with the reconvergence of the energy of the small wizard tower, Lin opened up the connection with the outside world. Almost in an instant, a large amount of news gathered in a snap, and then was absorbed by the chip in time, analyzed and summarized. The chip transmits the most important pieces to my memory area. Guilty. The most important thing Lin said was the news related to the official wizard and Nokia. Those 12 stars are not in the ranks. Hint, the analysis is completed, and the news is as follows. 2 of them are reserved by the Dragon Lizard Wizard, 5 are reserved by Smector, and 1 is reserved by Nokia. Lin felt the relevant information, and then there was uncertainty on his face. Didn't you expect the situation to get to this point? It's not too much to put 5 on the shelves. The hand speed is limited. Chapter 80. According to the information compiled and summarized by the chip, we know that, It turned out that the battle between the Ring of Ouroboros and the three alliances had already started on the third day after Lin announced his retreat. The location of the battle is on the border of the Ouroboros. The initial scale was relatively small, in a small-scale conflict, and the wizard apprentices under the various wizarding forces fought. In the first 2 months, it was a first-level wizard apprentice, then a second-level wizard apprentice was also sent to the battlefield, and now the third-level wizard apprentice has also ended, and the battle has reached a scorching stage. It is estimated that soon, the official wizard will also follow. Has the situation eroded to this point? The Ring of the Ouroboros is gradually collapsing, unable to resist the attack of the three alliances. At least 3 layers of defense have been abandoned, and there are still 3 layers of defense. If this layer of defense cannot withstand, is when the official wizard ends. The Dragon Lizard Wizard and Smector jointly requested that I have to go to the battlefield to refine and supplement the potion. All the apothecaries were on the field, and Nokia was sent to the most severe battlefield defense line. Lin frowned. The information was not over yet. Next came the demand for a large number of medicines. The official demand was still there. The amount was 5 times larger than before. It seems that the Ring of Ouroboros is really in trouble. And the second-level Dark Wizard personally issued an order to let me go to the battlefield as soon as possible, and even give a warning if the retreat exceeds a year. Lin's idea of continuing to retreat was shattered. The second-level wizard spoke in person, and there was no way to shirk or refuse. Originally, I wanted to go into seclusion for another year, refining medicines mainly based on Blood Roland, to improve the level of bloodline cultivation, to the point where both bloodline and spiritual power are third-level wizard apprentices. But simply Lin now has the confidence to protect himself, the Curse Soul and the Curse Reincarnation. The next day Lin received the order from the Dark Magician, and accompanied by 2 third-level wizard apprentices, went to the third line of defense for reinforcements. The location is in an area that is moderately attacked by the enemy. Thunder Wizard City. The 3 figures in wizard robes, tainted with the aura of the dust, came here. Martial law has been imposed everywhere. Mortals are not allowed to enter and leave, they can only stay in their own homes, and corresponding food will be distributed. A large number of wizard apprentices entered and exited at the city gate, their footsteps hurried, and their expressions were also very nervous. There are still many wounded. That's what happened in wartime. The defense line is mainly based on the formation link points of each wizard city, and it is deployed to the outside to defend. As long as the corresponding wizard city is not breached, there will be a giant formation to prevent the enemy's intrusion and attack. After simply confirming their identity information, the 3 entered the wizard city of Thunder together. The wizard family here knew the news of Lin's arrival and came out to greet him soon. "Welcome, respected pharmacist Lin, I have waited for you." When the news came down, I didn't know I was happy. It could be said that I was eager to see. The person in charge here is also them, who came to welcome Lin's wizard family patriarch, Sean Key. A little old man who looked to be in his 50s, with half-grey hair, looking at Lin at the moment. He was really excited to the extreme. Pharmacists are very scarce. The Magician City of Thunder has already cut off the supply of pharmacies. With a new pharmacist in charge, the logistical resource situation can be greatly eased. City Lord Shun doesn't have to do this. I took the order of Lord Dark Demon and came to help the logistics of the Wizard City of Thunder. We still need to work hard together. Lin smiled faintly. Don't worry, Master Lin, we will guarantee your safety, and we will never let the brats of the 3 alliances attack. Chuk said with oath. Generally, those who do logistics are high-risk industries, and the enemy will specifically target them. Lin has heard that 2 pharmacists died in the enemy's attack. One of them, Lin, also knew that he was inspired by the other party's research on blood, And this was the first blood and flesh conjecture experiment. Under the leadership of Sean Key, Lin came to his place of work. A temporary logistics base, made up of various large tents, is located in the central square of the Wizard City, and there is a corresponding protective wizard formation in operation. People without permission cannot enter and exit to protect the safety of the people inside. Lin also saw a few people in the pharmacy area who were not even apprentice pharmacists. The pharmacist is currently refining some basic medicines. Everyone's eyes are red and bloodshot, and it looks like they haven't slept for several days. Lin shook his head. How could it be possible to refine a potion in such a state? As expected, these pharmacists and scholars all failed. BFFT. Black smoke rises. What should I do? I failed again, I failed again. Why is refining not good all the time? Why? Obviously it can be refined before. A few pharmacists and scholars frantically grabbed their hair and faced their failed works in front of them with a look of decadence and despair. If in your current state, you can refine the potion, then it's really not right. Lin said lightly. Those few people found Lin, but they didn't care. They had lost confidence in their eyes. However, Zhao Enk, who was beside Lin, reprimanded, "You guys, what is this like? Just give up after one or two failures. Isn't this a joke for Lin pharmacist? Our Thunder Wizard City is such a shame." What is a pharmacist? We have a pharmacist in the Wizard City of Thunder, it's great. The faces of several pharmacists and scholars were instantly filled with excitement, and they wanted to come over to see Lin. But he was oppressed by Lin's spreading spirituality, and fell to the ground instantly. Master Lin, this is. Shulk was very puzzled. Right now, what they need most is rest, and it is the refining of pharmaceuticals. Lin said lightly, and then walked into his main tent, where all the equipment for refining pharmaceuticals was ready. Zhao Enk glanced at the people on the ground thoughtfully, and then ordered to go down and move these pharmacists to the tent to rest. Lin said to Zhao Enk, who walked in, "If the city lord has nothing to do, I will start the refining of potions. The most basic combination potions are the most in short supply. At present, we will focus on refining basic potions. What do you think? This, Master Kuan Yi Lin, you have the final say." Sean Key's attitude was extremely respectful. Then. Chapter 81. Then let's make 40 combinations of potions a day, the most basic healing plus fever plus azure, which can perfectly deal with the current situation. Lin thought about it for a while. According to his level of medicine and the refining speed with chip assistance, he could refine about 40 groups, and it only took about 2 hours. The remaining time can just be used for refining a new medicine based on Blood Roland. This is coming to the front line, and he can't just be a coolie who refines pharmaceuticals. The most important thing is to improve one's own strength. Master Lin, you really worked hard for the Ring of our Obras and for our Wizard City of Thunder. Zhao Enk was incomparably moved, the complex color on his face, as if he was going to give Lin the next moment. In his understanding, a normal third-class pharmacist apprentice would only go all out in groups of 30 a day, thinking that Lin would spend most of his evening rest time to refine pharmaceuticals. It doesn't have to be like this, Lord City Lord, although refining so many potions will be very hard. But the situation in Wizard City is urgent now, it should be. Lin said lightly. It would be great if everyone was selfless and dedicated like Master Lin. Behind Shulk, a figure in a wizard's robe walked out. Master Lin, this is my personal guardian for you. He will guard you on weekdays to protect your safety. The person who refines the medicine will be outside the door and will not disturb you. Lin sensed the level through the chip. A second-level wizard apprentice. To protect him. He cast a glance at the young man. He looked quite young, and he could have a second-level wizard apprenticeship, so he should be someone close to Sean Key. get the full cultivation of the family. This little old man's mind is not pure. Lin sees through it but does not speak, just like Ares before. After the little old man who was a little careful about him left, Lin said to the young man, "What's your name?" "Report to Master Lin, my name is Bell." The young man said with some sincerity, and in his heart he recalled the entrustment his grandfather gave him. You must have a good relationship with Master Lin, who looks extremely young but has an extremely high status. Now Master Lin actually took the initiative to speak to him. "Master Lin, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety and will not let any enemy hurt Master Lin." Bell made a guarantee that he felt very reliable. Lin blinked and even wanted to yawn. He said slowly, "Okay Bell, I know your promise. Now, I'm going to start refining the medicine." "Yes, Lord Lin." Bell walked out with some stiff steps, very nervous. Lin touched his chin. He didn't seem to be that scary. He skillfully ignited the beaker, poured water into it, and there were all kinds of extraordinary materials piled up in the tent. Find the materials needed to refine the basic medicine, and go through the processing that can be called art. Deal with. Next is cooking to remove impurities and leave the essence. After 3 minutes, a fanatic potion was concocted like this. If those pharmacists in the past had seen it, they would instantly feel ashamed and embarrassed. This is the difference between heaven and earth. It took about 2 hours to refine the 40 sets of combined medicines. Next, he took out part of the blood Roland flower and some other materials from the purple gold flower ring. The next thing Lin is going to refine is the really difficult thing. Hint. The extraordinary potion with blood Roland flower is the main material has been successfully developed. Materials used: blood Roland flower, ababanile grass, oat longevity fruit, 4 soulfish. Function: it can improve the degree of bloodline cultivation, give a large amount of nutrients and various elements required by any bloodline will be met. Level: advanced potion. Unnamed. Lin thought for a while and decided to name this new potion Perfect Blood. High-level potions: the difficulty reaches the highest level of Lin refining potions. I have reached the second-class pharmacist apprenticeship, and high-level pharmacy can already be initially involved in refining for me. Lin took out the small bottle containing the curse puppet, opened the lid, and the white spiritual body turned into invisible light and dissipated into the room. The curse puppet that has reached the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice will definitely give any enemy who wants to attack Lin a big surprise. In the process of researching Perfect Blood, the chip has already transmitted new data into the Lin memory area at any time. Interpunct. No one knows how to refine it better than Lin. With the passage of time, Lin gradually digested all the extraordinary knowledge of Perfect Blood. The refining started. The beaker is boiling, and the water in it is cooking a strange fruit. In the test tube medicine next to it, a lavender liquid is precipitated, which is the result of crushing some kind of flower, which can be used as a blending agent. Lin's expression was serious, and he was completely absorbed in it. But his hand was very stable, without even a trace of trembling, and perfectly completed all the processing of the extraordinary material. Bell was guarding outside the tent. and his heart was full of incomparable curiosity. What is the difference between Master Lin's and others in the refining of medicines? 00 But he knew that Master Lin could not be disturbed. A pharmacist scholar suddenly appeared in front. Bell remembered, it was one of the 5 pharmacist scholars. The other party seemed to have something important and was rushing to the main tent. Lord Bell, I have an important matter to meet with the newly arrived Lord Lin. The situation is very urgent. The man's face was flustered, as if something really happened to him. Bell hesitated for a while, then nodded. And many more. The moment that person stepped into the entrance of the tent, Bell remembered that the news of Master Lin's arrival was a super secret. Except for a few people in the entire Thunder Wizard City, the rest were not qualified at all. There is something wrong with this man, he is not a pharmacist scholar. Bell's pupils shrank, anger appeared on his face, and his spirituality aroused the wooden element, forming a thorn fence at the entrance of the tent. But the apprentice apothecary didn't care. Before the fence of thorns was completely formed, he took out a shadow dagger, immersed himself in the shadow, and rushed in. Damn it! It's a dog in the dark crypt. Enemy attack, Master Lin, be careful. Bell's face instantly turned blue. The other party is proficient in assassination, and he blends into the shadows. When it's over, everything is over. Master Lin is going to have an accident. How did you get the information? 100 million. Chapter 82. Bell quickly prepared to rush into the tent, although he knew that it might be over. The best thing about the Dicks in the Dark Crypt is hiding and assassinating. Others who noticed the movement also followed around. Damn it. Bell just felt that his promise just now was a joke. Inside the tent, the enemy who turned into a shadow is approaching Lin step by step. The shadow dagger in his hand exudes a cold light. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking at Lin, who was still processing the medicine, and beheading the apothecary. The Thunder Wizard City had no logistics, and it was almost over. But suddenly, he found that the shadow particles in front of him were a little sticky, and the originally agile body was also restrained. This is how the same thing. So there was a troublesome little bug running in. Lin's hands that were mixing the potion did not tremble at all, and said a word lightly. Mere pharmacist. Apostrophe killing intent erupted in the eyes of the assassin in the dark crypt, appearing directly in front of Lin like a phantom, but his body was instantly unable to move. Tick-tock. The blood began to drip, and an arm radiating grey light directly pierced his heart, and then was thrown out of the tent under the action of a strong force. Bell was about to rush in when he saw a broken figure flying out. His face was full of shock. What was going on? It was actually the corpse of the assassin. In a trance, he seemed to see a grey-white figure passing by inside the tent, emitting cold energy fluctuations that made his scalp tingle. Bell thought of a lot. Yes, that's right, Master Lin, as a distinguished pharmacist, must be protected by strong people around him. At this time, other people also came. After seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions were very solemn. It was an enemy attack, a dog in the dark crypt. It is estimated that he wanted to assassinate Master Lin. You did a good job, Bell. You actually took care of this assassin. Lord Sean will definitely be impressed by you. Everyone praised Bell. Assassins in the dark crypt are not that easy to kill, they are good at hiding. They are generally difficult to find traces, and they are very difficult to kill. They are very powerful. Several pharmacists in the Ring of Ouroboros died in their hands. Bell's face flushed a little. It would be nice if he really killed him. He didn't even stop the assassin from entering the tent. So I hurried to explain. It turns out that Master Lin has such a strong person to protect him, so he's absolutely safe. Ashamed, we can't even do this little thing well in the Wizard City of Thunder. Lin didn't know what was going on outside. In his opinion, it was nothing more than squeezing a small ant to death. He couldn't even pass the level of the curse puppet, let alone let him face it a little bit. The assassins in the Dark Crypt still need to be retrained. The refining of perfect blood has reached the most critical moment, the inflow of spirituality has begun, and the combination with medicinal effects produces extraordinary miracles. The final result was very gratifying. Lin successfully refined it. Looking at the liquid potion with the color of extreme blood in his hand, Lin felt an extreme desire just by looking at it. Desire to take it, and then complete itself. The cultivation of the physique of the king snake can start today. When I reach the bloodline level of a third-level wizard apprentice, it's time for me to advance to the double official wizard. Lin's promotion is different from ordinary third-level wizard apprentices. He also needs to harden his core inscriptions, use the corresponding breakthrough secret method to make breakthroughs, and solidify his own first-level core witchcraft. He had already solidified it long ago when the core inscription appeared, that is, the fusion of the origin of the curse. On the other hand, his bloodline has reached the fourth level. After the cultivation is complete, he can directly use the same source of cursed wizard path to stimulate the bloodline wizard path, reaching the point of double official wizard. This is Lin's ambition. If you want to advance, you need to advance two at a time. Lin took the medicine of perfect blood directly, and as the liquid flowed into his abdomen, it exerted its effect, and subtle changes appeared on Lin's body. With the curse puppet there, he is not worried that someone can disturb him. Even Sean Key, the strongest in the Wizard City of Thunder, is very ordinary in his opinion, not the opponent of the curse puppet. With the effect of the medicine in action, he only felt as if there was a burning sensation in every part of his body, as if a powerful little snake was circling. Kai. The effect of the drug was explosively enhancing Lin's bloodline cultivation, so that his skin took on the color of a boiled brawn, which looked slightly hideous and terrifying. When the effect of the drug was completely over, Lin thought about it and called out the chip for reference. Hint, the host successfully takes the perfect blood, and the bloodline cultivation level increases by 10%. Lin compared the medicinal effects of the medicine. Although the blood of perfection has a weak drug resistance, it is not a big problem. It will take about 20 bottles before it will gradually weaken. Almost my bloodline cultivation level is 60% without any problems, and the perfect blood potion can bring me a lot of resources. For bloodline wizards, nothing is more valuable than a potion that can improve their bloodline perfectly. Lin frowned, but unfortunately it was wartime. That night, Lin handed over the corresponding portion of the potion to the city lord's mansion. And he also started his ascetic life outside. Every day, the corresponding potions are refined, and then the extraordinary knowledge is studied, or the valuable parts that may exist in many extraordinary bloodlines are analyzed. When the war is over, the experiment of the bloodline conjecture experimental plan can be carried out better. Lin lived a very satisfying life every day, especially when the bloodline cultivation level increased steadily. But in the eyes of outsiders, his respected pharmacist, his selfless dedication to the Ring of Ouroboros, has reached an unprecedented level. He thought that he took all the time he could, and even spent most of the rest time, to refine the logistics potion. The level of admiration is constantly rising. If there is any reputation value, Lin's reputation value is probably already in the Wizard City of Thunder, only second to Sean Key. On this day, Lin was as usual. Chapter 83. On this day, Lin was refining the potion as usual, but Zhao brought a very bad news. Inside the city lord's mansion is the situation so serious that the edge of the third line of defense has been completely occupied, and all wizard apprentices can only retreat to the wizard city. Lin's expression changed a bit. The news came too suddenly. When he came a few days ago, the situation was not so urgent. Even some other thoughts appeared in his heart. Alas! The number of apprentice wizards in the three alliances is much larger than ours. Even if we have a geographical advantage, we can't fight it. Sean Key almost turned his hair white. Now, the major wizard cities in our third line of defense are the last defensive positions. From tomorrow onwards, all wizard apprentices must be within a kilometer of the wizard city to arrange defense lines. The enemy may come to attack at any time. The only thing that counts as good news is that there are not too many enemies attacking our wizard city of Thunder. It's just the Dark Crypt plus the Tower of Elements, and the most powerful mechanical heart has not come. Lin's eyes were a little gloomy. It's good news at 30. If all three came to attack the wizard city of Thunder, it would prove to be overwhelmed by numbers. Now, I am afraid that there are quite a few enemy third-level wizard apprentices eyeing the Thunder Wizard City. The vague thoughts in his heart became clearer and clearer. Anyway, if he was completely defeated, he would definitely evacuate, and it would be impossible to stay in the Wizard City of Thunder. Lin glanced at Zhao with a sad face. The family roots are here, and it is impossible for him to evacuate. This is the cruelty of war, and everything will be destroyed? The choices above are carried out below. In any case, the damage is only below. Inside the main tent, Lin continued to refine the potion. After several days of hard work, his bloodline cultivation level has reached 30%. If it wasn't for this news, he would probably have continued his penance. This time, the potion he refined was an auxiliary potion called Soul Potion, which was used to assist the successful transformation of the cursed soul. The combination of curse reincarnation plus cursed soul can give Lin the greatest confidence to face any dangerous situation. For a wizard, as long as his consciousness is not distorted and his persistence in pursuing the truth is still there, even if his soul changes and his body is worn out and damaged, he is still himself. With the refining of the potion, the sweat on Lin's forehead is also increasing. The Potion of Soul is a rare high-level potion, which is the same level as Illusory Dream and Perfect Blood. The difficulty is naturally very high. It took about 3 hours. With the help of the chip, there was no major problem with this high-level medicine, and it was taken by Lin. The medicinal liquid is a pure black viscous liquid with some kind of stickiness. Obviously, this is not for drinking. Hint, Potion of Soul. Level, high, function. It can assist the transformation success rate of the cursed soul, increase it by 10%, reduce the transformation time by 30%, and enhance the strength characteristic of the cursed soul by 15%. Lin entered his private lounge, released the curse puppet to guard, and then Lin began to transform the cursed soul according to the records of the curse inheritance. Taking off his clothes, he applied the medicine to every inch of his skin. In the world of the mind, the core inscription of the curse began to spread. A day later Lin recovered from the retreat, and there was exhaustion in his eyes. The creation of the cursed soul is not so easy. It is necessary to separate a part of his soul, and then endow it with the power of the curse to infect and transform. Simply, with the aid of the soul potion, the cursed soul was successfully produced. A black vertical stripe mark suddenly appeared between Lin's eyebrows. It was very small, only a few centimeters. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't find it. This is the cursed soul mark. When Lin dies, the cursed soul will trigger the curse mark on his body, and transmit it to the person who has been given the curse mark by Lin across the distant land for the reincarnation of the curse. The only downside is that the blood of the whole body cannot be taken away. If the flesh and blood conjecture experiment is successful, I will be able to discover the genetic factor in the bloodline. If the transcendent factor is used, even the bloodline can be taken away when the curse is reincarnated. Lin let out a sigh of relief, and the next step is to see the follow-up development of the matter. If there is absolutely no hope in the Wizard City of Thunder, he will never have the slightest nostalgia. This day Lin came to the top of the city gate and looked out into the distance outside the city. At this moment, most of the dense forest there was covered in thick smoke, and all kinds of elemental particles were raging. The battle started again, and since that day Sean Key announced the retreat of the defense line, the battle became more and more fierce. The number of deaths is also doubling, and the logistics are getting more and more difficult. The distance of 1,000 meters could no longer be defended. After retreating to the place of 500 meters, you could even see the enemy wizards building a defense line, waiting for the final attack. Fortunately, with the support of Lin's medicine, the military spirit of the wizard city of Thunder has not completely collapsed, and is still reluctantly supporting. Master Lin, Sir Sean Key, please. Bell came to Lin's side, bent down gently, and reminded him. Lin came to the city lord's mansion, and Zhao Enk was waiting for him in the study. Master Lin, you are here. Shunk frowned, his face extremely ugly. Lord City Lord, did something serious happen? Lin sat down and said slowly. The enemy has come to at least 10 third-level wizard apprentices, and among them there are 2 of the 7 Dark Suns, and 1 of the 5 elements. The 7 Dark Suns and the 5 elements are the 12 stars that are equivalent to the Ring of Ouroboros. They are all titles that can only be obtained by the best among the third-level wizard apprentices. The meaning is very unusual. There are only 6 third-level wizard apprentices in the Wizarding City of Thunder, and this also includes the 2 third-level wizard apprentices who came to support with Lin. Lin has always been a second-level wizard apprentice. Now it's troublesome. The Wizard City of Thunder, I can't hold it. Things may turn around. No, Master Lin, there is no hope anymore. You can evacuate, but we can't leave here. I just hope that Master Lin can persist for 2 more nights and refine some more potions for the Wizard City of Thunder. Shunk half kneeled and pleaded with Lin. I promise you, Lin said after a moment of silence. Lin, who came out of the city lord's mansion, was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. It's time to prepare for evacuation. I'm just a pharmacist, and there is more use. The 2 wizard apprentices who came with him also understood this. It is estimated that they will come to find Lin tonight or tomorrow night to discuss how to evacuate. But for some reason, Lin always had a bad feeling. Sean Key's expression and words just now seemed a little wrong, and some were too deliberate. Chapter 84. Not right, very wrong. The dignified master of a city actually knelt down and begged for a small second-level wizard apprentice. Even the identity of a pharmacist was impossible. Lin's eyes became gloomy, and he deliberately allowed himself to stay for 2 more nights, trying to delay his time in the wizard city as much as possible. No wizard will always be loyal, only profit can drive, life and death can coerce. Sean Key has betrayed, and the Wizard City of Thunder is no longer safe. There is only one possibility. And himself is his goal, as the biggest contribution to protecting himself after breaking the city and surrendering to the enemy. A cherished pharmacist is rare. Having figured it out, Lin quickened his pace a bit, returned to his tent, and started to pack his things. Those 2 third-level wizard apprentices who came with him don't need to think about it, either are already dead, or they are going to join the enemy. You must leave the city as soon as possible. Night. The darkness as thick as ink fills every corner of the wizard city. There is no moon or stars in the sky. Tonight is a rare pure night. Tips. After analysis and scanning, the area where the host is located is being monitored, and any personnel entering or leaving are among the targets of monitoring. Lin tidied up everything, and then used the Dark Shadow Sorcerer spell. The shadow particles enveloped his body, as if he had entered another shadow world, especially in the dark night. The wizard apprentice who came to assassinate Lin also used this wizard spell. Lin is like a ghostly shadow. In the case of the chip's analysis of the best route, he bypassed one person entering and leaving one after another to avoid the spiritual detection device, found the loophole in the frequency gap, and went directly to the street. Superior. The darkness here is even worse, and even the street lamps can only illuminate the surrounding area. Facilitate Lin's actions. The patrolling wizard team rotates every hour, and now I'm safe. Lin watched a group of silhouettes lit up with fire elements, and they never walked away. His purpose tonight was mainly to leave, not to fight. The wizard city of Thunder is no longer safe. Although Lin is sure that even if he is captured by a hostile wizard, he will not be threatened by his name, but he cannot escape by signing an unequal contract. The Ring of Ouroboros has not been completely defeated, and there is an unpredictable third-level Great Wizard, and my bloodline cultivation also needs to rely on its resources. This is the reason why Lin chose to stay in the Ring of Ouroboros. Coming. Lin stood in the dark at the corner of the street, waiting silently. An opportunity had come. The handover of the two wizarding teams is in progress, which proves that there is a short-term vacancy on the other side. He was directly covered by shadow particles, like a phantom disappearing from the spot. The gate of the wizard city of Thunder. Lin leaned on the shadows of the buildings not far away, his face a little suspicious. He looked at the large shadows at the city gate. If you don't feel wrong, it is definitely a person from the Dark Crypt, using the same dark shadow as him. The chip had a large-scale scan just now, and the fluctuation of third-level wizard apprentices in the entire Thunder Wizard City actually reached 10. The 4 extra ones are obviously people who are hostile to wizards. Fortunately, Lin noticed it earlier and chose to leave the city tonight to escape. If he waited until tomorrow night, he would have absolutely no chance to leave. My strength has not really played against third-level apprentice wizards, so I can't measure strength, but my spiritual energy is 2 to 3 times that of general third-level apprentice wizards. I should be better than them. Lin thought silently in his heart. The people in the Dark Crypt are guarding the gate of the city, which is not easy to do, but Lin has another way. The curse puppet spread out from the bottle and condensed into an entity. Lin was going to rely on the curse puppet to jump over the towering walls of the wizarding city and fly straight out. Generally, only formal wizards can have the ability to fly, and wizard apprentices rarely have this ability. Kai. The curse puppet drags Lin the figure, under the shroud of shadow particles, quickly climbed along the wall of the city wall, and soon reached the top. The most dangerous place has come. Many apprentice wizards are patrolling the city wall, and the position where Lin ascended is where a group of apprentice wizards are about to come. Lin took a deep breath and covered a large number of shadow particles on the body of the curse puppet to cover up the grayish-white shimmer. Fortunately, he didn't expose himself. Waiting for the group of wizard apprentices to walk away, Lin directly manipulated the curse puppet and crossed the range of the wizard city of Thunder and reached the outside. Finally succeeded. In the city lord's mansion, Zhaoenk was talking with a third-level wizard apprentice who was in the shadows when he suddenly got a message. Lin pharmacist suddenly disappeared in his residence. The news came from Bell, and it was very accurate. Sean Key was almost mad at him. This was his vote, and he just disappeared. Chase, you must chase, the other party must not have gone far, maybe still in the city, the whole city is under martial law. Sean Key quickly issued an order, and the entire wizarding city of Thunder mobilized to block everything. Then I went to the backyard to meet my nephew who I liked very much. But now he is inexplicably disgusted. He can't handle such trivial matters, and he doesn't even know that people are gone. What are you doing with your head down? Hurry up and tell me the story. Chunk said in disgust. Bell, who lowered his head, heard the sound, raised his head, and looked at him blankly. Uncle Seonk. Bell suddenly laughed strangely, and inexplicable black money bloodshots erupted in his eyes, and the blood vessels at his neck also appeared black. This is the power of the curse. Not yet. Sean Key felt inexplicably flustered, took a step or two back, frowned and said, What do you want to say? I want to say. Master Lin asked me to bring you a small gift. Bell said grimly, with a grim expression on his face. The blackness in his body exploded in the next moment, spreading outward from the center, and the power of the curse like twisted snakes began to wreak havoc. Damn. What is this? Sean Key was affected. The power of the curse began to spread on him, and curse words appeared under his skin, and endless coldness hit his heart. Do not. Sean Key only had time to let out the last roar, and then he turned into a corpse all over the place, deprived of his vitality and survival, and disappeared. Chapter 85. At a distance of 3 kilometers away from the wizard city of Thunder, Lin manipulated the curse puppet to let him down. After flying for so long, the curse puppet was severely damaged. The grey-white light emitted was dim and flickering, and the power of the curse had to be replenished. Lin put it in the glass bottle. Then, with a smile, he glanced at the wizard city of Thunder behind him. Come to think of it, the esteemed lord of the city should have received his gift. It's okay to be a traitor, but it's none of his business anyway. It's okay to be careful, but it's just bad thoughts. Lin had no choice but to send a big gift to thank City Lord Sean for taking care of him for so many days. Hint: the corresponding evidence and information have all been stored on the information parchment. With satisfaction, Lin folded the quaint sheepskin roll in his hand and put it into his cuff. This is something that the wizards specially record the corresponding information. Lin collected the evidence of the mutiny in the wizard city of Thunder through the chip, and uploaded it. Next, it's time to go to the second line of defense. The third line of defense has completely failed. Second line of defense, Dragon Wizard City. This is the wizard city under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Lizard Wizard, and now the Dragon Lizard Wizard sits here. In the temporary wizard tower, Lin is meeting with the Dragon Lizard Wizard. The wizard city of Thunder has betrayed, and the third-level wizard apprentice brought with him has fallen. Yes, respected Dragon Lizard Wizard, this is the evidence I have collected. Lin handed the information parchment over. The Dragon Lizard Wizard sat on the large seat with a large amount of food in front of him. As his jaw cracked, he opened his big mouth, and his tongue suddenly became larger, and he ate all the food into his stomach. Then he glanced at Lin with a little deep meaning. I will report the corresponding situation, you can rest assured, then stay in my wizard city, refining logistics medicine, according to your weight in the wizard city of Thunder. The Dragon Lizard Wizard smacked his lips, as if he was after tastes the taste of the food he swallowed just now. He continued, now that the third line of defense is completely lost, it's the turn of us old guys to move. Those who betrayed, when the war is over, they will be liquidated naturally. With Lord Ringlord, no matter how the Ring of our Obras is invincible. In this regard, the Dragon Lizard Wizard seemed very confident. The respected Dragon Lizard Wizard, I will retire first. Lin walked out of the room, and Ares, who had been waiting on the side, immediately greeted him. Long time no see, Master Lin. After the baptism of war, Ares is much more stable than before, and said to Lin very gratefully. If it wasn't for your medicine, Master Lin, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back alive this time. Ares tells the danger of the battlefield after taking the risk. He took Lin to an ancient manor prepared for him. The servants were fully equipped. Master Lin can make medicines right here, and the corresponding equipment is standard. There is still a period of time before the war spreads here, probably about a month of free time. Lin nodded, and quickly became familiar with the place where he was going to stay for a while. The laboratory, lounge, and cultivation room are all intact, and there is actually a small wizard garden with a lot of magic plants planted in it. Lin lived in peace in the Dragon Wizard City. It takes 2 hours a day to deliver the official share of the medicine, and then it is to refine the perfect blood to improve the progress of his bloodline cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Hint: the host successfully took the perfect blood, The bloodline cultivation level plus 2%, the current progress, 52%. Lin put down the empty potion bottle and sighed. These 7 days of refining potions almost day and night, improving bloodline cultivation, and finally reaching the upper limit of perfect blood. You need to find new supernatural materials to research new potions, or find more knowledge about blood potions from the Pharmacist Alliance. Ring of Ouroboros. There is no better blood potion than perfect blood. In this way, I can only improve myself from another aspect. Lin is going to start the preliminary experiment of the flesh and blood conjecture. By studying the extraordinary bloodline, there may be a chance to increase the cultivation of his own extraordinary bloodline. He is not going to be restricted by the Ouroboros ring to sign a contract of selling himself for hundreds of years to obtain the secret method to break through the official wizard. As long as the level of bloodline cultivation reaches the level of a third-level wizard apprentice, it is natural to start double promotion. Inside the laboratory, Lin activated the protective wizard formation, and also released the replenished curse puppets, patrolling the surroundings. When Lin left the wizard's tower, he put all the important things and valuable things into the purple gold flower ring. Lin has prepared for this flesh and blood conjecture experiment. The body parts of the flying banshee, as well as the blood, have reached the first-level extraordinary creature, and the blood of the indulgent dragon, this is the second-level extraordinary creature, and the remaining 0-level extraordinary creature's blood vessels and body tissues. As well as the blood of Lin's own cursed snake, it contains powerful bloodline power. The experiment begins. Lin first put the blood of a 0-level extraordinary creature called a mountain bear on the glass slide, and then observed the changes through the wizard technology microscopic mirror. The extraordinary part of the mountain bear is that he can enhance his physical fitness in a short period of time, and he is twice as strong as before. I need to stimulate the blood through various methods to see what changes are there, and strive to find it. The part of the bloodline factor that the mountain bear can enhance the physique. This is undoubtedly a long experimental process, so Lin still has more than 20 days of free time, hoping to find it out successfully. With the first success, subsequent experiments will be much easier. I have a chip to assist me. Compared with the average bloodline wizard, I have to sue a lot in terms of conditions. Lin quickly fell into a state of concentration on research, and at the same time let the chip start recording, researching, analyzing, and filling in gaps, summarizing more efficient research methods. Time just passed like running water. Half a month later, Lin walked out of the laboratory. He wore a professional lab coat and took off his protective mask. His face was exhausted. After half a month of high-intensity research, even he could hardly hold on. What's more, during this period, I have to refine the daily pharmacy share, which makes me even more exhausted. Sure enough, with the help of the chip, my research progress is much faster. I am afraid that the pharmacist who proposed this idea did not expect that I could research to this level. Lin sighed incomparably, thinking of his research progress, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 86. Hint. After analyzing and studying the various experimental variables made for mountain bears in the process of host experiment, adding chameleon dominant gene to get the result. Method error pass. Add splitting the neutralizing dose of the medicament, the result is wrong. Method pass. The 13 neutralization and separation methods listed are all wrong, and it is impossible to display the extraordinary bloodline factor of the mountain bear. Analyze and compare many materials, potions, and magic plants in the information library. Simulate and analyze 36,911 experimental variables. Find the results among the 36,920 experimental variables, and find that they can be neutralized and separated elements of mountain bear's extraordinary bloodline factor. Hint. The final simulation analysis results are in progress. The current progress is 62%, and the estimated time for complete analysis results, 42 hours. Unexpectedly, the shackles of the bloodline are hidden so deeply. It is estimated that no wizard can completely solve the research on the shackles of the bloodline. Only Lin has the assistance of the chip, and based on the huge database, he can do so many experimental simulations. And finally found the extraordinary blood factor of the mountain pig and isolated it. Just wait 42 hours to get the final result. Although Lin is very tired now, he is still very happy in his heart, because he has found his way forward. More about the road ahead, much hope. The truth of the bloodline has gradually unfolded towards him. No bloodline is intact, and it will have its own flaws. If I completely analyze the structure and source of the bloodline, I will integrate the strengths of many extraordinary creatures to complement myself and make myself the most perfect creature. Let the bloodline of the cursed serpent evolve infinitely. This is an endless road of evolution. Lin seems to have seen part of the truth and is opening his arms to him. But this is also an extremely long research process, and it takes time. Even with the assistance of a chip, Lin felt his scalp tingling. This is only the most preliminary analysis and research, and there will be a stage of integration after that. The most important point is that Lin needs to choose several methods for analysis, so that he can use this as an example of thinking and use the auxiliary functions of the chip to carry out further analysis. It is equivalent to Lin opening his head first. In the lounge, Lin prepared some refreshing herbal tea for himself, took 2 sips lightly, closed his eyes and rested, feeling the pain between his eyebrows slowly relieved. After a quarter of an hour, Lin opened his eyes and let the chip pass the accumulated information to him to the memory area. Is the war finally coming? Lin's eyes became serious, which also meant that his flesh and blood conjecture experiment had to be temporarily stopped to deal with the coming of war. This time, it is no trivial matter, and it is likely to involve a battle between official wizards. However, the simulation analysis of the chip can continue, and he can still afford 42 hours. Temporary Wizard's Tower. Lin came to meet the Dragon Lizard Wizard again, and the other party also looked grim at the moment, not as calm as when Lin arrived. It seems that he has received bad news. Lin did not take the initiative to ask, but waited silently. Tomorrow, the 3-party combined team of the Heart of Mechanics, the Tower of Elements, and the Dark Crypt will attack the Wizard City. Based on the information collected, there are 2 official wizards and 16 third-level wizard apprentices. The Dragon Lizard Wizard continued. The Dragon Wizard City currently has only 10 third-level wizard apprentices. I can deal with official wizards. I'm not afraid of even 2. As for third-level wizard apprentices, there are naturally some people who will deal with them, but however, the number of low-level wizard apprentices will far exceed the number on the Wizard City side, which may cause a one-sided situation. The 2 looked at each other. Lin didn't reveal that he was promoted to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Even the Dragon Lizard Wizard didn't know. I hope you can refine more offensive medicines to ease the pressure you need to face. Lin nodded. It's nothing, just dealing with some 2nd-level wizard apprentices. It's very easy for him now. The Dragon Lizard Wizard glanced at Lin apologetically, and then handed him a strange blood-colored crystal. Interpunct 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 interpunct. I didn't expect that there would be a day for Lin Pharmacist to take an adventure. This is a magic crystal that contains one of my sorcerer's spells, which can be used in times of crisis. In addition, whether the resistance is successful or not, I will copy some of the research on the inner world and the construction method of the World Gate to you. I know you have always been curious about this. Lin's eyes lit up, This was an unexpected joy. It is absolutely worthwhile to get a formal wizard's research on the inner world just by fighting against some second-level wizard apprentices. After arranging everything, Lin took the blood-colored crystal and returned to the Mana laboratory. Lin began to refine the explosive potion, which could be used as a ranged attack, and the power even reached the level of a level 3rd class wizard spell. Tomorrow will definitely bring a big surprise to the enemy. Lin has been assigned by the Dragon Lizard Wizard as the Dragon Wizard City, the commander of the Wizard Defense Force, responsible for commanding all second-level wizard apprentices and first-level wizard apprentices to deal with the enemy's siege. The sun pierced through the thick dark clouds and brought warmth to the earth. But a large shadow blocked a lot of sunlight. It was the 3 alliance teams, which were approaching the Dragon Wizard City. Looking at the number, it has reached about 1,000 people, far exceeding the number of defensive wizard apprentices in the Dragon Wizard City. Lin groped for his purple gold flower ring, stood on the city wall, and looked coldly at the arrival of the enemy. Hint: a high-energy reaction is detected, and a hostile wizard is found. Common name: Alpha, level, official wizard, mental power 28, constitution 56. Common name: La, level, official wizard, mental strength 27, constitution 40. It seems that wizards other than bloodline wizards are weaker in physique and stronger in spirit. Lin used the chip to record the relevant information and collected the information database. 2 official wizards exuding terrifying energy fluctuations flew over from the other side of the sky, looking down at the ancient city of dragon wizards. The battle is about to start. Small. Chapter 87. Dense wizard apprentices. The figures slowly approaching on the ground brought an unimaginable sense of oppression to the many wizard apprentices who were guarding the city, especially the 2 official wizards who randomly exuded their powerful energy fluctuations in the air, which made them tremble. Roar. As if the roar of prehistoric creatures sounded, an aura that was no weaker or even stronger than these 2 auras emanated from the Dragon Wizard City, breaking the oppression of this momentum. Wearing a black wizard robe, the Dragon Lizard Wizard flew from the city into the air step by step, facing the enemy's 2 official wizards. His tall body and terrifying aura also made the enemy team panic. It turned out to be you 2 sissies, mad, die for me. The Dragon Lizard Wizard immediately shot. The large wizard's robe was squeezed and torn apart by the growth of the body. The spiritual energy was skyrocketing and spreading. The limbs changed, and the blood power that existed in his body was also exposed at this moment. Gray-brown skin, scales with strong defense and magic resistance, elongated facial bones, extended nostrils, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 50-meter giant, an ancient dragon lizard. Roar. The roar ripped apart the sky, and the air waves were vented. The ancient dragon lizard transformed by the Dragon Lizard Wizard flew directly towards the 2 enemy official wizards. The open wings covered the sky, and the sharp claws were enough to tear everything apart. This is the real body of the Dragon Lizard Wizard. Lin watched all of this in shock. This is also the most powerful and special feature of the Bloodline Wizard. He has cultivated his own bloodline to the level of a first-level wizard. He can show the original body of an extraordinary creature. With an impeccable and powerful body, crush all enemies. Chip, expand the record, record the battle between the Dragon Lizard Wizard and the 2 official wizards, and analyze the biggest difference with the wizard apprentice, as well as other related characteristics. Hint: the analysis task is being established. Successfully established. Alpha and La's expressions changed instantly. They couldn't resist the aura of this behemoth. This dragon lizard has matured for a long time. Immediately, he flew to the higher sky, leaving the spot where the apprentices of the wizards could observe. The battlefield moved to the depths of the clouds, and only the violent fluctuations of the elements and the huge wings that stretched out from time to time could be faintly seen. But none of this escaped the chip's observation, and Lin's face was filled with undisguised excitement. This is the data of the battle between the official wizards. If the overall analysis is done, it will be very helpful to quickly stabilize the strength of the official wizard. The battlefield below is also the beginning. The enemy, under the command of the Commander-in-Chief Wizard Apprentice, began to siege the city. For a time, a lot of spiritual fluctuations permeated, and the elements were inspired: flames, shadows, strong winds, darkness, light. Each and every wizard apprentice burst out with their most powerful wizard spells, and Lin's eyes could only be filled with colorful rays of light. Unless you have absolute power in such a battlefield, you have to keep a low profile, otherwise it will be troublesome to attract the attention of the other party and be focused on fire. The Dragon Wizard City has a protective wizard formation, which can isolate the bombardment of foreign wizard spells. The torrent of enemy spells collides with the pale red light curtain. Finally, the light curtain trembles violently, and it seems that it will break at any time, but after all, it still resists. There was no joy on Lin's face, and the most serious moment was below. Seeing that the long-range attack was ineffective, the enemy quickly changed their strategy and began to directly attack the fortress. The dense number of wizard apprentices have arrived. This protective light curtain can protect wizard spells, but it cannot protect the entry and exit of personnel. Therefore, when the enemy approaches, it is time for the wizard apprentices in the city to fight back. Lin watched the local wizard apprentice getting closer and closer, with a solemn expression on his face, waiting for the opportunity. The next moment, he directly issued an order: everyone, officially fight back. Counter-attack. Elemental particles converged, and the power in the bloodline spread out. There were many extraordinary creatures summoned through rituals, and there were also monsters who only practiced one spell and had been strengthening all the time. In short, at this moment, everyone was pressing their own strengths at the bottom of the box. The means of attack came out. There is no hiding. Hiding on the battlefield is irresponsible for one's own life. Kai. Ares' fingernails can actually be shot directly, turning into a very strange color, and the nails are also deep and sharp. The battle between the two sides quickly reached a fever pitch. I don't know how long it lasted. One by one, the apprentice wizards fell down, and the apprentice wizards came up one by one. The battle of the third-level wizard apprentices has also begun. They each find their own opponents, choose to leave the main battlefield, and go to a remote place to fight. Ares faces two third-level wizard apprentices alone. The battle between the second-level wizard apprentice and the first-level wizard apprentice is still going on, but the number of opponents is much more than his own side, and even if there is a geographical advantage, it will gradually fall into the disadvantage. The enemy's commander was a woman with a gloomy face, as if everyone owed her money. After seeing the advantages of the battlefield, he made a throat-slashing gesture at Lin across the distance. It was a hideous smile, very arrogant. Lin looked at him blankly. It was time to make use of the surprise he prepared. The wizard apprentices guarding the city, after obtaining Lin's confirmation, looked suspicious. With a different smile, he took out a test tube of medicine. This expression made their opponents feel horrified, and the enemy commander noticed something was wrong. He just wanted to give an order to retreat, but it was too late. All the medicine test tubes of the defending wizards were instantly thrown towards the enemy wizard apprentices who were attacking the city. Slap! The glass test tube burst in an instant, and the bright red liquid inside also produced an unimaginable and amazing change, with fiery flames and explosions filling every corner. There was also a chain reaction between the flames, the superimposed explosive power, without any resistance. At least half of the enemy wizard apprentices were wiped out in such a flame explosion. Damn, this is the attack potion, the explosive potion. Where did the Ouroboros ring get these things? The enemy commander's expression was very ugly, even gnashing his teeth, staring at Lin on the city wall, although he didn't understand how the Ouroboros ring, a gathering place for blood wizards, could have so many explosive potions. But there is a hunch in the dark, and it is absolutely inseparable from that little white face. Chapter 88. Half of the man's hand was damaged, and it was all caused by that little white face, damn it. Dinah resisted her anger, but the murderous intent in her eyes was already real, and she stared at Lin. Lin looked at her and suddenly showed a faint smile. But in her eyes, this smile is the ultimate mockery of her. Damn little white face, I must tear your face off and trample you to death. Dinah's chest was shaking violently. The 200-meter radius close to the wizarding city is full of burning flames, and there are corpses that have been charred in the flames, and I am afraid it will continue for a few minutes. Dinah roared at the retreating team. The little white face on the opposite side has used up the means. Wait for the flame to go out, rush to me directly, give me a shot, and completely take down this wizard city. These are 2 official wizards. The task given by the adults is also the task that must be completed by us. Many wizard apprentices who were originally dissatisfied with Dinah's roar, after hearing the request of 2 official wizards, could only restrain their anger, gritted their teeth and endured the scorching temperature for 30 roasts, waiting for the flames. Completely extinguished. However, Lin didn't care about this at the moment. He ordered a wizard apprentice to find some extraordinary basic materials, and then quickly folded it into a doll by his own means. Lin also made 2 pigtails on purpose, then picked up a piece of parchment and wrote a name on it with ink stained with a drop of his own blood. And that name is Dinah. There was an interesting smile on the corner of Lin's mouth. The scanning function of the chip analyzed the information of the commander of the other party as early as the first time. Hint, name, Dinah Ambo, level, 3rd level wizard apprentice, mental power, 17.8, constitution, 30, with his own cursed wizard core inheritance witchcraft. This is simply the most perfect cooperation. Lin wants to cast a spell to kill, but to cast a spell to kill is best if the level of spiritual power is similar to his own, or someone below him. The success rate is much higher. If you cast it on an official wizard, it is very likely to cause backlash against yourself. The name has been written, and then Lin glued the parchment to the rag doll, and then under the action of an inexplicable force, it was directly fused together, without the slightest gap, and the rag doll also became an enemy. Commander Fang has the exact same appearance and body. But the ratio is much, much smaller. Dinah suddenly felt her body cold, as if some danger was approaching, but she didn't find anything at all. This was in the camp, with so many apprentices around, how could there be danger? But the panic in my heart has never been so anxious before. What the hell is going on? Dinah's heart was beating thumpingly. She felt that she thought too much. It must be the little white face that affected her spirit. She had to be calm and calm. But suddenly, she covered her abdomen, and the severe pain swept over. She couldn't hold back and began to curl up and squat down. Wow! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth, and there were broken internal organs in it. Damn it! What's going on? Dinah's pupils shrank as she watched this shocking scene in disbelief. The experience of his own commander attracted the attention of a large number of wizard apprentices, and they quickly surrounded him. What's the situation? Why did Dinah suddenly? Could it be that there was an enemy sneak attack? How did you get here? Everyone was very puzzled. Above the walls of the Dragon Wizard City, Lin has pierced a black needle with cursed power into the belly of the Dinah doll. Then he picked up another black needle and plunged it into the shoulder of the Dinah doll. Although it is possible to kill the opponent's commander directly, it will not affect the morale of the opponent's entire team. For the data of the inner world and the manufacturing method of the gate of the world promised by the Dragon Lizard Wizard, Lin even took out his true skills. At the same time, inside the enemy camp all the wizard apprentices looked at their commander incomprehensible. I saw Dinah's shoulders suddenly sputtered a lot of blood, her entire arm completely lost consciousness, and she couldn't move at all. This is what a strange attack. Why did it suddenly occur without the slightest symptoms? Commander Dinah is under the protection of all of us. Everyone doesn't understand, so they are terrified and extremely afraid of this method, because they have never encountered it before, and no one wants to be attacked by such an inexplicable. Dinah's heart was also frightened, as if her right arm was pierced by a huge spike. She no longer felt any sense, and the internal organs in her lower abdomen were completely damaged. The shadow of death had never been so clearly shrouded in her heart. She subconsciously glanced at the top of the wall of the Dragon Wizard City, and Lin also smiled slightly at her, picked up the Dinah doll in his hand, and teased his cheek. Dinah's pupils shrank suddenly, as if she had seen a ghost. The touch on her face was absolutely wrong. It was the trick of that little white face. Damn it. Just when she wanted to remind the surrounding wizard apprentices, a blood spot appeared between her eyebrows, and the life fluctuations in her pupils disappeared instantly. Lin silently took off the black needle stuck on the doll and put it in his small wooden box. As for the doll, he also put it in the ring of purple gold flowers. Every time an enemy is cursed and killed, the puppet as a medium can obtain a blessing. The blessing of the opponent's evil thoughts and resentment is a cherished curse material that cannot be wasted. Next, as long as you curse and kill a few wizard apprentices, the enemy's military will completely collapse, and the Dragon Wizard City can be considered to be defended. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the sky with horror in his eyes. No way. Because in the perception of the chip, the Dragon Lizard Wizard and the enemy's two official wizards were on equal footing, and even had the upper hand, but now there is suddenly another official wizard's breath fluctuations, from the point of view of malicious distribution, is the enemy. If the Dragon Lizard Wizard is defeated, even if the Dragon Wizard City is defended, it will not make any sense at all. Lin felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and crisis, and without any hesitation, he went directly to the teleportation formation in the Dragon Wizard City. No matter how strong the Dragon Lizard Wizard is, it is impossible to beat 3. If you don't run at this time, you'll just wait to die if you stay. The result of the chip analysis is to evacuate as soon as possible. Chapter 89. Lin's actions didn't attract anyone's attention, because they were all attracted by the movement in the sky. The colorful rays of light were shining, piercing the clouds, and a ferocious claw grabbed one of the two figures. The heavy clouds were torn apart by the air pressure brought by this grab, revealing that the Dragon Lizard Wizard was huge. His bloodline. Lord Dragon Lizard is mighty, Lord Dragon Lizard is mighty. All the wizard apprentices are shouting and cheering wildly. The current situation is that they have the upper hand. Even if there are two official wizards on the other side, they are still not the opponents of Lord Dragon Lizard. The enemy wizard apprentice was even more desperate. But Lin, who is only a kilometer away from the teleportation array, is not so optimistic. Through the detection of the chip, there is already a deeply hidden mechanical wizard, covering the breath through his own characteristics, gradually approaching. It is obvious I want to sneak attack. The result is already doomed. The Dragon Lizard Wizard will definitely lose. The chip analysis shows that the chance that the Dragon Lizard Wizard can come back is less than 5%. Fortunately, he has the habit of carrying all important items with him. The experimental data and materials on the conjecture of flesh and blood in the temporary laboratory have already been put into the purple gold flower ring. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the teleportation formation so close at hand. There was no one to guard the teleportation array. At this time, all the fighting forces were in a defensive battle. As for the disappearance of his commander, no one found out for a while. The energy is abundant and can be teleported. Lin stood directly in, and activated the teleportation rate to the preparatory stage. As long as Lin activated the teleportation, he could immediately leave the Dragon Wizard City. Sorcerer battles are rare. Mechanical wizards, element wizards, blood wizards, magic wizards, these data are very valuable to me. Lin decided to take some risks and continued to scan and analyze with the chip. The teleportation time of the teleportation array is only 5 seconds, and the risk is very low for me. With the passage of time, the battle over the clouds gradually came to an end, and the Dragon Lizard Wizard had the upper hand and was about to defeat the enemy. Ha ha ha. Two sissies, they dare to invade my territory, go to hell! Exclamation. The ancient dragon lizard transformed by the Dragon Lizard Wizard opened his mouth and spit, and the fiery dragon breath spurted out. At this moment, another figure that had been hidden for a long time suddenly appeared. The whole was composed of various mechanical devices, and the limbs were mechanical arms. There is a jet device behind it, and only the head is the core of itself. This is the mechanical wizard, a terrible wizard who mechanically transforms himself. The energy pattern fluctuations gathered directly on the muzzles of the palms of both hands, and sprayed directly on the head of the mountain ancient dragon lizard the next moment. BFFT. The strong impact directly washed the ancient dragon lizard to the ground, and then plowed the ground fiercely, sliding for 1,000 meters, and a small hill was collapsed. This scene shocked everyone, and everyone in the Dragon Wizard City fell into despair. It's over. There is actually a hidden official wizard. The Dragon Lizard was attacked by surprise. At this moment, half of the wings of the ancient Dragon Lizard are about to melt, and half of its head is missing, so it can be seen that the flowed blood dripping in the solidified crystals, the terrible radiation is under the influence, preventing the body from healing. You bastard, how dare you attack me? The Dragon Lizard Wizard roared angrily. The three enemy official wizards were all surprised that such an attack could still be full of energy. This old lizard is really rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Immediately, the three of them were about to attack together again, but the Dragon Lizard Wizard broke through and spit out a bloody dragon's breath at them. The flames burned, and took advantage of the blocking gap to fly towards the Wizard City. Lin's eyes changed slightly. It seemed that it was over. When he saw that the ancient dragon lizard was hit by the energy bombardment, he had already turned off the scanning function of the chip and started to transmit. The teleportation array began to transmit energy. As the white light shone, Lin's figure began to become dazed, but at this time, the Dragon Lizard Wizard flew back to the Wizard City. The choice he made was very clear, and he directly extended a huge with his claws. He grabbed many third-level wizard apprentices headed by Ares, and then flew towards the teleportation formation. He also saw Lin, who was teleporting. His big pupils flashed with joy, and he said directly, "Lin Pharmacist did a good job, let's go quickly. The Dragon Wizard City can't be held anymore, let's retreat to the last line of defense. I promise you that I will definitely experiment, and I will share with you the coordinates of the world that only official wizards know." Lin smiled a little embarrassedly. The teleportation was stuck in the last 2 seconds. He didn't expect the Dragon Lizard Wizard to come back alive, and at such a fast speed. But it's self-defeating. It's good to be able to get what you want, and an extra world coordinate is added, which is a pleasant surprise. In the last second of the teleportation time, the huge ancient dragon lizard flew into the teleportation, shining with white light, and left directly. As for the wizard apprentices who remained in the Dragon Wizard City, they were naturally only abandoned. This is also impossible to do. The catastrophe is imminent, let's fly. Ouroboros ring. When Lin came back here again, he felt as if a long time had passed, and he felt a little more unfamiliar when he looked at the surrounding buildings. The dragon lizard wizard has recovered his human body. The state is very bad. The injuries are very serious, especially the head injury. The alien energy has been preventing his body from healing. I'm finally back, it's great. Ares almost burst into tears. The danger of the battlefield made these third-level wizard apprentices linger in fear, especially when 3 official wizards appeared on the other side, thinking that their fate would be completely ended. Jaos, thanks to you, Master Lin. If you hadn't activated the teleportation formation in time, I'm afraid none of us would be able to escape. Many third-level wizard apprentices expressed their gratitude to Lin, which came from the heart, and asked Lin to be a friend on the wizard's mark on the spot. They are all existences with strong status, the best among the third-level wizard apprentices, and can be said to be the reservists for official wizards. In the days to come, it is very likely that he will be promoted to the official wizard. The dragon lizard wizard patted Lin on the shoulder. This time, thanks to you, I will report the situation first. Come to my wizard tower at night, and I will give you everything you deserve. Cough cough. After speaking, the dragon lizard wizard coughed twice and left. Anyone with a discerning eye can feel his weakness. Lin said goodbye to the others one by one, and returned to his wizard's tower. Chapter 90. Inside the wizard's tower, with the activation of the energy, Lin connected the chip to the center to clean and tidy up. He didn't come back for 2 full months, and some familiar faces on the wizard's mark also disappeared and died in the war. There are a total of 6 lines of defense, and now only the last line of defense is left, that is, the line of defense where the last second-level wizard sits. The one-sided form was very unexpected to Lin. I always feel something is wrong. The 3 alliances' massive attack this time seems to have completely torn their face, and they will never die. Even if it is an ancient ruin left by a suspected 4th-level wizard, it will not develop into this. It just depends on the subsequent development of the matter. As the sky descends, there will naturally be those big bosses standing on it. If it really doesn't work, Lin simply runs away. This is the worst plan. I have 2 months of free time, just in time to continue the flesh and blood conjecture experiment. The mountain bear's extraordinary bloodline factor has been successfully stripped and integrated into my bloodline, which should be able to improve the degree of bloodline cultivation and strengthen my bloodline. Lin transmitted the corresponding data to the wizard technology anatomical instrument, on the premise that the conflict of fusion needs to be resolved. I also have to meet the dragon lizard wizard tonight. He should get some inside information. Chip began to use the database to deduce whether the fusion of the mountain bear's extraordinary bloodline factor and the cursed snake bloodline will cause conflicts and side effects, and analyze the cause of the conflict and the solution. Hint, the deduction analysis task was established successfully. Estimated time, 40 days. Lin has already done some basic research on his extraordinary bloodline, so he can directly deduce and analyze it, but it will take a lot longer. For 2 months, Lin was able to accept it, but he just hoped that nothing would change. Night Dragon Wizard Tower. Lin passed through the deep jungle swamp. Compared with the original, it was much depressed, and there were many less extraordinary creatures. Before Lin arrived, he could still feel a lot of danger, but now he has no sense of crisis at all. Lin saw the dragon lizard wizard in the lounge. His injuries were even more serious than before. Half of his head was missing, and it was still being corroded and melted. The skull was clearly visible, but the immediate brain stopped it. A thin film layer is covered to prevent the corrosion of the radiation energy, and the neck has been extended down to a large amount of charred black, and there are also things like radiation crystals. Pharmacist Lin, you're here. The dragon lizard wizard withdrew from the state of closing his eyes and resting, and gave Lin a weak look. This is what I promised you, take it. On the table, there is a thick parchment book. It seems that there is still a lot of information recorded in it, all of which are related to extraordinary aspects. Otherwise, so many extraordinary parchments would not be used. Of course Lin refused to accept it. These are the things he should get. Next, the Dragon Lizard Wizard should have something to say, and sure enough, the other party sighed and said, I also promised Lin Pharmacist to give you the coordinates of the inner world, which only official wizards can know. The goal is also a transfer station, and you need to embark on the research road of the inner world before you can really understand it. The Dragon Lizard Wizard directly broke one of his fingers and threw it to Lin. This contains information about the corresponding coordinates. Only when you reach the stage of an official wizard can you discover the secrets. Lin solemnly placed this finger in a wooden box. Lord Dragon Lizard Wizard, your injury. I was sneak attacked by the enemy's old stray hare. His radiant energy cannon is very difficult to give birth. The energy nature is not of the magic type. My magic resistance cannot be completely offset. Now it's very troublesome. The radiation crystals in the wound are emitting radiant energy. Prevent healing. The Dragon Lizard Wizard explained, I'm afraid I need to sleep for 100 years to completely eliminate these injuries. The room suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere was depressed for a while. At this time, the loss of a formal wizard's combat power has an extremely bad influence on the Ring of Ouroboros. Lin's eyes flickered, and he said, Can the Dragon Lizard Sorcerer give me some of the flesh and blood from the wound? I need to do some research, maybe I can find a way to eliminate this effect in advance. The Dragon Lizard Wizard smiled bitterly, obviously not thinking that a wizard apprentice in Lin could solve the problems left by the official wizard. But he didn't refuse. He directly squeezed a thumb-sized piece of necrotic crystalline flesh on the skull and threw it to Lin. Still put it in a glass bottle for isolation. Glass can effectively isolate some radiation effects, and even restrain the existence of spiritual bodies. Then, Master Dragon Lizard, I will retire first. On the way back, Lin looked at the crystal flesh and blood in the glass bottle, and his eyes burst with brilliance. The official wizard-level flesh and blood organization allows me to study it in advance and bring precious data and information. These crystals are the radiation energy of another wizard. If I can study the principle of the degree of energy, maybe I can master the corresponding radiation energy, or I can find out the means of protection. Apostrophe by the way, research the treatment method for the Dragon Lizard Wizard. Returning to the wizard's tower, Lin went straight to the laboratory and deployed the corresponding instruments. He felt that his time was not enough, and he needed to explore and research various things, whether it was blood, the inner world, or the blood and flesh of the newly obtained official wizard. The crystallized flesh was placed on a glass slide, and then the microscopic microscope was used to observe more subtle things, and the chip was constantly recording and analyzing. In this way, an experiment called the Crystal Flesh Research Project was launched in Lin's hands. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. For a month, Lin stayed in the laboratory all the way. Except for refining some medicines and handing them over to the official, the rest of the time was carrying out the research plan of crystal flesh and blood to test whether various materials and items could be react with it, and whether the 5-element particles can respond to this radiation energy. Because Lin discovered that this radiation energy is not any known type in the natural world, it is estimated that this is an experimental subject carried out by the mechanical wizard himself, and the preliminary results have been obtained, which is this new type of radiation energy. Although this month's research was very difficult, after all, it started from scratch. Lin didn't involve much about wizard technology and wizard energy, but in the Chapter 91. Although the research in this month was very difficult, after all, it started from scratch. Lin did not involve much about wizard technology and wizard energy, but with the assistance of the chip and Lin's efforts, he managed to overcome it. Lots of problems. A preliminary research result has been obtained. This special radiation energy is formed by combining the special frequencies of many kinds of element particles, and a new radiation energy is born. There are many kinds of energy, generally with the effect of radiation, and also have various special characteristics, such as fire energy, water energy, elements, particles, and wave frequencies are all types of energy combinations. Lin projected the corresponding results into the retina through the chip. Hint: the results are as follows. According to the analysis, the energy frequency of fire element is Hz6.3555, the energy frequency of shadow element is Hz1.2333, and the pulsation frequency of sound shell is Fz0.365. Lin roughly understands that this is the result of the special radiation energy generated by the instability of energy, which has changed from stable to unstable. After a variety of energy frequency matching, the final result is obtained. I only need to analyze the corresponding energy frequency, and after grouping, I can control this radiation energy. The advanced root and core of the mechanical wizard may be closely related to the research of energy. Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter, he seemed to have caught something. Mechanical wizards transform themselves and study energy, but they can't play the role of energy for better use. Electromagnetic waves are energy, and telepathy is also energy. Interesting. It's so interesting. A new route is in front of Lin. I have a chip, which can be faster and more convenient than ordinary mechanical wizards to study energy. Some energy frequency experiments can even be obtained in simulations, far exceeding the efficiency of mechanical wizards. Mechanical wizards need to set up the experimental site to study energy, as well as the responsive energy frequency, which is likely to cause irreversible energy out of control, causing a big explosion, or energy extinction, resulting in the terrible consequences of space collapse. I don't have any danger in this regard. Even the resources of the site construction can be saved. The only thing needed is the information about the relevant energy and the exact frequency. Lin decided to put the research on this aspect into the sub-professional research. Even if he doesn't take this road, he can use it as his attack method. Lin has always lacked a truly overwhelming means of attacking, which can supplement his shortcomings. If you can study energy and master the frequency of antimatter energy, that will be an unprecedented killer. Lin remembered the terrible data about antimatter in his previous life research institute. The chip saves the corresponding data in the depths of the information database, and exists as a follow-up research topic. At present, the main thing is to cultivate the bloodline and reach the stage of the cursed snake physique as soon as possible. Lin also analyzed a method to solve the crystal radiation of the dragon lizard wizard. Because the crystal radiation was too serious, the flesh and blood given by the dragon lizard wizard almost completely became crystals, and Lin did not find the flesh and blood of the official bloodline wizard at all. This is a very unfortunate result. Lin is also quite fond of the scene that can instantly show his true bloodline. If he studies and understands it, maybe he can show part of the bloodline power when the king snake bloodline completely steps into the curse snake bloodline. Found the dragon lizard wizard through the wizard's mark, told him the information that could be cured, and attached the corresponding materials needed. The other party also readily agreed. According to the method he developed, Lin spent a day successfully stabilizing the injury of the dragon lizard wizard. The radiation energy gradually ceased to be radiated and turned into the most common crystal. This is a little trick obtained by Lin in researching radiant energy. It only needs to fundamentally transform the frequency of energy and disrupt the combination of various energy frequencies in the radiant energy, and the problem will be solved directly. Inside the dragon wizard tower, under the powerful healing effect of his own blood, the dragon lizard wizard's injury was almost healed. He looked at Lin sitting opposite him with great gratitude. "I'm really grateful to Lin pharmacist this time, thanks to you. The dragon lizard wizard moved his neck a bit, then clapped his palms. The creatures from the inner world that Lin saw last time came out one by one, and served the corresponding delicacies from the inner world. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Lin's eyes lit up. This time the food was something he hadn't seen last time. Although the portion was relatively small, the appeal was even greater than last time. Lin couldn't help saliva. It seems that this time, the dragon lizard wizard has recovered from his injury. He is very happy and took out the good things he really treasured. After swallowing wildly for a while, Lin glanced at the many empty plates with satisfaction, and the chip prompt came again. Hint, the host takes food with unknown properties, mental strength plus, constitution plus 1.3, Lin's mental power has reached the limit of an official wizard. Although his physique is still close to the limit, it is not far away. He can actually improve so much, which shows the preciousness of the food this time. 0. Although my spiritual power exceeds the limit of an official wizard, the gap between the feeling and the official wizard is still the same as the sky and the earth. Lin pondered in his heart, this is also what he was puzzled about. Obviously, his mental power has reached the limit, but after every chip scan and analysis, his winning rate against the official wizard is less than 1%. The feeling of spiritual power also feels incompetent. There must be some secrets in this, which should be related to the changes caused by breaking through the official wizard. It's not just the Ouroboros ring, I'm afraid any wizarding faction is hiding this information, and won't say it. The only chance I want to know is maybe. Lin set his eyes on the dragon lizard wizard. He didn't hesitate, he asked directly, Lord Dragon Lizard, I watched the battle between you and the enemy's official wizard that day. The momentum alone made me unable to move. I would like to know, between the official wizard and the wizard apprentice, the biggest what's the difference, why can't I resist no matter how I feel? The dragon lizard wizard's complexion became darker, and after being silent for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, this aspect is an absolute secret, I can only tell you euphemistically, this is related to the most fundamental change, and the official wizard has completely broken away. It has reached the category of human beings and has reached another realm. Vi. Chapter 92. Lin returned to the wizard's tower, but he was still thinking about the words of the dragon lizard wizard. Judging from the performance at the time, it should have signed some kind of confidentiality contract with the Ring of Ouroboros, so it is impossible to say it directly, only in this obscure way. Chip, analyze the words of the dragon lizard wizard, combined with the information in the database. Screen, analyze the final result, focus on the direction. There is a difference between a wizard apprentice and a formal wizard, and the best one is likely to be left. Hint, the analysis task has been established. The operation is in progress. The estimated time is 1 minute. The scanning analysis is completed. The remaining possibilities are excluded, leaving the greatest possibility, and the result is as follows. Wizard apprentice, there is a decisive difference between the spiritual power and the spiritual power of the official wizard. The specific change is because at the moment of promotion to the official wizard, the will of the entire wizarding world will be blessed. The blessing of can make the spiritual power reach another level, more condensed, more substantial. The same is true of the spiritual power in the body, and the physique will also increase the corresponding value. Lin finally realized that the biggest difference lies in this: the attention and favor of the wizard's will. When it comes to this level, it will naturally be extraordinary. Next, I have to go all out to improve the level of bloodline cultivation, so that both the level and the bloodline will reach the same stage as soon as possible, that is, the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. After that, you can rely on special advanced methods to make the stage of double advanced formal wizards, so that whether it is the path of blood wizards or cursed wizards, you can set foot on the true right track. There is still a month left to analyze the fusion of Mountain Bear and Cursed Snake. The chip has already tested 108,0061 models, but none of them can achieve complete fusion. There are conflicts with each other. In the experiment, the final result can be obtained. Lin can only wait until then. Without the assistance of the chip, it would be almost impossible to rely on his own experimental analysis to find the root secret of the extraordinary bloodline. This is a road that almost no one is involved in, and no wizard is crazy enough to chase the root of the bloodline. The real shackles of bloodlines have been broken, allowing different extraordinary bloodlines to fuse. Lin is the first in history. January time goes by, the situation in the Ring of Ouroboros became more and more serious. A lot of bad news was passed on to the pyramid. The second line of defense that the official wizards were holding completely collapsed. The official wizards could only retreat to the first line of defense, or they were seriously injured. You can only go back to the Ouroboros ring for healing. What angered the Black Demon Wizard and the White Dragon Wizard the most was that a formal wizard had fallen into the defensive battle, and not only one official wizard had fallen, but a total of 3. Are the 3 alliances really crazy? Do they want to tear their faces off so much? Aren't you afraid of Lord Wantsu's anger? In the pyramid, the Dark Wizard and the White Dragon Wizard are having a face-to-face conversation. This is a real war, a real immortality. Those bastards from the 3 alliances really and thoroughly want to fight for life and death with my Ouroboros. The Dark Wizard gritted his teeth and said, "Chicken, we have to make a move. The last line of defense must not be lost. Once Lord Wantsu wakes up, he will definitely be angry. You and I will definitely not be able to get rid of it." The White Dragon Wizard's face is also very ugly. This time the situation is a bit unusual. The offensive of the 3 alliances is too fierce. I'm afraid, this was premeditated early in the morning. The ancient ruins are just a fuse, and even the arrangement of the 3 alliances may be for a reason that seems to be in the past, and to paralyze us. The White Dragon Wizard took a deep breath and said, "Then fight. The sovereignty and bottom line of the Ouroboros ring is the last line of defense, and directly activate the Ouroboros 12 occasion wizard formation." The Dark Magician also nodded solemnly. This news quickly spread throughout the Ring of Ouroboros, and also triggered a deeper reaction. A large number of wizard apprentices began to panic. The entire formation can only be used at the moment of life and death. The official wizards are still relatively calm, even confident. There is Lord Wantsu, who is a third-level great wizard. No matter what the final result is, they cannot be shaken. Inside the wizard's tower, while waiting for the fusion analysis for a month, Lin successfully found out more energy frequency decryption by continuing to study the radiation energy in depth. And it was initially applied to one of his wizard spells. Hint. The flame fireball has been improved, adding a new type of fire element energy. The frequency has been changed to HZ0.235, and the increase rate is QZ0.333. The final result is as follows, flame fireball, modified, the degree is increased by 28 degrees, special energy radiation is added, with the characteristics of burning, infection, and necrosis. Evaluation. It has reached the 0-level first-class witchcraft to the 0-level third-class witchcraft. Lin was quite satisfied, almost approaching the category of formal wizard spells, but not the level of core wizard spells. After analyzing this special crystal energy, the gains brought by it are more than that. Several other wizarding spells have also been enhanced accordingly. For example, The shadow coil cast by shadow elements also has a tearing attribute, and each condensed energy tentacle has a corresponding barb, which can directly tear the enemy and add negative attribute effects such as radiation necrosis. With a thought, Lin called out the chip and began to check the fusion of the mountain bear and the cursed snake. There are still 2 days to complete the result, but it is just right to participate in the 12-star party invited by Ares. It seems that several people died in this war. Apostrophe. Night Lin's figure was looming in the dark night, and he came to the enemy agreed by Ares, a building on the edge of the business district. He walked in directly, and soon met with Ares and the others under the leadership of the corresponding person. In the slightly darkened room, there was a huge metal cowhide edge table, and there were scattered people sitting on the seats, all members of the 12 stars, both men and women. Lin saw several familiar faces, such as the Virgo star, and the Gemini star who often interacts with Ares. Chapter 93. Welcome to Master Lin. Ares sat in the second position, and when he saw Lin's arrival, a touch of surprise and gratitude also appeared on his face. He thought that Lin would not come. After all, the other party was a famous nerd and liked to retreat. But I didn't expect that I would actually accept the invitation to make an appointment. Sure enough, I have a lot of weight in Master Lin's mind. Lin nodded slightly to Ares. The analysis of the extraordinary bloodline had reached the final stage. He was also very excited, because this was a real turning point, and he had no intention of conducting experimental research or refining pharmaceuticals. If you have nothing to do, just come to this party and see what the 12 stars are going to do. The other 12 stars looked at Lin very curiously. As a genius pharmacist who is famous for the Ring of Ouroboros, he has always attracted much attention. It was the first time they met today, and they never had a chance before. Lin dealt with it a few words casually, and then achieved his own position. There were a total of 10 people present, including Lin. The 30 who didn't come are naturally dead. Leo and Ares glanced at each other, went straight to the topic, and began to say, the reason why everyone came to this party is mainly because of the recent war. As time goes by, I think everyone understands the cruelty of war. Next is the battle of the last line of defense, which requires us 3rd-level wizard apprentices and the enemy's 3rd-level wizard apprentices to enter the secret realm to fight. Following the story of Ares, Lin probably understood the meaning of this gathering, which is nothing more than to warm up in a group, in order to win the battle in the secret realm. This is also the result of the mutual restriction between the Ring of Ouroboros and the 3 alliances to determine the true ownership of the ancient ruins. If either side has more surviving 3rd-level wizard apprentices, which side wins, and the other side has to agree to the conditions. Lin pondered. This seemed to be a little different from the news he had learned. The dragon lizard wizard breathed with him, and the information conveyed above was clearly a decisive battle to the death, and even the 12 wizard arrays were opened. Yes, but why do you have another secret realm fight now? It should be that only the official wizards know the real inside story. The news that the people below know is not the case. Even 12 stars didn't know. Lin's expression became a little more subtle. But it doesn't matter to him, it's not his turn to participate anyway. The strength of the 2nd-level wizard apprentice I showed is neither higher nor lower. There are also talented pharmacists here, and more of them just need to silently refine the pharmacy in the logistics part. Lin's views are mostly the same as those of the official wizards. No matter what the madness of the 3 alliances is, as long as there is a 3rd-level great wizard, the pinnacle of the sea, everything will be calmed down. At this time, Ares turned his attention to Lin. Also ask Lin pharmacist to be able to sell potions and help us refine and formulate potions 1 month before the secret war, and also ask Master Lin to help. Ares is begging with a very low attitude, and the other 12-star members are also looking at Lin eagerly. If this genius pharmacist really agrees, the result will be really different. There will be corresponding medicines this month. The support will definitely be able to improve their own strength and means. A subtle smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. I can help you with this, but the wizarding world believes in equal exchange. I think you should understand. Ares has long been prepared for this. I know that Master Lin has been collecting the blood and body tissue of extraordinary creatures. If Master Lin promises you at the request of 12 stars, we will give you a copy of our extraordinary bloodline for Master Lin. What do you think? Ares looked around again. The other 12 stars members didn't say much, just raised their brows slightly, and they all agreed by default. It's just a part of the organization and bloodline, it's harmless, and being able to get the full support from the potion has a different meaning. Lin really needs this demand. The extraordinary bloodline is very difficult to obtain, especially the extraordinary bloodline that has reached the official wizard level. In the flesh and blood conjecture experiment, my cursed snake bloodline needs to be supplemented by powerful extraordinary bloodline, in order to speed up the degree of bloodline cultivation and the perfection of my own bloodline. Lin thought for a while and agreed to the other party's request, but he also put forward his own conditions. It's impossible for me to spend all my time refining pharmaceuticals. Of the 9 of you, I only help one person a day. You can arrange the specific time and personnel allocation by yourself. This is naturally according to Master Lin's opinion. As soon as Lin's words came out, a smile appeared on everyone's face, and immediately took out part of his extraordinary bloodline and part of his body tissue and gave it to Lin. This is what everyone is happy about. Lin returned to his wizard's tower around 4 in the morning. The harvest this time is very rich, and it has once again replenished the power of 9 bloodlines that have reached the official wizard level, except for the repeated indulgent dragons. The next day Lin got the results from the chip, and knew the fusion point of the mountain bear's extraordinary bloodline factor and the cursed snake, and what substance was needed to neutralize it. After discarding some means, Lin obtained corresponding things. Inside the laboratory, what is deposited in the beaker is a pure colored liquid that looks like nothingness. If you don't look carefully, you can't even tell if there is any liquid in the beaker. This is the extraordinary bloodline factor of the mountain bear. It is mixed with substances with less fusion and conflict, which can be relatively gently supplemented into the bloodline of the cursed snake, improving the degree of bloodline cultivation and the perfect ratio. Fortunately, the extraordinary level of mountain bears is not high, it is only the existence of extraordinary 0 level, otherwise, I am afraid that integration will be even more troublesome, and exclusion is the biggest problem. A different idea appeared in Lin's heart. Can you fuse a large number of extraordinary bloodline factors together to reach a higher level, and then fuse with the cursed snake? This will not only save time, but also make the complexity and difficulty are simplified accordingly. Lin temporarily put the idea on hold and drank all the liquid in the beaker. This special potion he named Fusion Blood 1 type. As the liquid was fully absorbed and digested, deeper reactions began to occur. Lin's pupils burst into dazzling red light, and the black snake tattoo on his chest began to change involuntarily. Chapter 94. As the liquid was fully absorbed and digested, a deeper reaction began to occur. A dazzling red light erupted in Lin's pupils. The black snake tattoo on his chest began to change involuntarily, and the black lines instantly spread to every corner of the skin. It trembled like a living thing. Kai. Lin seemed to hear his blood boiling, rushing past like a train, and roaring like a surging river. The genes in the body are changing, and even deeper and tighter changes are taking place, which are based on the most fundamental changes and improvements. There were more and more red lights in Lin's eyes, and finally, an unprecedented red light erupted in the entire laboratory. Hint: the host takes the Fusion Blood Type 1 medicine, and the body undergoes extremely deep changes. The changes are judged to be benign, transforming, and transforming. expected duration of 20 minutes. Reminder, the transformation time is over, and the improvement results have appeared. The host's physical fitness is scanned, and a comparative analysis is underway. The results are as follows: physique +1. Mental strength plus, the bloodline cultivation degree has increased by 10%, and the current stage bloodline cultivation degree is 100%. Of 62. Power, unprecedented power appeared everywhere in Lin's body. The plan of the flesh and blood conjecture is feasible. As long as I study and analyze more extraordinary bloodline factors and integrate with the bloodline of the cursed snake, my cultivation level can be continuously strengthened. Lin's eyes are full of enthusiasm. This is just the bloodline of a zero-level extraordinary creature. If it is the bloodline of a first-level extraordinary creature, what a huge leap forward. Lin, who walked out of the laboratory, immediately started new research without much hesitation. An extraordinary bloodline can only be merged once. All the good parts are absorbed by himself, and the rest is completely worthless. There is a big problem in front of me. The time for analysis, research, and fusion is too long, and I can only do it one by one. If there is a slight error, I have to start from scratch. I need to adjust the blood vessels of the extraordinary creatures of my body are fused, and a special flesh and blood aggregate that can perfectly adapt to the blood vessels in my body has been developed. Lin came to the dissection wizard technology machine and threw two different zero-level extraordinary creatures into it. Then first find a real fusion point, based on my extraordinary blood fusion point of the child creates an existence that can fuse all things and devour thousands of extraordinary bloodline factors. Lin said quietly, this can be named as a flesh and blood embryo. Hint, the corresponding task has been established, name, Flesh Embryos Experiment Plan, purpose, based on the research on the bloodline of the cursed snake, extract the fleshy embryos that can perfectly fit, and then fuse other extraordinary bloodline factors, and now conduct a preliminary fusion summary in vitro. Then, when it is integrated into the bloodline, one step in place, the cultivation of the bloodline is perfect, and it enters the state of the cursed snake physique in one fell swoop. Hint, during the analysis and processing, the pre-extraordinary bloodline factor, the number of zero-level extraordinary bloodlines, 10, the number of first-level extraordinary bloodlines, 1, the estimated time required, 1 year, the estimated number of simulation experiments, 180,000 to 300,000 times between. A thought flashed in Lin's eyes. The advantage of doing this is that it can save more time and save a lot of troublesome steps. The amount of time, the difficulty, and the number of simulation experiments all have a great relationship with the number of extraordinary bloodlines participating in the experiment. Lin initially carried out the flesh and blood embryo culture plan, and only dared to put in one first-level extraordinary bloodline, and the rest were zero-level extraordinary bloodlines. After all, everything is unknown, so it is better to compare with caution, to avoid any accident and create some troublesome things. Lin recalled that in the laboratory of his previous life, he assisted his scientific research teacher and professor to study special genes from outer space. After supplementing and perfecting various powerful genes, he finally created an incomparably powerful monster, a powerful one. Body, terrifying genetic erosiveness, rooted in any species to plunder genes, perfect oneself, ferocious mouth parts, with powerful corrosive blood. The behavior of the monster named Alien is similar to what he is doing now. They are all plundering the powerful side of other extraordinary creatures, merging them into themselves, and making up for the defects and shortcomings of their bloodlines. However, he is too clever and too difficult, and the two are completely incomparable. It involves transcendence, as well as the shackles of blood, and the root cause is decrypted. The more you study and the more you know, the more you feel the infinite truth and your own insignificance. Lin sighed. He had found a corner of the truth, but the difficulty of showing it made him feel a lot of pressure. It would be great if there was no war, if only I could keep studying like this and improve. Lin became more and more tired of the state of war in the Ring of Ouroboros, which led to some originally planned plans that had to be stranded and changed. But the situation is stronger than the person, and he is not the one who can call the shots. Unless you leave. It's not yet time, all aspects are not allowed, no matter what. I have to wait for my strength to reach the official wizard before I have the confidence. The resources and channels of the Ouroboros are what I need, not to mention now that I'm leaving, it's no wonder that the black and white wizard didn't pinch himself to death. He must suspect that I had defected. Lin is very fortunate that his breakthrough of the third-level wizard apprentice has not been exposed. Otherwise, the Ring of Ouroboros will probably sign a new contract with him, which is the more binding one. The dissection machinery began to stop from operation, and the corresponding extraordinary biological tissue has been separated, and the next step can be processed. Now it's time to extract his own bloodline gene of the cursed snake. Lin Wuhao picked up a dagger with a blank expression, aimed it at his vein, and then ruthlessly. Time flies. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin continued to study his own flesh and blood conjectures and flesh and blood embryos. In addition to the research that had become a habit, he also took part of his time to help these 12 stars solve the corresponding drug problems. The days were very fulfilling and very busy. A day before reaching the cursed snake state, Lin felt a sense of worry in his heart. A very pleasant news is that the research progress of the fusion point of the cursed snake is very smooth, and it only takes about 8 months. If there is continuous blood support from Lin, the progress will be accelerated. Lin is naturally supportive, so he has been bleeding every day for half a month, causing his face to turn pale, and it looks like he is about to collapse. Chapter 95. Lin was naturally supportive, so he bled every day for half a month, which made his face pale and looked as if he was about to collapse. Sure enough, with the blood support, the speed is almost dozens of times faster, but it hurts the body a bit. Lin nodded in satisfaction. In the cultivation bin in front of it, there is a quivering blood-colored meatball covered with various blood vessels, which transport blood in a subtle way to support its own survival. But the most peculiar thing is that there is clearly no link, as if the production of any blood is its own operation. The volume of the meatball is still changing, and with each transport and vibration, it is different from the previous subtle changes. Lin's eyes were full of expectations for the bloody flesh ball. This was the fusion point extracted from the genetic bloodline of his cursed snake, which was also the foundation of the fleshy embryo. In the future, more kinds of bloodline factors of extraordinary creatures can be fused, so that they have different characteristics. If they are not restrained, they can even grow into a grotesque flesh ball creature. But in the final analysis, it is separated from Lin's bloodline. No matter how it changes, in the end, it can be connected with the bloodline of the cursed snake. Perfectly blended together. The day will not be far away. My baby, you need to grow up faster. Lin poured the prepared nutritional medicine for the blood-colored flesh ball. As the liquid was absorbed, the blood-colored flesh ball grew a lot at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the flesh and blood embryo is the foundation, the owner has certain immortality, strong survival instinct, perfect self-circulation system, and can even absorb the spiritual tide energy particles between heaven and earth on its own to grow by itself. However, the growth rate is very slow, so it is necessary to use nutritional medicine to speed up the speed. My time has always been very tight, and the so-called Secret Realm competition will start in half a month. Although it has nothing to do with me, it was definitely a signal at that time. The final battle of the three alliances and the Ouroboros battle. Lin's face is solemn, and he needs more strength. 3 days later, Under the circumstance of Lin's full supply of nutrients, the cultivation of the flesh and blood embryo was completed. The blood-colored flesh ball in the cultivation warehouse has been, after a big change in appearance, compared to the size of the original fist, it has now become as big as a faceplate. A large number of roots are adhered to the surface of the cabin of the cultivation warehouse, and the surface of the uneven meat ball has some small fleshy tentacles. In the middle of the fluttering, most core, it seems that an embryo is bred. Finally, this step has been reached, and the next step is to integrate many extraordinary bloodline factors into the flesh and blood embryo, which is a long process. Lin shows 10 to 1, 10 0 grades and 1 grade 1. The first is the extraordinary bloodline factor of the hurricane rabbit. After half a month of simulation experiments, this extraordinary bloodline factor has been preliminarily analyzed, and the rest will take time. Lin took out a syringe and injected it directly into the flesh and blood embryo inside through the septum of the culture chamber. Kai. Soon there were corresponding changes, a layer of dark energy fluctuations emanated, and every tentacle on the flesh and blood embryo began to grow wildly, growing white hair and black teeth, and then the ravines on the surface opened unevenly. With a pair of blood-colored naked eyes, they blinked at everything around them, and finally they all stared at Lin's body. If someone with intensive phobia saw this scene, they would have screamed in shock, but instead of being afraid, Lin showed a very satisfied smile. The initial fusion was successful, and the flesh and blood embryo based on the fusion point of the cursed snake successfully received the processed blast rabbit extraordinary bloodline factor. The chip began to record the changes of the flesh and blood embryos, whether there were any adverse reactions, and also gathered the relevant knowledge of inactivating drugs into my memory area. After the fusion of the bloodline factor of the hurricane rabbit, the flesh embryo has mutated and was renamed the flesh embryo A model by Lin. It has its own special activity and simple life instinct. In other words, the flesh and blood embryo A model already has the basic instinct to eat, drink, and lax, but it still lacks further thinking, and even finally becomes a new life form. Lin wouldn't let this happen, and the inactivation agent was developed for this. Perfectly kills all the possibility of self-conscious thinking, leaving the basic instinct. Lin, who reached the second-class pharmacist apprenticeship, took only 10 minutes to configure this advanced potion. When Lin came to the cultivation warehouse with the inactivating agent, the flesh and blood embryo A model had undergone new changes. There were signs of breathing and a little thinking with eyes rolling. This was a new round of evolution. Fortunately, it came in time. Lin looked at the barbed tentacles that were about to grow and piled up in the cultivation warehouse. His expression did not change at all, and he was ready to inject the liquid of the inactivating agent again through a needle injection. It seemed that he had sensed a deadly threat against him, and the flesh embryos A began to resist and stop him spontaneously. All the barbed tentacles attacked Lin frantically, but unfortunately they were blocked by the hardened glass and could not break through. What a cute little guy. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. Spiritual energy spread out directly. The magic hand condensed inside the cultivation bin through the glass. Then, he grabbed the tentacles of the boss and twisted and tore it fiercely. BFFT. A large amount of blood sputtered, and soon it became bloody, and the flesh and blood embryo A-type made a harsh and noisy sound, which seemed to be its screams and wailing. But I prefer to be obedient. Lin's eyes did not change in the slightest. Through the corresponding diaphragm, he injected the inactivating agent into the body of the flesh embryo A. Soon, the potion took effect, and the original meaning of thinking no longer existed, leaving only the most instinctive meaning of survival. The part of the body that was torn apart is slowly healing at this moment. After Lin did all this, he left the incubation room and came to the laboratory. The chip transfers the corresponding recorded data to the memory area. This is the fusion of the bloodline factor of the most basic blast rabbit. There will be 9 zero-level factors and 1 first-level factor in the future, and preparations must be made for timely inactivation. To this end, Lin asked the chip to set up a special inactivation plan to monitor and analyze the possibility of self-awareness of the flesh and blood embryo at any time. 1 year the blood factor analysis time, Lin can still afford it. There are 4 more updates tonight. Alright too. I want to write this book on the list, thank you for your support. Chapter 96. Time flies, like sand that can't be grasped, it quickly passes by. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Lin is still doing the same research, or helping the 12 stars he finds from time to time, refining and formulating pharmaceuticals. He also handed over the share of the potion to the Ring of Ouroboros on time. The chip analysis went very smoothly. It is estimated that within a few days, the bloodline factor of the next zero-level extraordinary creature can be analyzed. I still can't find any records about the road behind the third-level wizard apprentice. This is almost the core secret of the major wizarding organizations. How could it be so easy for me to find and analyze it, unless I signed a new contract with the Ring of Ouroboros? Contract. Then it will be completely tied to the Ring of Ouroboros. Under the current turbulent situation, it is definitely not a good choice. It seems that I have to wait a year for the complete fusion of the flesh and blood embryos. Using this function, I can let my bloodline reach the stage of the cursed snake. At that time, the bloodline and level will be third-level wizard apprentices, and they can conduct mutual exchanges. Joint promotion. In the pyramid the official wizard meeting after a long time is held again. Nokia also came back and sat in the same position as Lin as he attended the meeting last time. Compared with the last time, the number of official wizards seems to be a few less. The expressions of the black magician and the white dragon wizard were very indifferent, even gloomy. It seems that the recent serious situation has also made them feel very bad. There is only one word for this meeting, and that is to never die. The dark wizard stood up and said coldly. The white dragon wizard's words were cold. The Ouroboros array has been activated, and the people from the 3 alliances cannot attack. The matter about the ancient ruins has come to an end for the time being, and now we have only one thing to do in the entire Ouroboros ring. Counter-attack. They have already hit our door. No matter what method is used, as long as all the enemies are wiped out, there is no need to do anything. The black magician also smiled cruelly. This ancient ruin has been very strange from the beginning. Although the situation is a bit one-sided, Lord Huan has shown signs of awakening recently. Since those guys want to test our bottom line, we must let they tasted the price of blood. As soon as these words came out, all the official wizards had unimaginable shock and excitement on their faces. This is the third-level Great Wizard, and it is also the realm they pursue in their lives. It has been 80 years since Lord Huantzu woke up from his deep sleep last time. Lin's eyes flickered, and he was surprised by the news, and his heart was full of anticipation. The third-level Great Wizard has left the level of ordinary wizards and has reached another extraordinary realm. It is impossible to speculate how powerful it is. Perhaps, I can use the chip to record some information and data about the third-level Great Wizard, so that I can have a good understanding in advance. As the meeting continued, Lin also had a general understanding, that is, with the battle for the secret realm as the main point. When the third-level wizard apprentices had completely decided the winner, they would launch a real decisive battle in one fell swoop. The other party thought he was compromising, but in reality he was just paralyzed. And the secret realm is a public secret realm that several surrounding wizarding forces have the opportunity to enter. I hope everyone sitting here will work together to win this last battle in one fell swoop. With Lord Huantzu standing by for us, the possibility of us losing this time is 0. The black and white wizards looked at each other with a slight smile on their faces. The dragon lizard wizard's eyes were faint, recalling the injuries he suffered from the sneak attack, and he could finally settle it again. Most of the other wizards are also like this. They don't mind playing a big wave when they have an absolute background. Lin silently watched this group of wizards who were in high spirits. Anyway, just don't bring him with him. There are still a lot of experimental tasks in the laboratory that have not been completed. End of the meeting. Lin was on his way back, so he didn't really have anything to do with this final battle. He thought too much. My strength and expertise are the most suitable for a dedicated logistics staff. These official wizards don't know that I am very good at fighting, and it is relatively normal to have nothing to do with me. Pharmacist Lin, stay safe. Nokia suddenly stopped Lin, then quickly caught up, and the two walked side by side toward the pharmacist's area. Alas, I don't know what Lin pharmacist thinks about the final battle this time. Interpunct. Nokia took the initiative to bring up the topic, and there seemed to be some other meaning in those words. Lin now just wanted to go back and continue his experiments on flesh and blood embryos and flesh and blood conjectures, so he casually said a few words of his opinion. No matter what the war is, there will always be a change. The winner will get everything. If there is no winner, it will be the worst thing. Does the Nokia pharmacist have any ideas? Nokia said with a wry smile, there is indeed an unbearable thought. The current situation of the Ouroboros has completely disappeared. It makes me irritable. I don't want to stay any longer. Some want to leave here. Even if I become a wild wizard, at least there is the identity card of the Pharmacist Alliance. The knowledge of pharmacy will not be completely broken, but it will be a lot of trouble. 0. Or, just try your luck in the Eternal City. Lin's eyes changed slightly, but he knew what Nokia meant by chance. The price of living in the Eternal City is very expensive. Even for a pharmacist like Nokia, it is unrealistic to live in it all the time. Besides, if you need magic stones for everything, you can't make ends meet. It is best to find a force to rely on. But it's not so easy to find. With the current situation of the Ouroboros, it is a luxury to leave. Nokia pharmacists have their own plans, which are considered good, so I will leave first. Lin returned to his wizard's tower, and the big battle was not his business, so it would be much easier to handle. All you need to do is hand in the corresponding dose of medicine every week. The chip is still analyzing the blood factors of many extraordinary creatures, and this matter cannot be rushed. Lin decided to focus on the Phantom Dream Potion first. He promised the Dragon Lizard Wizard last time and signed a contract on this matter. Now his pharmacist level has reached the level of research. It is best to refine this potion in advance, and the research on the inner world can also be initially carried out, and the construction of the world gate can be tried. Anyway. He has a lot of time now, and it is impossible to the extent that the Ring of Ouroboros has been destroyed by others. In his heart, Lin began to plan research plans and experiments. Soil. Chapter 97. A few days later, while Lin was conducting his own research in the Wizard Tower, he also received news that 12 stars and many third-level wizard apprentices, led by many official wizards and 2 second-level wizards, went to the secret garden to expand the final showdown. This news didn't make any waves in Lin's heart. For him, it was better to have the joy of refining a new potion. With the continuous improvement of its own strength and spiritual power, the chip has also been enhanced a lot, and its functions are completely different from the original. The storage content of the information base, the analysis ability, the scanning ability, the computing ability, the simulation experiment ability, the ability to carry out multiple tasks at the same time. Hint: according to the analysis, the Phantom Dream medicine has been analyzed, and the corresponding data has been transmitted to the host's memory area. Hint: name, Illusory Dream Potion, level, Advanced Potion, materials used, Void Grass, Nightmare Powder, Beautiful Dream Flying Catch, Phantom Thousand-Faced Flower. Effect: the exploration of the inner world lasts longer. You can trade with some of the world's existences. Lin came to the laboratory and checked the corresponding extraordinary materials in reality. It looked like Nightmare Powder and Phantom Thousand-Faced Flowers. The extraordinary materials in the laboratory were not in stock and needed to be purchased. With a single thought, the Sorcerer's Mark was opened. On the virtual platform of the Ring of Ouroboros, there were many fewer quests released, and there were hardly any apprentices accepted. According to the situation from the start of the war to the present, it is hard to say how many apprentice wizards are left. Going to the material interface, searched for Phantom Thousand-Faced Flower and Nightmare Powder, but to Lin's disappointment, there was no stock of these two extraordinary materials. And many more. Lin suddenly realized that this knowledge of potions was given to him by the Dragon Lizard Wizard, and the corresponding materials must only exist in him. It's actually dark under the lights. The Dragon Lizard Wizard has already set off for the public secret realm. But the Tower Spirit of the Wizard Tower should still be in operation, and it should be possible. An hour later, Lin returned from the Dragon Wizard Tower, and Ling had recorded the relevant information, and successfully obtained the corresponding extraordinary materials, or at least refined a share of hundreds of potions. The energy of a formal wizard is not at the same level as a wizard apprentice. Inside the wizard's tower, Lin first glanced at his own flesh and blood embryo. The injury he had caused before had completely healed, and he was in very good condition, with full activity. The chip suddenly unfolded, indicating that the analysis of the new extraordinary bloodline factor was completed, and the extraordinary bloodline factor could be extracted at any time, mixed with a special neutralizing agent, and injected into the flesh and blood embryo. It seems that the illusory dream will be stranded for a day or two. Lin shifted his focus to the flesh and blood embryo. After all, this can be regarded as the foundation of his enlightenment. It is a combination of all kinds of extraordinary knowledge he has learned, including some knowledge and advanced ideas from previous lives, plus chip assistance. Get the final result. If you really want to measure the value, it can be regarded as priceless. Any blood wizard will be crazy about it. Grab Lin, and squeeze out every bit of knowledge about this. This time, the extraordinary bloodline factor comes from the zero-level extraordinary creature, the Shadow Spider. It has the ability to hide its own breath, turn heat into cold, and extremely good movement reflex, danger avoidance ability, and most importantly, he also has the ability to produce large numbers of children. Lin really wanted to see what kind of surprising changes it would produce after combining with the flesh and blood embryo A-type. It took about 5 hours for Lin to finally combine the neutralizer and the extracted dark dot. The Shadow Spider extraordinary bloodline factors are combined together. It is a pure white viscous substance as a whole, but it is unexpectedly easy to push inside the needle tube, and it is smoother and smoother than liquid, which is strange. The inactivation agent has been prepared, and a new in-cabin console has been set up on the cultivation floor, so we can start. Lin put on protective clothing and a mask, and entered the cultivation room. Sensing Lin's entry, the flesh and blood embryo A began to tremble, and those barbed tentacles fluttered. Oh. He actually remembered my horror instinctively. It was because the last method was not dealt with cleanly, or because he had the hidden ability to detect powerful people, showing a dangerous side to me and warning me. A funny smile gradually appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth under the mask, but for the insurance period, he still put the inactivating agent into the corresponding groove, and the liquid inside was merged into the injection inside the cabin. As the button was pressed, the injection was immediately plunged down, deeply into the body of the flesh and blood embryo A-type. There should be no problem now. Lin saw that most of its activity had been lost. Like a dead fish, a still flesh embryo type A, nodded with satisfaction. 0 Subsequently, the test tube for the extraordinary bloodline factor of the shadow spider was put into the groove on the other side. Kai. With the closure of the machine, another needle tube appeared inside the cabin, and pure white viscous liquid was floating inside. Then, he stabbed quickly, deeper than he had just stabbed, directly into the core of the flesh and blood embryo A-type. A minute has passed. It seems that nothing has changed. Is there something wrong? Lin frowned slightly, but he didn't lose his patience and continued to watch. After 3 minutes. Still no change. 10 minutes later, Lin's pupils moved slightly. Here he is. Kai. Then, with the sound of friction, the flesh and blood of the embryo A-type suddenly changed color, turning into black and white, and then a large number of barbed tentacles began to retract, hanging upside down on the warehouse board. The middle of the abdomen gradually bulged and became bigger and bigger, like the belly of a pregnant woman who was pregnant in October, but through the reddish flesh and blood diaphragm, you can clearly see the dense black dots inside, which are eggs one by one. The breath has weakened, and it has inherited the shadow spider's massive spawning ability. The heat is hidden. Interesting. This is really another step on the road to more perfection. Lin's eyes didn't change in the slightest. Next, it was time to experiment with its reflexability. The result made Lin very satisfied, and inherited it perfectly, almost to the point of a dangerous premonition. For the insurance period, I still have to inject another inactivating agent. Lin immediately implemented the operation, and soon, the flesh and blood embryo, which was full of amazing vitality, immediately calmed down. The emanating momentum has almost reached the stage of zero-level first-class extraordinary creatures. The combination of different extraordinary bloodlines can really be more perfect and advance to stronger extraordinary creatures. My path is correct. Lin let the chip record relevant data and information. There are still 8 level 0 extraordinary creatures and 1 level 1 extraordinary creature left. I am very much looking forward to more changes. This flesh embryo can be renamed Flesh Embryo B. I'm so tired, I can't take it anymore. I'm gone today. Come tomorrow, I'll start the time span. The big climax is coming. Chapter 98. In the laboratory, Lin began to refine the illusory dream, cleaned the corresponding materials, and then cooked in a beaker. He didn't fall down on all the steps that should be taken, and he was very skilled. There is nothing wrong with the material processing, and then the processed extraordinary materials are dissolved and fused with each other. A day later, Lin successfully refined the illusory dream, which also means that he is one step closer to being a first-class pharmacist apprentice. You need to learn 20 advanced pharmacy knowledge before you can be promoted to a first-class pharmacist apprentice. I have a hunch that I can successfully advance within these 5 years. Lin looked at the pure blue potion waving in his hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. Comparatively, the big battle has already begun. With my help, 12 stars should achieve good results in the secret war. At least it won't die so easily. It is still unknown when the Dragon Lizard Wizard will return. The potion of this illusory dream must be hidden for the time being, or I can open the gate of the world ahead of time to build it, and I have to spy on the secrets of the inner world. Apostrophe 13 looked inexplicable. The unknown has a fatal attraction to every wizard, and he is no exception. The inner world represents the unknown, and there are too many wonderful fantasy creatures and extraordinary items, such as those creatures in the inner world obtained by the dragon lizard wizard. I don't know where in the inner world they got it. Their construction of the world gate and the cultivation of the flesh and blood embryos can be carried out at the same time, and I have enough time to support myself in this way. Apostrophe. Time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 months, Lin has continued his usual research, adding a new experimental item. Now, he is also busy. The good news is that the bloodline factors of 2 new zero-level extraordinary creatures have been analyzed, and they have been successfully integrated into the Flesh Embryo B model. It has been renamed the Flesh Embryo D model by Lin. The world has passed a month again. At the end of this month, the exact news came from the Secret Garden. The Ring of Ouroboros and the third-level wizard apprentices of the 3 alliances have started a 2-year battle in the Secret Garden. There is only one request. That is to survive. When the last 2 years are up, the third-level wizard apprentice still alive, whoever has more people will be victorious, and the losing side will have to launch a competition for the ancient ruins. However, how many secrets and undercurrents are involved, no one knows. The upper level has to play games, and how can the lower level be able to speculate? But it doesn't have anything to do with Lin, but the bloodline of a new zero-level extraordinary creature has been analyzed, allowing the flesh and blood embryo to evolve further. Lin once again had to be renamed the Flesh Embryo Z model. If there is no mistake, it is estimated that every other month, there will be a zero-level extraordinary creature's bloodline completely analyzed, and the remaining 2 months of the last year is the time that the first-level extraordinary creature's bloodline needs to be analyzed. Apostrophe. Time continued to pass slowly, and Lin was accustomed to this. But another 2 months passed. I already have a preliminary understanding of the research on the inner world. The flesh and blood embryo is once again fused with the bloodline factors of 2 extraordinary creatures, and the next step is to try to build the prototype of the world gate. Lin has a consideration in his heart. In the real world, only if you have reached the level of an official wizard, can you be able to carry out preliminary exploration, but it does not mean that third-level wizard apprentices cannot explore. If the direct mental power is enough to support the time of entering the inner world, then there is no big problem. The spiritual power of ordinary wizard apprentices has not reached the 20 spiritual power limit of official wizards at all. I have the potion of the illusory dream. Even if the spiritual power has not been baptized by the will of the wizard world, it has indeed crossed the threshold of 20. I think I can initially explore the inner world. Apostrophe. But there is still a huge problem in front of me. The construction materials of the world gate are very precious, and there is even a certain quantity limit. Only those who have reached the official wizard can buy it, and the official Ouroboros must be there. License. Apostrophe. This should be the corresponding constraint. All the necessary related items for official wizards must be obtained by signing a certain contract with the Ring of Ouroboros. Apostrophe. Lin frowned. This is rather troublesome. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. The gate of the world is not something I can afford as a little wizard apprentice. But I can just rely on the extraordinary knowledge of the gate of the world to build an exchange sacrifice ritual array of equivalent exchange. Apostrophe. When the establishment is successful, you can exchange items with some searchable beings in the inner world, and you may even be able to obtain the coordinates of the other party's world. Apostrophe. Lin thinks this method is feasible. In ancient times, some powerful wizards used this method to search for the coordinates of the new inner world, and then fished. After determining the coordinates, they directly invaded the past and enslaved the entire world, bringing unimaginable harvest and value. Time flies. 2 months have passed again, and there are only 5 months left until the 1-year scan of Lin's chip. Lin walked out of the incubation room wearing the corresponding protective clothing, mask and goggles. The cultivation of flesh and blood embryos has become more and more perfect, incorporating the bloodline factors of many extraordinary creatures, and has reached the stage of third-class and zero-level extraordinary creatures. There are also many new features, such as light pollution and visual infection, so Lin wears protective eyes. Next, I am afraid that a real qualitative change is needed to reach the stage of a first-level extraordinary creature. Lin swallowed his throat. As the flesh and blood embryo became more and more perfect, his desire to devour it almost radiated from his bones, from every cell. It's not time yet, we still need to wait. As long as the analysis time of this year is over, I have a hunch that I can get earth-shaking changes. Maybe the bloodline cultivation level will directly reach the curse snake stage. Lin entered the laboratory, and on the vacant ground, a peculiar pattern formation has been carved out. This is the corresponding equivalent exchange ceremony, and requires the last few steps and the corresponding extraordinary items to be able to completely build success. It's time, the inner world, what's in it? I'm really looking forward to it. There is enthusiasm in Lin's eyes. Chapter 99. Chip, control the Wizard Tower teleportation center, and transmit the corresponding materials. As Lin's thoughts moved, white light flashed, and some huge stone pillars appeared on the ground. This is an indispensable medium for the equivalent exchange ceremony of the inner world. The specially treated empty stone pillars can carry the spiritual connection of the inner world. It took Lin an hour to place it on the traces of the pattern formation, and soon a huge arch with a height of 1.5 people was formed. The medium, the source, the foundation has been done, then its trigger. Lin thought about it for a while. If he wanted to actually trigger this inner world exchange ceremony, he had to add the spiritual trigger of the manipulator. Nothing is a better trigger than blood. Lin pursed his lips, but still rolled up his sleeves, took out a dagger and cut it. As Lin's blood poured on the arch, some subtle bright red rays of light began to shine, and then the lines seemed to come alive, trembling spontaneously, and then crawling, forming a ring of forbidden spells. A large amount of spiritual energy was poured into the arch, and as the bright red light increased, a looming illusory light curtain formed in the middle of the arch. An indescribable babbling call came from the light curtain, as if to lure Lin to pass through the light curtain portal and enter the other side. If Lin Ma passes through, it is very likely that he will be eaten by the existence over there. The world is full of all kinds of dangers, especially all kinds of terrifying existences, which directly ate some reckless wizards. To be precise, the inner world is divided into different regions, and Lin also learned the relevant extraordinary knowledge from the Dragon Lizard Wizard. The inner world of the Wizard World, the inner world of other worlds, each world has its own inner world. Maybe there are differences, and the names are also different. Some are called the Root, some are called the Illusory World, and some are called the Dark Plane. Some are called Fairyland. But one thing is certain, there are hidden secrets and opportunities of the world, as well as unimaginable terrifying dangers. I need to change the ritual of the forbidden spell and convert it to a ritual of equivalent exchange, not a ritual of entering the inner world. There is no real gate to the world, it is very unstable, and there is a high chance that you will not be able to return after entering it. Lin began to perform complicated operations, and after spending about an hour, he finally adjusted to the other side. The bright red light curtain door turned into a pure white ritual altar, and the arch also spontaneously melted and changed into a different appearance. That's all it takes. Through spirituality, I can communicate with the inner world in the endless world. I am lucky to be able to sense other creatures. Lin took a deep breath. The corresponding protective measures must be done well. It is very dangerous for him to do so now. In the wizarding world, only formal wizards can initially evolve and explore the inner world. Naturally, the inner world of other worlds must only be explored by the strong who have reached a certain stage. I hope my luck is not so bad. I met some big bosses who can't be offended. It would be great if there was a harvest. Corresponding items in different worlds have different effects on each other's superhumans in each other's worlds. Sometimes precious materials that have become extinct can be found. Lin started to activate the altar of equivalent exchange. As the energy light flashed, he put his mental power into it and began to sense it carefully. Consciousness seems to have entered an endless dark current, and you can feel the endless cold and endless nothingness. My mental power is rapidly depleting. This is the limit of time. I don't have much time, so hurry up. Lin carefully searched for any place where the call might come out, and his mental power continued to decline. But 3 minutes have passed, and there is still no gain. It is endless cold and nothingness, which is enough to drive people crazy. 5 minutes later, Lin's mental power has reached the limit, and he has to withdraw. But at this moment, Lin's eyes lit up. He found a place to call, and that was the inner world of other worlds. Lin directly poured the prepared illusory dream potion. As the liquid poured into his abdomen, the effect of the potion began to take effect. It was like a new spring of water that had been dried up, and he could continue to support his exploration. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin went directly to the place that answered the call. Then Lin's consciousness was in a trance for a while. When he woke up the next moment, he found that he had arrived at a strange cave. There were infected molds everywhere, full of amazing activity. A large number of creeping molds formed a structure with Lin. Awareness of the humanoid object facing you. Interesting, you are the first outsider who dares to show his true face. It's really interesting. Lin can see the other party through the ceremony, and the other party can naturally observe Lin in the laboratory. But generally speaking, I can't do anything. After all, there is an unknown distance. Lin frowned, as if he had violated some taboo. No, maybe it was because the other party was misleading him. At the moment of contact with each other, the confrontation had already begun. You must protect your information and approach the other party with caution. I have corresponding protection measures, and the other party can never see his true face. Even the seams in the laboratory have been covered and protected accordingly. It is more likely that they want to disintegrate my psychology. Lin sneered in his heart. His consciousness did not fluctuate in the slightest, and the surrounding environment and the mold on the humanoid object in front of him were not a cover-up. Unfortunately, he has a chip, and the information of the other party has been captured and scanned by the chip at the first sight of contact, and began to be analyzed. Tip: scanning analysis is in progress, estimated time is 3 minutes. Even if he does nothing, being able to get the other party's information this time is a profit for Lin Wangda. Here the information is directly transmitted by the fluctuation of consciousness, so that even if the language is not clear, the meaning can be instantly understood. Do you want to make some exchanges, unknown powerhouse? Lin's words did not reveal any information about him. Ha ha ha, yes, it seems that this is the first time you have made this exchange, or I will package and sell you the corresponding information, so that you can understand more. The humanoid object trapped in mold said slowly. Lin's face suddenly turned gloomy. This guy had no intention of exchanging from the very beginning. He has always been secretly giving out his own information, or is now doing some kind of secretive means, but he doesn't know it. Lin felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and came to such a strong but certain. P.S. Ask for an automatic subscription. Chapter 100. Lin felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, so strong but certain. At the same time, in the laboratory of the Wizard Tower, Lin closed his eyes and stood in front of the altar. Although he used protective measures, some subtle changes still occurred. I saw that some mildew gradually appeared from the altar. It was very small at first, but as time passed, the more and more, a slap-sized fungal mass occupies a corner of the energy altar. In the cave on the other side, Lin's consciousness became more and more uneasy. He immediately made up his mind, and directly evacuated his consciousness, and the chip also recorded the other party's information. With the spiritual energy of the altar cut off, all communication is over. And the mold-wrapped humanoid said regretfully, "What a pity, I thought I could get it, didn't I think it was a cautious senior, I don't know which world it is." The tide of mildew drowned everything in an instant. Lin opened his eyes and immediately noticed something was wrong. He also saw the mold on the corner of the altar. Immediately, spiritual power wrapped it up, peeled it off, and found a glass bottle and put it in. Hint: according to the analysis, the information is as follows: name, Abel, a strong man from an unknown world, equivalent to the stage of a second-level wizard. The coordinate information is not completely collected due to the short time. Progress, 36%. Attachment: you can use the altar to contact again through contact. There is a great possibility to contact. Lin's eyes flickered, but he didn't expect that he was an existence comparable to a second-level official wizard. He didn't seem to be showing off the mountains and water to paralyze himself, so he could exert influence secretly. Fortunately, he was decisive. In the laboratory, Lin took out the mold in the bottle and studied it. After cutting off the connection with that world, these molds seem to have lost the source of their power. Their activity is constantly decreasing, and now they are about to die. A method comparable to the legacy of a second-level official wizard, perhaps a part of the body. This is very worth studying, and it is still a little gain. Lin also knows the dangers of world transactions. It is easy to encounter unknown and persecution, and he must always be careful. For the time being, it is necessary to maintain his activity first, so that these molds cannot die, and perhaps some valuable things can be analyzed. Lin maintains a wizard's good exploratory mentality. Afterwards, he poured some nutritional medicine into it and absorbed it into these colorful molds, and finally recovered a little bit of activity, but it was still clearly weakening. There was no support from the root force. Like rootless duckweed, it would sooner or later die. Lin thought about it and put it into a special cultivation area, always preparing the supply of corresponding nutrient medicines to ensure that it will not die. He stained it a little more and put it on the glass slide. Under the observation of the microscopic microscope, Lin could see something. If the nutrition keeps up, the root force exists, it seems to be able to reproduce itself, add value, occupy everything, and also have the characteristics of corrosion and swallowing. I can't understand whether this is self-transcription or self-replica. Lin frowned tightly. It seems that the time is not yet, and I am not enough to support the study of the things left by such a powerful existence. Lin completely killed the mold on the glass slide and decided to temporarily seal the research on special mold. Then put on the protective shield and go to the cultivation room. Now the main focus is on improving one's own strength. The cultivation of flesh and blood embryos cannot be lost, and it has almost reached the later stage. This preliminary exploration of the inner world is mainly for the purpose of understanding. Time passed, and finally came the last moment. Lin didn't even think that a year passed by so quickly, and the bloodline of the last level of extraordinary creatures was also analyzed. Inside the laboratory, Lin is preparing the first level extraordinary bloodline factor, adding a neutralizing agent, and soon a special test tube liquid will be freshly released. The overall color is a strange red, and it seems to be alive. There are countless tiny microorganisms climbing inside and climbing out along the wall of the test tube at a very slow speed. The last fusion comes from the blood factor of the first level extraordinary creature, the flying dragon. What kind of effect will it have? I will wait and see. Lin entered the incubation room. At this moment, the flesh and blood embryos in the cabin have changed a lot compared to the original ones. Appearance. Some of the characteristics of various extraordinary creatures seem to appear on it. There are black hair, open wings, spider abdomen with webs, dense eggs, ravine blood-colored flesh walls, eyeballs. Lin directly put the test tube containing the dragon blood factor into the groove of the cabin. As the machine closed, the liquid was injected into the flesh and blood embryo through the needle. In just an instant, an extremely strange change took place. All the barbed tentacles began to tremble, secreting a thick black liquid, and then all the flesh and blood quickly retracted. The dense eggs were dissolved by the secreted liquid, and then absorbed by the flesh and blood embryo, starting a deeper change. It lasted about 3 minutes, and finally it retracted into the most basic fist-sized meatball. A pair of skeletons grew out, and there was something terrifying inside the meatball. Lin looked at this extraordinary crystal with enthusiasm in his eyes. With the change of the flesh and blood embryo, his desire to devour the blood of the cursed snake was almost unbearable, and now it was like eating it immediately to complete his own transformation. There is still some time, it takes 30 minutes to conceive, and I need to be patient. Lin wiped the secretions from the corners of his mouth. 30 minutes later, the final gestation was completed, and the flesh and blood embryo had turned into a purple sphere, which seemed to be fleshy and seemed to be composed of other substances. The chip, scan whether it has been completed and whether it can be eaten. Hint, scanning is in progress, and scanning is completed, it has been conceived. Taking it can bring great benign changes to the host without any side effects. The only thing to note is that the process of phagocytosis and digestion may be painful. Lin raised his brows. Could he kill himself by eating a flesh and blood embryo? Then he no longer hesitated, and directly picked up the purple sphere that the flesh embryo had turned into, which was about the size of a fist, and put it into his mouth. After the mouth is expanded accordingly, it can be swallowed directly. The moment it entered his mouth, he actually